Martial Peak, Chapter 5712, backed into a corner with no escape. Although there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, not many of them had cultivated the Tao of Space. In terms of attainment in the Tao of Space, Zhao Yibai was undoubtedly the best. Not even Su Yin and Lu Yin, both of whom had Phoenix Clan sources, could compete with Zhao Yibai in this regard. Neither of them was of orthodox Phoenix Clan origin after all. Although they had Phoenix Clan sources and even cultivated in the Phoenix Nest for some time, their compatibility with the Grand Tao of Space could not compare to Zhao Yibai, who was blessed with natural talent and trained from young. Others might not be able to detect the distortion in the universe furnace's illusory phantom with careful observation, but Zhao Yibai could perceive the truth at a glance. More importantly, he had made his point clear. There was no reason for Xianxia to distrust those words, so he immediately nodded in understanding and adopted a prudent demeanor. This senior brother understands. Afterwards, he suddenly heard Fu Guang speaking to the crowd. The universe furnace will soon manifest. It will represent a great opportunity for all of you. Seeing as the suppressing Black Ink army is not involved in any fighting at the moment, I will allow 50 of you to enter the universe furnace to explore. Once the entrance to the universe furnace is fully formed, you may enter immediately. As for how the quota should be distributed, you may discuss and decide among yourselves. 50 spots out of 400 plus 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like much, but it was actually the absolute limit. The suppressing Black Ink army might be at peace for now, but nobody could guarantee when the Black Ink clan might suddenly launch an attack. The overall strength of the suppressing Black Ink army would be affected if too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left for the Universe Furnace, which would place them at a disadvantage against the Black Ink clan's assault. Therefore, after taking everything into consideration, only 50 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be allowed to leave. As for the exact candidates to be sent into the Universe Furnace, it was not Fu Guang's place to decide. In the end, the decision could only be left to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to discuss and negotiate among themselves. Such an opportunity was something anybody would want to obtain after all. He could only hope that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not ruin their camaraderie with each other over the competition to obtain this opportunity. In the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, due to the sudden turmoil all around the universe, a momentary lapse in strength caused Xianxia to be struck by Immortal's assault. His condition had gotten significantly worse as a result. He did not understand the phenomenon earlier. After all, he had a world tree clone sealing and stabilizing his small universe. How could he be affected by some inexplicable phenomenon which ultimately resulted in his difficult situation right now? Despite coughing up blood, Xianxia swiftly flew through the void. He was tracing the vague feeling in his heart, which steered him back along his original path. Even now, he did not know the cause of that mysterious calling. He had initially suspected that it was part of the Black Ink clan's trap, but he quickly realized upon careful consideration. If the Black Ink clan had such ability, they would have drawn him out with this method in the first place. They would never have allowed him to intercept and hunt down so many innate territory lords, much less be forced to set an ambush and wait for him to fall into their encirclement. Therefore, this phenomenon was clearly not part of the Black Ink clan's machinations. If it was not part of the Black Ink clan schemes, though, what did he feel earlier? At a time when his life was hanging by a thread, Xianxia normally would not have paid any attention to such an inexplicable phenomenon. However, he had a hunch that he might have found the opportunity he needed to overcome his current crisis. That was why he only hesitated for a moment before he unswervingly headed in the direction he was seemingly being summoned. During this period, he was struck by Immortal's long-distance attacks on several occasions. The impact caused stars to appear in his vision and his figure to stagger unsteadily. He felt as though he was at the end of his rope. Seeming to realize Xianxia's current condition, Immortal doggedly gave chase. His attacks did not ease up in the slightest and instead became fiercer and fiercer. After all, he was well aware of the principle that a long night brings many dreams. Against an opponent like Yang Kai, he could not afford to slip up or provide any opportunities for the former to exploit. Otherwise, his previous efforts might all be for naught. Having gradually driven Yang Kai to a desperate situation, it was only a matter of time before Immortal caught up with and slaughtered his foe. Nevertheless, he became more and more cautious as the climax slowly approached. His heart was filled with a sense of anticipation. After confronting each other for so many years, Immortal had always been forced to bear various humiliations. He had yielded to Yang Kai on countless occasions, which made his reputation plummet among the Black Ink clan. The territory lords constantly criticized and ridiculed him, but he simply ignored them. That was because he knew that the Black Ink clan would be the one to suffer if he did not surrender to Yang Kai on occasion. All his efforts had been aimed at gaining more advantages for the Black Ink clan. Compared to that, what was always being at a disadvantage in a confrontation against Yang Kai? So what if his reputation was terrible? So what if the territory lords constantly looked down on him? If he could return to the no-return pass with the glory of slaughtering Yang Kai, then all the humiliation he suffered before would be washed away immediately. In any case, he was extremely relieved that Yang Kai was the only irregularity among the human race. He never wanted to encounter such a difficult opponent in his life again. What delighted him even more was that the royal lord had always trusted in him and never interfered with his decision-making. Having such a generous leader was the biggest reason he could force Yang Kai in such a desperate situation today. The deaths of all those innate territory lords would be honored soon. Although his heart pounded with excitement, Immortal did not reduce the intensity of his onslaught against Yang Kai. Purifying light covered Yang Kai and severed Immortal's aura. Then, space principles began to fluctuate. Can you even escape? Immortal sneered coldly. It's just the final and useless struggle of a cornered beast. The severed aura immediately exploded and shook the surrounding void. Although Yang Kai successfully left via instantaneous movement, he did not manage to flee very far. Immortal could instantly perceive Yang Kai's position with a sweep of his divine sense. But just as he was about to give chase, he sensed something that made him scowl deeply. In addition to Yang Kai's aura, he also sensed many auras belonging to the innate territory lords up ahead. Why are they here? It was only at this moment that he abruptly realized Yang Kai had been leading him around in a wide circle. They had returned to the battlefield from before. Why are those territory lords still here? The pursuit had lasted for more than half a month, so it stood to reason that the territory lords should have returned to the no-return pass by now. These guys are heavily wounded. Why are they just loitering around? Immortal couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed. On the other side, Yang Kai reappeared from the void and stared at the innate territory lords in confusion. Not many innate territory lords remained alive after the previous battle. Less than 100 in total, all of whom were heavily injured, so he couldn't help having the same doubts and questions as Immortal. Why are these guys still here? However, Yang Kai soon figured out the reason. There was an enormous, illusory phantom looming over a vast swath of the void. At first glance, the illusory phantom looked like an alchemy furnace. Be that as it may, the alchemy furnace seemed slightly different from the ordinary alchemy furnaces. Not only was the alchemy furnace gigantic, but the illusory surface was covered in various complicated runes and patterns. It felt as though the deepest and most profound truth of the universe was contained within these markings. A sense of insight and enlightenment subconsciously welled up inside Yang Kai when he glanced at the alchemy furnace. The patterns on its surface were also not static, but instead in a constant state of flow and flux. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the alchemy furnace was becoming increasingly solidified at an extremely slow speed. What is that? Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. There had been no illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace in this place when he initially made his escape. So how did such a strange thing manage to appear here while he was wandering the void for half a month? Nevertheless, he was certain about one thing. The mysterious feeling in his heart was coming from this alchemy furnace. The inexplicable turmoil that shook his small universe was also caused by this alchemy furnace. What kind of alchemy furnace would have such a mysterious force? Staring at the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace in front of him, a flash of understanding swept through his mind as an existence that only appeared in rumors and legends instantly sprang to mind. The universe furnace. During the late ancient era, 10 martial ancestors, including Tsang, had used the power of the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method. It was only after their success that the human race began to prosper. At the same time, they finally had the means to confront the Black Ink clan. Thanks to the capital that allowed them to compete for supremacy in the world, the human race gradually became dominant in the vast universe. Unfortunately, the open heaven realm method was innately flawed. All cultivators who cultivated this method were limited by their inherent shackles, the peak of their martial Tao set in stone the moment they reached this realm. Nevertheless, nothing was absolute. There was bound to be a loophole somewhere, and the mysterious universe furnace was one of those loopholes. The universe furnace bred innate open heaven pills. If a cultivator could obtain these innate open heaven pills, then they could break through their shackles and overcome the disadvantages brought about by the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Be that as it may, the universe furnace was a thing of legend and myth, its whereabouts rarely revealed throughout history. Xianxia's understanding of the universe furnace was limited to some rumors he heard in the past. According to the rumors, the universe furnace was extremely elusive and impossible to locate. Furthermore, the innate open heaven pills had miraculous effects that could help a cultivator break through their inherent shackles. All the information he knew was limited to the information accessible by the general public. The universe furnace seemed to be even more mysterious than the grand ancient ruins boundary. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling stunned when he realized that the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace belonged to the legendary universe furnace. I can't believe the universe furnace appeared at this time and location. The first thought that sprang to mind was similar to the concerns that Mi Jingluan had considered previously. This phenomenon might not be a good thing for the human race. The emergence of a universe furnace would surely attract the attention of many human race masters. Accordingly, the Black Ink clan would resort to any means possible just to prevent the humans from seizing this opportunity. Up until now, the power accumulated by the human race was far from adequate. In stark contrast, the Black Ink clan just experienced a huge leap in strength thanks to the influx of innate territory lords and high-rank Black Ink nests. If the delicate balance that had been maintained for the past several thousand years was broken, the human race might not benefit from the outcome. The second thought that sprang to mind was that the universe furnace seemed a little different from what he had initially imagined. He had always thought the universe furnace as something similar to a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. It would appear out of nowhere one day and exude a mysterious aura into the surroundings. When the time was right, the innate open heaven pills would fly out of the universe furnace and enter the possession of those who were lucky enough to seize them. The universe furnace in front of him not only had the shape of an alchemy furnace, but it also exuded a mysterious aura. However, it was much too large. The universe furnace loomed over a massive region. Not to mention, it was obviously just an illusory image that was slowly solidifying over time. Could it be that the universe furnace will only appear once the illusory phantom completely turns solid? I wonder how long that will take. There was no time for Xianxia to ponder the mysteries of the universe furnace, though as he soon noticed the distortion of the void around it. Even Zhao Yi had seen through the strangeness of this phenomenon at a glance. So how could Xianxia fail to notice it? The space around the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom might seem normal on the surface, but the inside was extremely twisted and warped, constantly shifting and folding onto itself. Xianxia immediately became overjoyed. Even though he had been backed into a corner with no escape, a path had appeared before him in the end. His intuition proved correct. The opportunity to escape Imo Naye's pursuit was right in front of him. His misery was caused by the universe furnace, but his salvation also came from the universe furnace. It was truly an object of both misfortune and joy. The appearance of this mysterious object had shaken the very foundation of his small universe. As a result of the turmoil, he suffered a heavy blow from immortality. Now, he was going to use this very object to escape his current crisis. The good and bad were even now. With a single flash of thought, Xianxia desperately drew upon his world force. His divine sense surged wildly at the same time. The burst of his full force caused the entire surrounding void to become distorted. Like an ominous beast that was backed into a corner, he gritted his teeth and howled, "Immortality! If you want me dead, then I will slaughter those territory lords first." While saying so, he boldly rushed in the direction of the innate territory lords and plunged directly into the illusory phantom space without the slightest hesitation. Martial Peak, Chapter 57:13, Every cloud has a silver lining. Many innate territory lords were trapped inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom. When they suddenly saw Xianxia approaching them with such fierce momentum, they couldn't help turning pale with horror and fright. Xianxia was in absolutely dire condition, and his aura also seemed exceedingly weak. Nevertheless, their experience during the fierce battle from before had traumatized them deeply, so they were naturally horrified by his arrival. It had to be said that these territory lords were not in good condition either. They had been severely wounded when they snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had almost no chance to heal and recuperate from their wounds at all. After that, they were sent here under Immortal's orders to besiege Xianxia. Although they were lucky enough to survive the previous battle, their injuries had only gotten more severe. If Xianxia were to attack them now, they would not have much power to fight back at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xianxia plunged into the illusory phantom of the universe furnace. He instantly felt the distortion of space around him. Just as he had noticed earlier, the space inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom was twisted and folded upon itself. It was impossible to make sense of this space with common sense. Even if something seemed close at hand, there might be countless layers of space overlapping and folding over each other between them, so that the actual distance was unfathomably large. The slightest movement inside this chaotic region would cause a person to land in a different layer of space. That was why the territory lords could not escape once they were surrounded by the illusory phantom. They were forced to remain here not because they did not want to leave, but because they simply could not. The mysteries of a universe furnace were perfectly illustrated in this scenario. For the territory lords, everything seemed so close yet so far inside the space shrouded within the illusory phantom, and the same was true for Xianxia. The difference was that Xianxia manipulated space principles as soon as he stepped into the universe furnace's range. As a result, the layers of folded space instantly became comprehensible and traceable to him. Xianxia lightly took a few steps forward. A layer of ripples spread out all over his body. Then he abruptly materialized in front of a territory lord. Raising his hand, Xianxia summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it directly into the heart of the territory lord. On the other hand, the territory lord simply had a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes were also filled with complete incomprehension, as though he never imagined that Xianxia would appear in front of him and stab him with such ease. One thing had to be said about their current situation. Although these territory lords seemed to be gathered together in one spot, they were actually scattered across different layers of space. After being trapped inside the universe furnace, they could neither escape nor rally together at the same spot. No matter how much they struggled, they could only spin around in circles. It was also for that reason that the territory lords were not too worried about their safety, even though they had been terrified to hear Xianxia's ruthless threat just now. That was because they knew the strangeness of this space better than anybody else, but their confidence only lasted until this moment. When one of their companions was run through by Xianxia's spear, the territory lords finally turned pale with fright. Xianxia had easily and effortlessly achieved what they had not been able to do despite their best efforts. At that moment, they promptly recalled the information given to them by Mo Na Yi regarding Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space. This place might be able to trap the territory lords, but Yang Kai could traverse it as though he were walking on flat ground. With a shake of the spear, the territory lord who was stabbed in the chest immediately exploded into pieces. Yang Kai subsequently retrieved his spear and charged towards the nearest territory lord. Having seen what happened to his companion just now, the territory lord was filled with absolute horror and shouted at the top of his voice, "Save me, Sir Mo Na Yi." Yang Kai smiled wickedly with a sinister expression on his face. "No one can save you now. Die. Yang Kai, you dare." Mo Na Yi's furious roar came from behind. While he was chasing Yang Kai, he had naturally seen the territory lords and the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom surrounding them from a distance. Yang Kai might have figured out that the phenomenon was caused by the emergence of the universe furnace, but Mo Na Yi was completely clueless about the situation. It was only natural, though, as Mo Na Yi was from the Black Ink clan. Why would he know about the universe furnace? Not to mention, the Black Ink disciples would not mention such things without reason either. Mo Na Yi was initially vigilant towards the unknown object, but his vigilance was soon overcome by his rage when he saw Yang Kai casually slaughtering the first innate territory lord and aiming for a second. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the illusory phantom after Yang Kai. In the next moment, his expression became blank with shock. Yang Kai threw his head back as he laughed wildly. Meanwhile, the expressions of the territory lords changed drastically. While laughing, Yang Kai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. The power that he had forcibly gathered withered like a deflated balloon, and he rapidly collapsed. His entire appearance made him seem like he was about to die on the spot. He was a dry oil lamp at this point. When he pushed himself just now to butcher a territory lord in one blow, his actions had only been to distract and provoke Mo Na Yi, as he was worried that the latter would be too vigilant to follow him into the universe furnace. In truth, Yang Kai would have been powerless to kill the second territory lord, even if Mo Na Yi had not stepped forward to stop him. Fortunately, things had taken turn for the better. Mo Na Yi had followed him into the universe furnace, which swung the situation in Yang Kai's favor. He could sleep with peace of mind now. Mo Na Yi, even a scheming and treacherous bastard like you can fall into a simple trap. Just wait for me to recover, then I will deal with you. While saying that, Yang Kai took out a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth as all the innate territory lords watched. He subsequently took out a set of cultivation materials to refine while completely ignoring all the territory lords around him. The recent period had been too difficult on him. After all, he didn't even have the time to swallow any spirit pills when he was being pursued by Mo Na Yi. On the other hand, Mo Na Yi was livid. Unable to hold back, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction. The power behind the punch could be said to contain his full strength. Be that as it may, the blow failed to cause the slightest disturbance to Yang Kai, as all of the force was absorbed and dissipated by the layers of folded space between them. Mo Na Yi's expression immediately became gloomy. He had sensed that something was wrong as soon as he plunged into this place. The space inside the illusory phantom was evidently different from the outside world. Combined with Yang Kai's previous attitude and current reaction, how could Mo Na Yi not know that he had fallen for this rascal's trick? He could not believe that he was tricked into entering this strange place. Looking around, he could clearly see the figures of the territory lords. The distance between them did not seem very far. Visually, the territory lord nearest to him seemed to be only a few steps away. However, the actual distance between them did not reduce whatsoever when he tried to walk over. Mo Na Yi clearly had the perception of moving forward quite a long distance, but he seemed to be walking on the spot without moving forward in the slightest. What is this thing? Mo Na Yi wondered as he quickly realized that the root of the problem was the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom. Upon hearing Mo Na Yi's question, the territory lords felt a chill running through their hearts. They had been hoping that he could resolve their doubts and bring them out of this place, but it would seem that he was just as clueless as they were. staring at the silent territory lords around him. Yi lost his temper and roared, "Why didn't any of you warn me about this place?" If any of the territory lords had warned him in advance, he would not have rashly plunged into this space and caused himself to be stuck in this trap. None of the territory lords made a sound, but Yi knew that his question was unreasonable. In this case, it was his fault for being too impatient. Yang Kai's murderous attitude had also given him no time to consider his options. On the other hand, the territory lords had been so intimidated by Yang Kai that they were subconsciously expecting Yi to protect them. That was how he ended up falling into this trap. Sure enough, he could not afford to underestimate Yang Kai under any circumstances. Even in such a desperate situation, Yang Kai had actually managed to lure him into a trap. He had to admit that he made the wrong move this time. Yi did not know anything about the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom, much less why the space shrouded by the illusory phantom was so treacherous. The only thing he knew was that he could not give Yang Kai any time to recover. The Black Ink clan had paid such a large price and sacrificed so many innate territory lords in battle just to push Yang Kai into a corner. He could not give up halfway. As the saying went, beat the snake to death in order to avoid future calamity. If he allowed Yang Kai to walk away alive, then he would be faced with countless troubles in the future. Yi had always maintained a certain attitude towards Yang Kai, whereby he tried not to offend the other party as much as possible. Now that their friendly relations were thoroughly destroyed, he needed to ensure that Yang Kai died cleanly. It was difficult to judge the distance within this strange space, but communicating with each other did not seem to be affected. Yi pondered in silence for a moment before he sent a divine sense transmission to the territory lords around him and prepared a plan. A short while later, Yi and the territory lords sprang into action. Every one of them pushed their bodies and tried to move in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai seemed to perceive their movements and opened his eyes to glance at them. However, he quickly ignored them and continued to focus on his recovery. The space inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom was extremely chaotic and distorted. Unless the territory lords had cultivated the Tao of space and could figure out some of the rules of this place, it was simply a fool's dream for them to approach Yang Kai by randomly struggling. It was not to say that they had no chance whatsoever, as there were always some coincidences, but the chances were infinitesimal. More importantly, Yang Kai could sense that the space shrouded by the universe furnace's illusory phantom was becoming increasingly complicated as time passed. The territory lords could try their hardest to approach him, but even if they were lucky enough to enter his space by some great coincidence, he would only need to take a step in any direction and all their previous efforts would go to waste. Leaving a thread of consciousness to keep an eye on the situation around him, Yang Kai completely immersed himself in recovery. On the other side, Yi finally realized that this method was futile after trying for some time. Several dozen territory lords, and himself included, had been trying to approach Yang Kai, but their efforts were to no avail. It was difficult for them to achieve any results, even if they persisted in their efforts. Besides, judging by the current condition of the territory lords, even if a territory lord managed to reach Yang Kai's location, the only fate waiting for them was death. Yi sent out divine sense transmissions again, telling the territory lords to cease their useless efforts. Then he took out a miniature black ink nest and attempted to contact the no-return pass. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to inform the no-return pass about his current situation. He also wanted to inquire about the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace, as well as if there was some method to escape this place after getting stuck inside. It was fortunate that the connection between the black ink nests was not cut off, so Yi soon received a response from Menkei, one filled with cynicism and mockery. It was no secret that he had been locked in a power struggle with Yi for a long time now. Now, that Yi's plans had not only been thwarted, but also resulted in heavy losses for the Black Ink clan, with even Yi himself being trapped in this strange space. Menkei probably believed that he was the top dog now. However, there was still a key piece of information that allowed Mo Nai to understand the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace. It was the universe furnace. Although there were many Black Ink disciples under the Black Ink clan, most of them had neither high cultivation nor extensive knowledge and experience. That was why they did not know much about the universe furnace. Their level of understanding regarding the universe furnace was about the same or less than Xianxia's, so it was difficult for them to provide any valuable information. However, that was enough to make some guesses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5714, Whose Victory? According to the information from the Black Ink disciples, the universe furnace was the most mysterious treasure in existence. It was generally elusive and impossible to locate, so there was no way to discover its whereabouts unless it appeared on its own. More importantly, the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills had the miraculous effect of helping cultivators break through their innate shackles. Emonai was shocked by the information. If these innate open heaven pills could help cultivators break through their innate shackles, then the human race masters at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm would be able to advance to the 9th Order. It would be bad enough if an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven realm master advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, but the strength of 1 or 2 additional 9th Order masters would not render the Black Ink clan helpless. However, what if Xianxia was the one who obtained one of these innate open heaven pills instead? Over the past several thousand years, most of the obstruction and pressure faced by the Black Ink clan came from Xianxia. Whether it was the peace treaty between the human race and the Black Ink clan, or the matter regarding the surrendering of 30% of their cultivation resources, the Black Ink clan had been forced to accept those terms due to the existence of the human race's killing star. That was especially true for the peace discussions between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At the time, the Black Ink clan had considered that they might be able to produce more royal lords in the future by accepting the peace deal. That would have greatly reduced the deterrent effect that Xianxia, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, had on the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, the universe furnace had appeared before the territory lords could even become royal lords. If Xianxia could get his hands on an innate open heaven pill and advance to the 9th Order, then all the Black Ink clan's efforts and compromises over the millennia would be nothing more than a complete farce. With his tyrannical strength and ruthless means, the Black Ink clan would be no match for Xianxia once he advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. After considering all these factors, Emonai felt alarm bells blaring in his heart. Xianxia must never be allowed to obtain the innate open heaven pills no matter the cost. He cannot be allowed to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If he does, the Black Ink clan will be in mortal danger. Why did the universe furnace appear at this point in time? Is the human race really blessed by the heavens? Emonai's main concern was stopping Xianxia from obtaining the innate open heaven pills, but how was he supposed to achieve that? They were currently trapped inside the illusory phantom of the universe furnace with no means of escape. The distance might not seem far visually, but the space was actually extremely distorted and chaotic in reality. The information from Meng Ke indicated that there was more than one illusory phantom of the universe furnace, as it had appeared on various battlefields across the Great Territories, as well as the Barren Territory. After compiling all the information, the Black Ink disciples from the human race speculated that the illusory phantoms were not the real body of the universe furnace, but a mysterious projection. The universe furnace itself was hidden somewhere. Nevertheless, the appearance of the projections meant that the universe furnace was about to emerge. It might be that the universe furnace would finally be revealed when the projections became completely solidified. These speculations were reasonable. Emonai pondered in silence for a while before he sent a message to Meng Quebec. He wanted the Black Ink clan to search for more information. At the same time, he urgently summoned all the innate territory lords wandering outside to return in preparation for the future. Not only was Meng Ke generally difficult to deal with, but he was also always attempting to take over control from Emonai. Be that as it may, he had one good point about him. He was self-aware of his shortcomings. He did not object to Naye's request during such important situations because he knew that he was no match for Naye when it came to schemes and tactics. Besides, Naye had been appointed by the royal lord himself to take command. That was why he quietly did as Naye asked. Putting away the miniature black ink nest, Naye frowned and pondered for a long time. He calculated all the possible scenarios that might occur in the future and created countermeasures against these scenarios. After great consideration, he decided that his top priority was to obtain as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible. Xianxia might know something. When the thought crossed his mind, Naye immediately glanced over at Xianxia and offered a ceasefire. Brother Yang, given the situation, what do you say we have a truce? He had called Xianxia by name during their confrontation, but he was now respectfully calling Xianxia by the title Brother Yang again. Xianxia ignored Naye. He pursued me so fiercely earlier that I nearly had no escape, not to mention the curses and death threats that were thrown at me. How dare he propose to call for a truce now? What does he think of me? Does he think that I'm so easygoing? Naye continued. Now that you and I are both trapped here, why must you hold a grudge for everything that happened earlier? At the end of the day, the Black Ink clan suffered the greatest loss. So many innate territory lords died in battle already. Although you were wounded, Brother Yang, you came out alive in the end. This time around, Xianxia failed to stop himself from responding and gave a cold sneer. Serves you right. It's your own fault that so many innate territory lords died in battle. If not because you were trying to trap me, then they would not have died in vain. Besides, you might be trapped here, but do you really think this place can trap me? Naye's expression suddenly changed with those words. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked a major problem. It was true that both he and the territory lords were trapped in this strange space with no means to escape. But what about Xianxia? This place would not be able to trap Xianxia. If he really wanted to leave, it would not be difficult for him. This is bad. Naye quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Either way, it was a good thing that Xianxia was willing to speak with him. He thus casually probed, Brother Yang, do you know what this illusory phantom shrouding this area is? After asking that question, he chuckled to himself. Of course, you're aware, Brother Yang. This is the legendary universe furnace, after all. I'm sure the human race masters have heard about the universe furnace to a certain extent. Oh, Xianxia raised his eyebrows in astonishment. It seems that the connection between the black ink nest has not been severed. Does that mean you can gather intel from outside of here? Naye looked proud. The black ink nest has its own mysterious ways. It seems that you are aware of the universe furnace, Brother Yang. In that case, do you have more information regarding the universe furnace? Xianxia remained indifferent. What does it matter if I do? And what does it matter if I don't? Separating out a thread of consciousness to chat with Naye did not impede his healing process. Since Naye wanted to discuss the universe furnace, Xianxia was more than happy to fish for some information. Besides, he was honestly feeling quite troubled due to his lack of knowledge on the universe furnace. It would be great if he could extract some from the Black Ink clan. Naye responded seriously. The universe furnace has not been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you have some knowledge regarding the universe furnace, I'm sure your information is not comprehensive. Brother Yang, how about you and I exchange what we know? Xianxia immediately snorted coldly. The universe furnace is a great opportunity for the human race. Don't tell me the Black Ink clan has their eye on it as well? Naye replied lightly. It is precisely because the universe furnace is such a great opportunity for the human race that the Black Ink clan will not allow the human race to succeed so easily. As you know, Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan and the human race will soon engage in a battle to the death now that the universe furnace has emerged. Xianxia fell silent. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, Naye was correct. Over the past several thousand years, the war between the Black Ink clan and the human race had never ceased. However, both sides have been concentrating on accumulating their respective strengths since the peace talks. As a result, both the number of masters among the Black Ink clan and the human race had increased dramatically. The situation was only maintained thanks to the tacit cooperation between the higher-ups of the Black Ink clan and the human race. However, the delicate balance was bound to be broken with the sudden emergence of the universe furnace. The human race was desperate to seize the opportunities inside the universe furnace. Likewise, the Black Ink clan was desperate to stop the human race from doing so. Once the war broke out, the bloodshed was bound to sweep across the entire world like a tidal wave. This battle might be the deciding factor in the entire war. Moreover, it would only end when one party was completely annihilated. The human race was not ready, but the Black Ink clan was not ready either. Although there were more innate territory lords and high-rank Black Ink nests of the No-Return Pass now, none of these newly emerged innate territory lords will be able to recover from their injuries without spending at least 100 to 200 years healing. It was fortunate that the human race had some newly advanced Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while it seemed the Black Ink clan had not produced any new royal lords so far. While Xianxia was silent, he heard Immortality speaking once more. Brother Yang, did you know that this is not the true universe furnace, but just a projection looming over this piece of the void while there are many others out there? Xianxia calmly went along with the flow of the conversation. Of course, it is just an illusory phantom. Isn't it only natural for it to appear in more than one place? However, he was actually very confused inside. What does he mean? Could there be many other manifestations in other places? Immortality, this bastard. Is he trying to trick me? Or is he up to something else? At the same time, Xianxia couldn't help feeling rather annoyed. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have studied more of the ancient records from the cave heavens and paradises where there was bound to be some information on the universe furnace. Now that the universe furnace had appeared, Xianxia was completely stumped by the situation. In fact, he knew even less than Immortality, who still could ask the Black Ink clan to gather more intelligence. Immortality studied Xianxia's expression carefully, but failed to detect any clues. Thus, he bluntly said, Brother Yang, why don't we exchange information with each other? Although the universe furnace is about to emerge, it has yet to truly appear in the world. Gathering more information would not hurt. Xianxia couldn't help nodding in agreement. There is some truth to your words. Why don't you tell me what you know first, then I'll tell you what I know. You should understand my character. Over the years, I've never broken a single promise I've made with the Black Ink clan. Immortality nodded. Of course. Speaking of which, this was true. Although they were mutual enemies who shared an absolutely irreconcilable blood feud, Xianxia had never violated the agreements he made with the Black Ink clan. As such, Immortality suddenly broke into a smile. But you don't seem to know much about the universe furnace, Brother Yang. Let's forget about exchanging information with each other. Xianxia was stunned. Who says I don't know anything about the universe furnace? Immortality smiled lightly. If you knew anything about the universe furnace, Brother Yang, then why would you agree to exchange information with the Black Ink clan? The fact that you agreed to the information exchange shows that you don't know much either. Otherwise, you would not have mentioned your excellent character. Xianxia was startled before snarling. You tricked me. Immortality sighed. As I suspected, Xianxia's expression immediately darkened at those words. It was only at this moment that he realized the truth. Immortality had not been sure about how much he knew regarding the universe furnace before, but the truth had been confirmed now. This bastard. Xianxia couldn't help feeling secretly annoyed at his carelessness. Regardless, it did not matter much. This was just a small loss that did not affect the big picture anyway. After confirming that Xianxia did not know much about the universe furnace, Immortality lost interest in talking to him and instead took out the small Black Ink nest again to maintain constant communication with the outside world. Xianxia secretly watched Immortality's actions and coldly snorted to himself in his heart. Once I've spent some time healing, I will find a way to make you cough up everything you know. So what if I lost in this verbal confrontation? This strange space shrouded by the universe furnace's illusory phantom is practically my home ground. It will be my victory in the end. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5715, Information. The emergence of the universe furnace's projection triggered various changes among the human race and the Black Ink clan. The biggest change was that both the human race and the Black Ink clan recalled all their forces. Although there were no large-scale battles in any of the great territory battlefields, there are many small skirmishes throughout the lands. After all, the newly advanced rising stars of the human race and the Black Ink clan were constantly seeking out strong enemies to challenge and improve themselves. Be that as it may, more than a dozen great territory battlefields instantly became calm and peaceful soon after the universe of Furnace's projection appeared in the world. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan withdrew all their outside forces. Nobody dared to make any rash moves before they figured out the mysteries and details of the universe furnace. At the end of the day, the human race had a slightly better understanding of the universe furnace. They had various sources, such as the records written in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises, the stories narrated by the elders who lived long enough to hear about the previous opening, the teachings from the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and the information obtained from Bloodcrow's personal experience. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan did not have such rich sources of information. Throughout history, the projections of the universe furnace would almost always appear on the Black Ink battlefield whenever it manifested. There were occasional appearances in the 3,000 worlds, but those incidents were very rare. In the past, the Black Ink clan had some understanding of the universe furnace too, but the Black Ink clansmen who were active on the Black Ink battlefield previously had been annihilated during the human race army's crusade. Even the royal lords had been slaughtered to the last. So how could the information be handed down to the current Black Ink clan? The current Black Ink clan consisted only of members who recently emerged from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, so they had never experienced the emergence of the universe furnace before. All they could do was respond according to the small amount of information provided by the Black Ink disciples and the reactions of the human race. Under Imo Naye's orders, countless innate territory lords across the great territory battlefields were transferred back to the No Return Pass to await further orders, news that was quickly relayed to the human race. The mobilization of so many innate territory lords was bound to result in a disparity in the balance of power between the human race and the Black Ink clan. In the past, this would have been a good chance for the human race to make an aggressive counterattack. However, the human race did not make any moves against the Black Ink clan and simply focused on preparing for the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace. Compared to the gains and losses that could be obtained on the great territory battlefields, the universe furnace, which represented the greatest opportunity in the world, was undoubtedly what the human race valued more at the moment. As time passed, numerous armies led by many masters traveled to the periphery of the void where the universe furnace's projections were located under the orders of the higher-ups of both the human race and the Black Ink clan. Both parties faced off against each other across the void shrouded by the illusory phantoms. The Black Ink clan was acting as though they were determined to prevent the human race from seizing the opportunities in the universe furnace at all costs. Naturally, the human race would never back down. Nevertheless, it was foreseeable that a massive war between the Black Ink clan and the human race would break out once the universe furnace fully emerged. There were more than a dozen projections scattered across the great territory battlefields. Therefore, the deployment of personnel and the organization of the armies were the greatest considerations of the leaders of the Black Ink clan and the human race. Both Mi Jingluan of the human race and Mo Naiyi of the Black Ink clan had each deployed their troops to counter the other. A storm was coming. As the days went by, the atmosphere on the great territory battlefields became increasingly oppressive. Nevertheless, the armies of both the Black Ink clan and the human race did not dare to make any moves without explicit orders from above, lest they trigger a war in advance. At this time, there were many high-ranked Black Ink nests and innate territory lords missing from the No Return Pass. Somewhere in the void shrouded by the projection of the universe furnace, located in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, Xianxia finally exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. It had been several months since he first entered this place. Now, filled with energy, he slowly stood up and even brazenly gave a lazy stretch. Several months of recuperation allowed him to recover all of his strength. The last battle with the innate territory lords, followed by the intense pursuit by Immortal, had left him severely wounded and exhausted. It was fortunate that his physique was extremely tough, and thanks to his potent dragon vein, it was not difficult for him to recover as long as nobody was disturbing him. As soon as Xianxia showed movement, the innate territory lords trapped in this place instantly tensed up in response. In stark contrast to the ruddy complexion on Xianxia's face, their auras were weak and unstable. There was no helping this, as they could not heal as Xianxia could in this space, so their wounds had not gotten any better even after being trapped in this space for so long. Watching Xianxia get to his feet with a lazy stretch, the complexions of the territory lords turned ashen. Looking panicked, many of them cast pleading looks at Immortal in a silent prayer for help. Although Immortal had known that this day would come sooner or later, Xianxia's recovery speed still shocked him. He did not wait for Xianxia to make any moves and quickly opened his mouth to speak. Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan promises to provide 30% of our cultivation resources as agreed in the past. We will not withhold any resources or delay any of the deliveries. Xianxia turned around, but said nothing as he simply gave Immortal a silent grin. Immortal gritted his teeth and snarled, 50%. Xianxia put his hands behind his back with a leisurely expression on his face. The war is about to begin. Do you really think we have the time to be bargaining about such trivial matters? 30%? 50%? What does any of that matter? It wouldn't make a difference, even if you offered 100%. I don't have time to hang around outside the no-return pass anymore. It was enough that he had been extorting resources from the Black Ink clan for the past 1,000 years or so, and similar opportunities would not come again in the future. That was why it was impossible for Immortal to offer those cultivation resources in exchange for the lives of these innate territory lords. What do you want then, Brother Yang? Immortal asked solemnly. There were dozens of innate territory lords trapped in this space. However, he was helpless to protect them. The situation left him feeling extremely heartbroken and powerless. Xianxia casually summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and gave it a little twirl. At the same time, he pushed his space principles and walked towards the territory lord closest to him. Space rippled in his wake, making it seem as though he was walking on the surface of a calm lake. The mysterious space that left Immortal and the innate territory lords completely vulnerable and helpless seemed no different from the flat ground under his feet. Watching Xianxia gradually approach him, the territory lord tried to flee in terror. Unfortunately, his speed was slower than a turtle's crawl despite his best efforts. By the time Xianxia reached him, he had only managed to cover a distance of less than a meter. It was not that he had only moved by 1 meter. On the contrary, he had actually traveled quite far, but with the folded nature of the surrounding space, that distance was equal to 1 meter. Xianxia pointed his spear at the territory lord and turned to look at Immortal. One piece of information in exchange for the life of a territory lord. Information? Immortal raised an eyebrow at those words. Yes, information regarding the universe furnace that is valuable and unknown to me, Xianxia smiled. A few months ago, he had been tricked by Immortal on this matter, but so what if he had fallen for that ruse? Now that the lives of these innate territory lords were at risk, how could Immortal continue to keep the information he possessed a secret? Immortal was certainly decisive and immediately inquired, "Does the information I told you earlier count, Brother Yang?" Naturally, he was referring to the information he disclosed to Xianxia a few months ago about how the universe furnace's illusory phantom had appeared in more than one place. Xianxia frowned and pondered for a while. Then he removed his spear. "Fine, I won't take advantage of you. That one counts." Having escaped from death, the territory lord had a look of lingering fear on his face, his entire body drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Xianxia strolled over to the next territory lord nearby and turned to look at Immortal again. Immortal did not even bother to wait for Xianxia to speak and promptly offered an answer. According to the information obtained by the Blacking clan, profound nether territory also has a projection of the universe furnace. Is there really more than one projection? What does that mean? Xianxia frowned deeply. How can the universe furnace's illusory phantom be in two places at once? In that case, where will the universe furnace emerge? He did not suspect that Immortality was deceiving him. After all, Immortality would not dare to do something that reckless in this situation. Nodding lightly, he sidestepped the territory lord with the spear pointed at him and came to the third territory lord. Immortality sounded a little guilty as he muttered, Azure Sun territory also has an illusory phantom of the universe furnace. Xianxia raised a brow at those words and glared at Immortality. Nevertheless, he moved on and came to stand in front of the next territory lord. Before Immortality could speak, Xianxia interjected, Don't tell me. Did the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear on another great territory battlefield? Immortality smiled awkwardly. Well, there's one in Twin Poles territory too. Xianxia laughed angrily but grudgingly nodded in respect. Good. Count it as my loss. Judging by what you've said so far, do all of the great territory battlefields have projections? Immortality kept his mouth shut and considered his answer carefully. Before he could respond, Xianxia raised a hand to stop him. I was just talking to myself. You don't need to answer the question. More importantly, I do not want to hear any more about the other locations of the illusory phantoms. Immortality sighed heavily. But, Brother Yang, what I've told you so far is indeed information that you didn't know. You've always been an honest man. Are you going back on your word now? Xianxia raised his chin with a rebellious expression on his face. What? Haven't you heard the phrase, people under the eaves have to bow their heads? Immortality was absolutely annoyed. Xianxia muttered under his breath. Judging by the information so far, does the universe furnace's illusory phantom appear in places where a large number of living beings lost their lives? What about the barren territory? What about the primordial heavens source grand restriction? While speaking, Xianxia studied Immortality's reaction carefully. Unfortunately, Immortality was a cunning man, so how could he slip up at such a moment? Xianxia snapped angrily. Enough. Is there an illusory phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory? Tell me honestly. This will count as a piece of information. Upon hearing those words, Immortality finally nodded, yes. Then he added a casual compliment. You're very quick-witted, Brother Yang. The truth is I've also speculated that there is an illusory phantom of the universe furnace at the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Unfortunately, we have no means of confirming the situation. Xianxia couldn't help teasing. Have you lost contact with the primordial heavens source grand restriction? Immortality was expressionless, but he neither confirmed nor denied the statement. Xianxia frowned again. The locations where the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear are all places where a large number of powerful masters have lost their lives in battle, including this place. A lot of innate territory lords died here. Does the Black Ink clan know anything about the relationship between these two factors? Immortality shook his head. No, the Black Ink clan doesn't know much about the universe furnace. The human race might know something. As he spoke, Immortality secretly thought to himself in his heart, it looks like Xianxia is completely clueless about the universe furnace. Otherwise, he would not have asked so many superficial questions. Xianxia did not bother wasting his time and energy on threatening another innate territory lord. Instead, he stood in place and declared, What other information do you have? Tell me everything. I am a man who means what he says. A piece of valuable information in exchange for the life of one territory lord. That makes 5 pieces of information from earlier. Immortality confirmed. I know. Xianxia agreed irritably. Immortality seemed greatly reassured by those words. After considering his answer for some time, he began talking. The illusory phantoms of a universe furnace are most likely some kind of projection. It's impossible to tell where the universe furnace itself is hiding, but its projection is displayed at various places thanks to its mysterious powers. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5716, Tracing Back to the Roots. A projection. Xianxia frowned. This was not something he had considered. He only thought that the situation was rather strange. If the universe furnace was about to emerge, then why did more than a dozen or so illusory phantoms appear across the various great territory battlefields? There was even one here. On the other hand, if these illusory phantoms were just projections of the universe furnace, then the situation would make much more sense. Was this information obtained by the Black Ink clan? Xianxia inquired, and Mo Nai shook his head as he replied, "It's my guess." Xianxia nodded lightly. There was no need to doubt Mo Nai's intentions too much. Based on the information he possessed at the moment, he would probably come to the same conclusion if he had the time to calm down and analyze the situation. What else? Xianxia probed further, and Mo Nai pondered in silence for a moment. Based on my observations, the projections are slowly solidifying. I'm sure you've noticed as well, Brother Yang. It has been several months since the projections first appeared. By my estimation, it will take another 2 years for the projection to completely materialize. I speculate that the universe furnace will only appear in the world once the projections have fully solidified. Looking around, Xianxia examined the degree of projection solidification compared to a few months ago and did some estimation, arriving at the same conclusion as Mo Nai. At the current rate, it would indeed take 2 years for the projection to solidify completely. Although the time of the universe furnace's emergence can roughly be determined, the location of its emergence remains a mystery. There are more than 10 projections at different locations, so it is difficult to determine the exact location of the universe furnace's emergence. Nevertheless, I believe there are 2 possibilities. What are the 2 possibilities? Xianxia questioned, and Mo Nai glanced at Xianxia in resentment. After being enemies for so many years, they were very familiar with each other by now. Xianxia's actions might seem rash and impulsive, but he only took them after much consideration. With his intelligence and the information he just received, it would not be difficult for him to reach his own conclusions if he bothered to put his mind to work on the matter. However, he was either too lazy to think for himself, or he was trying to figure out just how much information the Black Ink clan had gathered. That was why he was holding the lives of these territory lord hostage in exchange for information. Unfortunately, there was nothing Mo Nai could do in retaliation. The first possibility is that the universe furnace's true body will randomly appear at one of the locations of the projections, and the rest of the projections are mere illusions. Mo Nai expressed his conjectures, not daring to conceal anything. In any case, he was simply guessing as well, so there was no harm in sharing. The second possibility is all the projections are closely connected to the true body. Hence, the universe furnace will appear wherever the projections are located. Xianxia listened seriously and nodded lightly. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Indeed, these are the only 2 possibilities. It was not difficult to form these conjectures based on the existing information. Be that as it may, neither Mo Nai nor Xianxia was aware of something crucial. The true body of the universe furnace would not be revealed even when these projections solidified. In fact, this supreme treasure had never been seen before throughout the long course of history. On the contrary, these projections would simply transform into entrances leading into the universe furnace once they were fully solidified. The so-called opportunities were hidden inside the universe furnace. It was not that Mo Nai and Xianxia were dull-witted, just that the information they possessed was too little for them to form an accurate conjecture. Besides, they both had preconceived notions about the universe furnace. Since it was called the universe furnace, they naturally assumed that it was something akin to a mysterious alchemy furnace. How could they have known that this alchemy furnace would contain a sealed world of its own? Mo Nai did not continue speaking. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he had no other valuable information to share. Hence, he immediately started racking his brains for anything he could think of. Xianxia did not pester Mo Nai either. Sinking deep into thought, he suddenly recalled something. He honestly did not know much about the universe furnace. The only knowledge he had was that the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills that could help a cultivator break through their inherent shackles. However, he only heard that the world would be thrown into a storm of bloodshed whenever the universe furnace emerged. At the time, Xianxia had not known much about the 3,000 worlds. His cultivation was also quite low, which resulted in a shallow understanding of that statement. He had simply assumed that a supreme treasure was something everybody would want to obtain, so the so-called storm of bloodshed would be caused by the infighting between the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. It would now seem that his assumption had been incorrect. For countless years since the late ancient era, the cave heavens and paradises had committed their elites to the Black Ink battlefield to wage a never-ending war against the Black Ink clan. All Ninth Order Old Ancestors also resided on the Black Ink battlefield to guard the Great Passes. There might be many cave heavens and paradises, but they had always been united against their common enemy, with an external enemy threatening them. How could the masters of the cave heavens and paradises create a storm of bloodshed over the opportunities that could be found in the universe furnace? The old ancestors would never allow such foolishness to occur. If the universe furnace were to appear, they would step forward to manage the situation themselves. If that were the case, then where would the storm of bloodshed come from? Xianxia soon realized something important. According to the information he received from Immortality, the projections of the universe furnace seemed to appear in places where a large number of living beings had died in battle. When the universe furnace appeared in the world recently, the projections had appeared on the various Great Territory battlefields, the Barren Territory, the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, and even this place. This was the best evidence to support that statement. If this was the case now, then what about the past? Although there had been conflicts in the 3,000 worlds in the past, there were also minor conflicts between various sects. Even if there were any casualties during these conflicts, the cultivation of these deceased cultivators would not be high. Unlike the tranquility in the 3,000 worlds, the war had never ceased on the Black Ink battlefield. Every time the Black Ink clan attacked any of the Great Passes, massive numbers of living beings would lose their lives. If the number of deaths and the strength of the fall cultivators were related to the criteria for the projections of the universe furnace to appear, then the Black Ink battlefield undoubtedly met these requirements. By that logic, had the projections of the universe furnace always appeared on the Black Ink battlefield whenever the universe furnace manifested in the world in the past? In that case, the so-called storm of bloodshed could be explained. It was not caused by the internal struggles among the human race, but the confrontation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Xianxia suddenly recalled that he had obtained a few innate open heaven pills from the Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After he left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Lan Yu Ruo had gone into retreat and attempted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Xianxia had given her an innate open heaven pill to help boost her chances of success, but she ultimately did not need it. He later took the time to examine those innate open heaven pills carefully and discovered that the medicinal efficacies were indeed more potent and profound compared to ordinary open heaven pills. However, they did not contain any miraculous effects. He then proceeded to toss them somewhere and forgot about them. At the time, Xianxia speculated that those open heaven pills were too old and had not been preserved properly, which caused their medicinal efficacies to deteriorate over the millennia. He had felt a slight sense of regret, thinking that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had wasted such precious resources. Looking back now, he realized that the medicinal efficacies of the innate open heaven pills should not have deteriorated even if they were improperly preserved. The only explanation was that those open heaven pills themselves were not as miraculous as the rumors proclaimed. In that case, where did the rumors about the universe furnace that were passed down from ancient times come from? Also, the Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Since he managed to obtain innate open heaven pills, did that mean he had the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? Be that as it may, he had clearly never gone to the Black Ink battlefield before. Where did he get the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? He was not from the cave heavens or paradises after all. How did he obtain the qualifications for the opportunity? Looks like it's time for me to have a chat with Blood Crow. Xianxia silently made up his mind. He was certain he could gain a lot from speaking with Blood Crow, but he had to escape from this place first. Xianxia was getting excited when Immortality finally thought of a topic worth mentioning. Brother Yang, don't you think this place is a little strange? Xianxia replied indifferently. A supreme treasure is present. It's only natural for something strange to happen. Immortality nodded. That's true. The space here is extremely twisted and distorted. Since it comes from the projection of the universe furnace's true body, then there must be a close connection between them. You're proficient in the Tao of space, Brother Yang. Why don't you try to trace it back to its source and locate the universe furnace's true body? You might find something if you can do that. Xianxia glanced at Immortality in surprise. To be honest, he had not considered such a possibility. It was more accurate to say that he had not even considered things from this angle in the first place. Immortality must have been forced into a desperate situation for him to come up with such a great idea. Thus, Xianxia nodded at Immortality in respect. Although I know you don't have the best intentions, just this idea alone is worth 3 lives. Immortality did not know what expression to make, so he simply squeezed out a forced smile. This thought had indeed been an impromptu idea, but he had to admit he had another purpose. If Xianxia could use the Tao of space to determine the location of a universe furnace's true body, then the Blacking clan could prepare specific countermeasures in a targeted manner. Therefore, Immortality immediately concentrated on the movements around Xianxia. He watched intently as Xianxia sat down cross-legged and surged his space principles in an attempt to trace the mysterious roots of this place. Xianxia initially had little gain from his efforts. The space in this place was extremely warped and distorted. Even if he could use his understanding of the Tao of space to eliminate the influence of this warped space on his movements, he had little success in tracing the roots of the strange phenomenon occurring here. Nevertheless, he suddenly recalled his cow punch secret technique. The principle of cow punch was to track the enemy's aura back to its source. It was a secret technique specifically made to target the small universe of his enemies. He even managed to slaughter a 9th Order Black Ink disciple with this secret technique. If something as ethereal as a small universe can be traced back to the roots, what more the true body of a universe furnace? Xianxia acted as soon as the thought occurred to him. The space principles around his body became more and more ethereal, almost as though he was about to melt into the void. He slowly moved his hands as though plucking at invisible strings, trying to trace everything back to its origin. While Xianxia was working hard, the Blacking clansmen were secretly communicating with each other through a constant stream of divine sense transmissions. Although Immortality had made an agreement with Xianxia that the lives of each territory lord would be spared in exchange for a piece of information, the information provided was clearly far from enough. There were several dozen territory lords trapped in this place. How much information could Immortality realistically provide? At best, it would be amazing if Xianxia could spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the rest, they would not be able to escape his murderous reach. Hence, they had to come up with a self-protection strategy before Xianxia started taking action. Otherwise, there is no guarantee whose life would be spared by Xianxia. Martial Peak, Chapter 5717, Chaotic Space. At this time, the best option was to attack Xianxia while he was distracted. Unfortunately, the territory lords were under the effects of the folded space. So how could they attack him when they couldn't even approach him? It was even more impossible for them to escape from this space. Trapped in this place and affected by the layers of overlapping space, they were no different from flies caught in a spider web. It was truly a pathetic situation. Despite much deliberation, the Blacking clan could not figure out a solution to their miserable situation. The realization filled them with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Without warning, the void suddenly trembled like the surface of a beaten drum. The vibration was so strong that all the trapped territory lords could feel the movement clearly. Startled, they looked around in bewilderment and discovered that the source of the trembling seemed to be coming from Xianxia's direction. Xianxia's eyes were tightly closed. In the space around him, space principles fluctuated and various Tao strengths danced. When he pointed a finger forward, countless ripples spread out from his position. The ripples continued on endlessly, extending into the inexplicable depths of the void. As time passed, the number of ripples grew. Even the trembling in the local space became increasingly violent. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling that his suggestion for Yangkai to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their source had been an extremely terrible decision. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he abruptly felt a sense of crisis flooding his heart. He hastily surged his black ink strength and condensed a layer of defense around himself. In the next moment, he felt an invisible and intangible force slicing across his body, cutting through the black ink strength condensed around his figure and carving into his flesh. In spite of his immense strength, Xianxia felt a stabbing pain burst through his body. He quickly shifted his position and looked back. At the spot where he had been standing earlier, a portion of the space slid sideways like a piece of broken mirror before quickly returning to normal. The force that had sliced across his body earlier was a tiny void crack. His expression changed drastically at the sight, and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yang, please stop." The territory lords did not know why Xianxia was panicking all of a sudden, so they all turned to look in his direction. At that moment, one of the territory lords abruptly felt an inexplicable sense of pain in his body. His vision seemed to tilt to the side, then turned upside down. What entered his sight was a body that had been cleanly sliced into two at a diagonal angle. The incision at the wound was as smooth as the edges of a mirror, and black blood gushed out from the opening. This severed body looks so familiar. A strange thought entered his mind, but he quickly came to a realization. Isn't that my body? He lowered his head to look, and sure enough, his lower half had been severed. Everything was so sudden that he failed to notice any abnormality before. Terrified, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Sir Xianxia, save me!" But what could Xianxia do? At this moment, Xianxia looked so gloomy that he was practically oozing depression. He could only watch helplessly as the two parts of the territory lord's body separated. Although the territory lord's blood poured out continuously, his vitality was very strong, so it would take some time before he died. The space has become chaotic. Defend yourselves with all your might. Xianxia called out loudly. After hearing Xianxia's warning, the territory lord finally came back to their senses and hastily summoned their strength to guard themselves. Although Xianxia did not know what Yangkai was doing, his perception was not wrong. The whole space had gotten extremely chaotic due to Yangkai's actions. This was a strange place formed by the distortion of countless layers of space folded over each other in the first place. These layers of folded space resembled pieces of a broken mirror that fit well together in the beginning. In short, there were no issues with the original arrangement, as things were relatively static or at least changing at a slow pace. However, the space where these mirrors used to be pieced together had now become mobile and disordered due to Yangkai's actions. The upper body of the dead territory lord had been located in one of the layers of the folded space, while his lower body had been located in a different one. When the two layers of folded space abruptly separated due to the distortion, his body had also been sliced apart as a result. Territory lords were very strong, and if they had been at their peak strength, it would have been impossible for them to be sliced apart so easily. Unfortunately, the territory lords here were all arrows at the end of their flight, on top of being heavily wounded. In this situation, they were completely defenseless against such a strange attack. Nobody knew whether their position was safe because the layers of folded space shifted around at random. Screams of agony periodically rang out from among the territory lords. It was a pity, but black ink strength condensed around their bodies could hardly stop the sharp space principles from slicing them apart. Within a short span of time, more territory lords lost their lives as their bodies were severed into pieces. This situation left Xianxia feeling both horrified and furious. "Brother Yang, please stop quickly." At this moment, he deeply regretted his earlier words. Why did I suggest Yang Kai trace the location of the universe furnace's true body with his mastery over the Tao of space? Space was an extremely mysterious Tao in the first place, and the space here was already so peculiar. Nothing good would happen to Black Ink Clan masters like themselves after Yang Kai began fiddling with it. Suddenly, there was another scream. Nai glanced over only and saw the body of another territory lord separating into two parts. The territory lord's eyes were filled with pure terror and resentment. He did not expect to lose his life in such an inexplicable manner after managing to survive so many crises until now. Brother Yang, Nai roared angrily. Shut up. Yang Kai did not even bother to open his eyes. Although he was concentrating fully on tracing the location of the universe furnace's true body, he retained some awareness of the surrounding situation. He had not expected the current situation to occur, but it was quite a stroke of good fortune for him. How could he give up just because Nai asked him to stop? In any case, their previous agreement indicated that he only needed to spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the others, it would be even better for him if all of them died. It would even save him the trouble of killing them himself. Nai gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. They were enemies in the first place, not to mention they were engaged in a life-and-death clash just a few months ago. What was the point of begging Yang Kai now? All Nai could do was record his loss for today. If he had a chance in the future, he would return the debt 100-fold. The territory lords were tense and nervous. Although they constantly changed positions while simultaneously activating their power to protect themselves, the attacks caused by the distortion of space came with no warning whatsoever. It was very difficult to defend against these attacks. In the end, those destined for death would lose their lives no matter how hard they tried. Even Nai was inadvertently wounded. Fortunately for him, he was strong and in good condition, so there was no threat to his life for the time being, but it was hard to say what would happen if the situation dragged on. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. More than a dozen territory lords had lost their lives by now, and the space within the projection of the universe furnace was scattered with severed limbs. The wounds on these severed limbs were extremely smooth, and a large amount of black blood now floated around in the void. Yang Kai suddenly paused with a slight frown on his face. It was not that he could no longer continue his search, or that he had not gained anything from his efforts. The truth was that he had indeed been able to trace the universe furnace's aura, but it was difficult for him to determine its exact location. More importantly, Yang Kai had a feeling that something beyond his control would happen if he persisted in his attempt. It was difficult to deduce whether the phenomenon would be good or bad, but he had the feeling that it was not very dangerous since he did not detect any warning signals. To be on the safe side, though, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Yang Kai looked up at the disheveled Nai with an almost imperceptible light flashing through his eyes. A group of territory lords had tragically lost their lives during the events earlier, while even a pseudo-royal lord like Nai had been wounded, although the latter's injuries did not seem serious. There was no denying that Yang Kai was no match for a pseudo-royal lord like Nai in a one-on-one battle, but his proficiency in the Tao of space meant that Nai could not hurt him either when he was at his peak. Now, however, Yang Kai might just have a chance to kill Nai in this space within the projection of the universe furnace. If he carried on with his previous exploration, he could cause constant damage to Nai. Then, he would make his move when Nai's injuries had accumulated to a critical degree. Let's see if he could survive that. Nai regarded Yang Kai as an enormous threat to the Black Ink Clan. How could Yang Kai not be wary of Nai? Nai could be considered an anomaly in the Black Ink Clan. If Yang Kai could remove Nai from the equation, Royal Lord you would lose an exceptionally dependable helper. In the future, the human race would also have one less threat to worry about in the final war. I have to thank Nai for suggesting such a convenient and effective method to me. Seeming to sense the malice in Yang Kai's gaze, Nai's expression changed slightly. They had been enemies for so many years now, so how could he fail to realize what Yang Kai was thinking? He suddenly felt bitter and resentful. His suggestion not only caused heavy casualties to the territory lords, but he might also have doomed himself to a miserable death. The entire situation left a bitter taste in his mouth. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a rock only to smash it onto his foot. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly climbed to his feet when their gazes met. Under the watchful gaze of Emo Na Yi and the many territory lords, he leisurely walked towards the outside. The distorted and folded space did not hinder his movement. It did not take long before he arrived at the edge of the projection. "Are you leaving, Brother Yang?" In the end, Emo Na Yi could not stop himself and blurted out the question. It would be wondrous news if Yang Kai were to leave this place. But how could Yang Kai possibly depart so easily? He had clearly seen the malice in Yang Kai's eyes earlier. "What? Do you expect me to stay behind and chat with you instead?" Yang Kai replied without much thought. Thanks to his mastery of the Tao of space, he easily stepped out of the folded space. Seeing that scene, Yi felt a strange feeling wash over him. This guy? It turns out that he could have really left at any time. Trapped inside this space within the projection, even a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Na Yi was powerless. He couldn't find a way out, but it was no trouble for Yang Kai at all. While he did not know the meaning behind Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai's departure was good news for him. At the very least, he would no longer be in danger once Yang Kai was gone. Besides, he had secretly made arrangements in advance. As long as Yang Kai dared to stray far enough, then those arrangements would come in handy. Emo Na Yi stared after Yang Kai's back expectantly, hoping that Yang Kai would venture further into the distance. However, Yang Kai only took 2 steps before he abruptly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Emo you, I spared the lives of your territory lords, yet you dare try to ambush me?" As soon as those words rang out, Emo Na Yi's expression changed drastically. "Were we discovered? That's impossible. I even specially warned them not to expose their whereabouts when I asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with the territory lords." Not to mention, he had secretly observed his surroundings and confirmed that the Black Ink clansmen had hidden themselves very well. It was impossible for them to be discovered so quickly. So how did Yang Kai discover them? There were indeed reinforcements that Emo Na Yi had arranged beforehand outside the projection. The greatest difficulty in dealing with an enemy like Yang Kai was his space secret techniques. Even if they were stronger than him, it was meaningless if they could neither capture him nor restrain him. For example, the Black Ink clan once had an opportunity to annihilate Yang Kai in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Unfortunately, Wu had wasted the opportunity back then. When Emo Na Yi chased Yang Kai into this strange place several months ago, he quickly realized that he had been tricked. At the same time, he was keenly aware that this was a rare opportunity to remove Yang Kai once and for all. Martial Peak, Chapter 5718, Checkmate. Yang Kai had been severely wounded at the time. Eager to treat his injuries, he had trapped himself inside the projection to recuperate from his wounds. Nevertheless, there was no denying that he could not move around freely for some time. For that reason, Emo Na Yi had used the miniature Black Ink nest to contact the no-return pass and asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with some Black Ink clan masters. Since the royal lord took charge of defending the no-return pass, he had not left it again. The only exception was when Yang Kai caused a ruckus in the no-return pass and the royal lord chased after him, resulting in only greater disaster. After that debacle, the royal lord never left the no-return pass again, especially when Yang Kai began loitering around nearby, as the latter posed a massive threat. MOU subsequently became the most important force which ensured the safety and stability of the no-return pass. Nobody knew when Yang Kai might suddenly cause another ruckus. Under these circumstances, how could MOU dare to leave the no-return pass at will? He was practically a hostage to Yang Kai's whims, unable to move around freely whatsoever. Be that as it may, Emo Na Yi had mobilized the one and only royal lord in the Black Ink clan in this endeavor to ensure the success of his plans. It could be seen that his determination and courage were unordinary. In addition, There were many innate territory lords who had been transferred here from the front lines. They were hiding in the shadows and waiting for the signal to attack. Everything had been prepared in advance. As long as Xianxia escaped from his prison, they would unleash an unrestrained assault on him. There was only one inconvenient factor in these plans, and that was this strange space within the projection. According to Mo Naye's speculations, there was a high probability that Xianxia could come and go freely from this space, and was essentially invulnerable once inside of it. If Xianxia was to detect any danger when he left the confines of this prison, he could simply seek shelter inside again to protect himself. After all, this strange and eerie space within the projection was practically a natural fortress to him. Therefore, Mo Naye and Mo Yu had secretly discussed their plans in advance. They decided to wait until Xianxia was some distance away from the projection before the Royal Lord made his move to keep Xianxia as busy as possible for some time. Doing so, the territory lords who were carrying the necessary array boards and banners would have enough time to establish the heaven-sealing, earth-locking Grand Array. Once the Grand Array was activated, Xianxia would be trapped in place with no hope to escape. At that time, Mo Yu could freely annihilate Xianxia. The plan could be said to be foolproof in all aspects. Although there was no guarantee for a 100% success rate, the estimated success rate was in the 70% range. It was enough for the Black Ink clan to take a gamble and risk the possible dangers. The crux of this entire plan rested on how long Mo Yu could keep Xianxia distracted. As long as he could delay Xianxia for long enough, their plans would work perfectly. Therefore, Mo Naye was excited to see Xianxia leaving the projection, even though he did not understand the reason for Xianxia's sudden departure. Never did he imagine that his plans would be exposed before the trap could even be implemented, much less that the reason would be Mo Yu's failure to conceal his aura completely. Wait, that can't be right. It's impossible for the Royal Lord to be unable to conceal his aura. I've warned all of them so many times. Not to mention, the Black Ink clan has repeatedly suffered defeat at Xianxia's hands. There is no way the Royal Lord would relax his guard towards Xianxia. Damn it, Xianxia tricked us again. At that instant, Mo Naye realized the truth and opened his mouth to issue a warning. However, he was too late. A majestic aura erupted from somewhere in the void. The emergence of the aura was quickly followed by a black light that flew towards Xianxia at the speed of lightning. Mo Naye closed his eyes in sorrow. The sounds of battle between masters rang out from outside the projection, mixed with Xianxia's grunts. When Mo Naye opened his eyes again, he saw that Xianxia had retreated back into the space within the projection. Meanwhile, Royal Lord Mo Yu stood quietly outside the projection with a pair of fleshy wings spread out behind his back. Countless bone spurs that resembled fangs protruded from his wings, making him seem absolutely terrifying. Xianxia's arms were trembling uncontrollably, blood dripping profusely from them. He had suffered a direct blow from a true royal lord and nearly broke both his arms as a result. But instead of frowning, he was laughing. Furthermore, his laughter sounded extremely mocking. Royal Lord Mo Yu stood outside the projection with a grim expression and scowled at Xianxia for a while. Glancing at Mo Naye's dull look, Mo Yu seemed to understand something and snorted coldly. It was not that he was easily deceived. The truth was the exact opposite. The Black Ink clan simply had too much vigilance towards Xianxia. When Xianxia spoke just now, Mo Yu's first instinct was that he had been discovered. Everything would be for naught once Xianxia activated space principles and escaped. Hence, he believed that he would miss the opportunity to make his move if he did not attack now. It was the reason why he had acted so decisively. Unfortunately, Xianxia was only a short distance away from the projection. Although he was struck by the unexpected blow, he had quickly retreated back into the projection. Numerous figures appeared from their hiding spots and slowly gathered around Mo Yu. These figures were all innate territory lords. They were originally supposed to set up the 4 gates, 8 palaces, great pagoda array, while the royal lord was keeping Xianxia busy. However, they no longer knew what to do in this situation and could only wait quietly for further orders from the royal lord. Staring at Mou through the projection, Xianxia swung his arms lightly. Then he chuckled and turned to look back at Mou. The Black Ink clan sure is hospitable. Mou responded calmly. There is no need for you to test the waters if you already expected an ambush, Brother Yang. You could have just asked me, and I would have given you an honest answer. At this moment, Mou was certain about one thing. Xianxia predicted that he would make various secret arrangements in advance. That was why he had taken the initiative to step out of the projection as an experiment, and the results revealed that his predictions were indeed extremely accurate. Just as how Mou had a deep understanding of Xianxia's character, Xianxia also had a good grasp of Mou's thought process after so many years of rivalry. In fact, it would be strange for the Black Ink clan to ignore such a great opportunity. Who could have known whether you were speaking the truth? There are some things one can only learn after seeing it with their own eyes. Mou, you have deeply disappointed me. Xianxia shook his head slowly. I was going to spare the lives of these territory lords, but it looks like I cannot afford to be merciful towards the Black Ink clan. Mou smiled indifferently. The Black Ink clan has already sacrificed so many innate territory lords just to annihilate you, Brother Yang. Losing a few more wouldn't make a difference. His statement made the trapped territory lords turn pale with fright. Meanwhile, he continued talking, but Brother Yang, what difference does it make even if you slaughtered all the territory lords trapped inside this space? Will that help you escape? Indeed, there's nothing the Black Ink clan can do to you at the moment. However, this space will eventually return to normal once the projection completely solidifies in 2 years. At that time, the Black Ink clan will only need to prepare a grand array in advance. With the Royal Lord personally leading the attack, you will be nothing more than a turtle hiding in its shell. Brother Yang, this place is where you will meet your doom. Mou, who had been standing quietly outside the projection, decisively issued the order when he heard those words. Set up the formation. The territory lords, standing idly behind him, immediately scattered in all directions and surrounded the local region where the projection was located with the grand array banners in their hands. It did not take long before the 4 gates, 8 palaces great pagoda array was formed, sealing this section of the void. Mou stared at the projection in front of him, eager to charge forward. Although he had heard about the strangeness of this space from Mou, he was tempted to enter the space anyway. Nevertheless, he decided to give up on the idea after further consideration. Mou was not very different from him in terms of raw strength, the only difference being that the latter could only exert about 80% of his maximum power. Seeing as the trapped Mou was absolutely incapable of attacking Xianxia inside the space, Mou realized that he would most likely face the same situation if he were to enter. Hence, he decided not to embarrass himself with futile actions. This strange space was not something that could be overcome with strength alone. While the territory lords were busy preparing the grand array, Xianxia simply watched quietly without trying to stop them. In any case, there was nothing he could do to stop them, even if he wanted to. It was just as Mou had said. The current situation was a death sentence to him. The heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand array had sealed the space around him. Once he lost the protection provided by the universe furnace's projection, he would have to face Mou directly. A situation like that would only lead to a disastrous ending for him. The projection was slowly becoming solid over time, and at this rate, it would probably fully manifest after 2 years. When that happened, Xianxia would become vulnerable to the attacks of the many Black Ink clan masters surrounding him. There had been many opportunities and coincidences inside the divine spirit ancestral land. Not to mention, the ancestral land had been favorable to him. That was how Xianxia managed to escape the crisis and even kill a master like Diwu back then, leaving the Black Ink clan with nothing to show for its efforts. Unfortunately, there were no external factors or geographical advantages that he could rely upon here. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than a true royal lord? At this moment, Many of the Black Ink clansmen were certain of their victory, even though they were trapped. On the contrary, Xianxia's future was bleak, even though he seemed as unrestrained as a fish in water. Be it Xianxia or the Black Ink clan, neither party knew that the projection would transform into an entrance to the universe furnace after the projection solidified completely. They also did not know that the universe furnace contained a sealed world, and the so-called opportunity had to be obtained inside of it. In other words, the Black Ink clan's efforts were futile no matter how well-made their plans were. Nevertheless, for Xianxia, who lacked this information, he was indeed stuck in a desperate situation. He had no means to escape in the face of absolute power. It could even be said that he had fallen right into the Black Ink clan's trap when he decided to plunge into this space within the projection. It was a pity that he had no other choice under the circumstances back then. Not only had he been an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was also being pursued by Immortal. He had urgently needed a place where he could properly treat his wounds, so plunging into the projection had been his only choice. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he grinned at Immortal. "I'm guessing you have a suggestion for me." Immortal laughed. "You know me well, Brother Yang. Speak." He bluntly said, "Sit quietly, don't do anything unnecessary, and restrain your aura. You might have a chance of survival in 2 years if you do that, Brother Yang." Xianxia inquired, "And where would that chance of survival come from?" Immortal replied, "That would depend entirely on how Sir Royal Lord plans to deal with you. If Sir Royal Lord considers you a threat, you will probably lose your life. But if Sir Royal Lord intends to spare your life so that you can contribute to the Black Ink clan instead, corrupting you with the Black Ink strength is not a bad idea either." Immortal was undoubtedly an intelligent man. Standing in front of the Royal Lord, he carefully made sure not to mention anything absolute. He always framed his words so that the final decision was up to Mou. The same was true when they set up the Grand Array earlier. Instead of directly issuing the orders to set up the Grand Array himself, Immortal simply dropped some hints here and there so that Mou would understand immediately. After all, issuing the orders directly would have put him under suspicion of overstepping his boundaries. It was for this reason that Mou had handed all authority over the Black Ink clan to Immortal for so many years without any concern. Immortal knew his place and limits. In that regard, Meng Ke, who was also a pseudo-royal lord, was not nearly as quick-witted. Outside the projection, Mou announced graciously, "I know you have a treasure in your small universe that prevents the corruption of Black Ink strength. If you sacrifice this treasure and allow me to personally corrupt you with the Black Ink strength, then I will spare your life." Xianxia laughed at those words. Lifting his slightly swollen arms, he casually cupped his fists. "In that case, allow me to thank you for the great consideration you've shown me, Sir Royal Lord." Martial Peak, Chapter 5719, Death Before Dishonor. For the Black Ink clan, it would definitely be highly beneficial if they could turn Xianxia into a Black Ink disciple. He was powerful, after all. If he could contribute to the Black Ink clan, he would be a significant boost in strength for them. Furthermore, he was part of the human race's higher-ups with extensive knowledge of their activities, so he would be able to provide the Black Ink clan with substantial inside information. More importantly, he had become a living symbol of hope to the human race over the years. Not only was his name practically a legend throughout the various Great Territory battlefields, but his outstanding achievements were also highly praised and admired by soldiers and civilians alike. In fact, his very existence struck fear into the hearts of all Black Ink clansmen. If such a symbol were to switch sides and turn upon his former comrades, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the human race. The Black Ink clan could not care less about ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they would willingly fight for the chance to corrupt Xianxia with Black Ink strength. There was more value in converting a person like Xianxia into a Black Ink disciple than killing him directly. When confronting Xianxia in the past, Mou had never even dreamt about corrupting him with Black Ink strength. He did not have that ability, after all. Even his chances of killing Xianxia were slim to none. Be that as it may, The emergence of the universe furnace's projection had turned the impossible into a possibility. He couldn't help becoming rather excited about such a prospect. On the other hand, Imo discerned the mocking tone in Yang Kai's words and gave a heavy sigh. "Brother Yang, why must you be so stubborn?" Yang Kai answered lightly. "Our paths are different, so it's impossible for us to truly cooperate with each other." He turned to look at Imo. "In any case, it is no loss for me if I drag a pseudo-royal lord and dozens of innate territory lords into the grave with me. Imo, between you and me, let's see which of us dies first." Imo's expression immediately darkened. In the next moment, Yang Kai began surging his space principles along with various Tao strengths, causing the space within the universe furnace's projection to become chaotic once more. The expressions of the trapped territory lords changed drastically at the sight. After their previous experience, how could they not know what was about to happen to them? They hastily drew upon their strength to protect themselves and became vigilant of their surroundings. Imo shouted, "Yang Kai, the human race has these sayings: a wise man will submit to the circumstances, and where there is life, there is hope." No matter how calm he seemed on the surface or how confident he was of Yang Kai's eventual defeat, he was the first to panic when Yang Kai showed so little regard for life. He desperately tried to persuade Yang Kai otherwise, hoping to arouse Yang Kai's desire to live. That was because he knew that the situation would not end well for him if Yang Kai continued in this manner. At this rate, he would not survive to see the end of the war, regardless of Yang Kai's eventual fate. It was indeed difficult for Yang Kai to be his opponent in a one-on-one battle, but that was on the premise that both of them were at their peak strength. If Yang Kai utilized the strange effects in this space to inflict heavy injuries onto him, then attacked once he was considerably weaker, Imo did not have the confidence to defend himself. At this moment, his life was tied to Yang Kai's. If he wanted to live, then he could not let Yang Kai die. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "There's another popular saying among us humans. Have you heard of the saying, 'It is better to have a piece of broken jade than lose a complete tile'? I'd rather die a glorious death than live on in dishonor." The fluctuations of space principles became increasingly violent. Under his efforts to trace the roots of the universe furnace, the space within the projection began to tremble and become disordered. The terrified screams of the territory lords rang out endlessly as a result. Even Imo was not spared. Streams of black blood constantly gushed out of his body, and the black ink strength protecting his figure was sliced to pieces by the chaotic space. He kept moving about and changing position, but that barely slowed the pace of his injuries. All of a sudden, a territory lord screamed in agony. His body had been sliced cleanly in two, and black blood gushed out of his wound. After suffering this critical blow, which caused him to lose all ability to protect himself, the two halves of his body were quickly carved into fragmented pieces. His screams gradually weakened, and his aura faded away. One after another, the territory lords were reduced to severed limbs and torn flesh due to the effects of the disordered space. At the same time, their auras gradually withered away into nothing. Outside the projection, Imo watched the situation in distress, so furious that he was practically spitting fire from his eyes. Imo had previously mobilized hundreds of innate territory lords as bait to besiege Yang Kai. Although many of these territory lords had died in battle, their deaths had value. Their sacrifice created an opportunity for Imo to remove Yang Kai once and for all. Therefore, Imo had not stopped Imo even though the sacrifices distressed him. He had tacitly allowed Imo to proceed with the plan. However, the deaths of those territory lords were meaningless now. The reason they went through the immense trouble of sneaking out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction and traveling for a dozen years just to arrive at the no-return pass was to contribute to the Black Ink clan's future prosperity. They had not come here just to die in vain. As things stood, nothing would change no matter how furious Imo became. Although both parties seemed to be separated by a few steps, It was as though they were living in two different worlds. He could not interfere with anything that was happening inside the projection. The space within the projection continued to tremble without end. The layers of folded space shifted in a chaotic manner, constantly bringing harm to the Black Ink clan. Xianxia had done this before. At the time, he stopped after causing the deaths of a dozen or so territory lords. That was because he had the vague feeling that something unpredictable would happen if the space within the projection remained turbulent for too long. The reason for the turbulence in the projection was the secret technique that he used to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body. The universe furnace's true body was hidden at some unknown location. It was because he was tracking the traces in reverse that the space within the projection became so disturbed and chaotic. If he wanted the space within the projection to keep oscillating, then he had to keep tracking the traces of the universe furnace's true body. In this way, some things would be rather difficult to predict. In reality, the other projections scattered throughout the different places were experiencing the same situation when Xianxia was causing the space within the projection to shake and become disordered. The universe furnace's true body itself was being affected, so the feedback was reflected in its projections. The masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan, who were closely monitoring the movements of the universe furnace's projection, could not understand the reason for the strange phenomenon. They did not understand what was happening to the universe furnace. In the suppressing Black Ink fortress located outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, many of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also at a loss. Xianxia asked Fu Guang for guidance. "Senior, what is happening? Why is the universe furnace experiencing such a strange development?" Fu Guang secretly thought to himself, "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" The Dragon Clan did not know much about the universe furnace, since there was no need for them to enter it and compete for opportunities. Besides, this was also the first time a projection of the universe furnace had appeared in front of him. As for why the space within the universe furnace's projection was trembling and disordered, it was only natural that he was as baffled as the others. After much deliberation, he could only claim that the heavens were unpredictable. His statement left the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters extremely confused. In the supreme headquarters of the human race, Mi Jingluan read through the numerous messages that had been sent with a frown on his face. Then, he looked up at Blood Crow, who was sitting beside him with a dense layer of aura lingering around his body. Is it normal for the universe furnace to experience strange developments before the projection becomes completely solidified? Blood Crow was puzzled. What kind of strange developments? Mi Jingluan handed the report over. Blood Crow took the report and glanced through the contents briefly before he shook his head. "I've never heard of such developments before. I don't think this happened last time." "You don't think?" Mi Jingluan stared at Blood Crow fixedly. Blood Crow looked slightly apologetic. Scratching his lower jaw, he explained himself. "Sir, as you know, I am not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. During the universe furnace's last appearance, an entrance happened to emerge in the 3,000 worlds. The cultivators in the 3,000 worlds were lucky enough to receive an opportunity to enter and explore the universe furnace. But the masters of the cave heavens and paradises were naturally the first to enter. Moreover, I was only in the 7th Order at the time and was placed at the outermost edges, being among the last to enter the universe furnace. As far as I can recall, though, nothing strange occurred to the universe furnace's projection last time. It remained very stable. From the day it appeared to the day it became completely solidified." Mi Jingluan nodded lightly, but he had a slightly worried look on his face. There had to be a reason for this unexpected situation to have happened. It was a pity that the human race had such a poor understanding of the universe furnace. Although Blood Crow had personally experienced the phenomenon in the past, the reality was just as he said. His situation at the time was rather awkward, as he was not a disciple of the cave heavens and paradises. Adding to that, he was only in the 7th Order at the time. Even though he managed to enter the universe furnace, the information he possessed was not comprehensive. Be that as it may, the information that he provided recently had been extremely helpful to the human race. At the very least, the human race far surpassed the Black Ink clan in terms of understanding of the internal environment of the universe furnace and the opportunities waiting for them inside. This information was invaluable to their current planning. Meanwhile, the innate territory lords died one after another inside the projection located outside the No Return Pass. Only half of them remain alive right now, and under Xianxia's constant influence, the vibration and the disorder in the space continued to intensify. The lives of the territory lords were hanging by a thread. Those who survived were not stronger than those who died earlier. They were just luckier than the rest. At this point, nobody knew when they might be the next unlucky one to meet their demise. The movement of the chaotic space came and went without warning. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not discern any clues whatsoever. All they could do was protect themselves as best as they could. Even so, their efforts were to no avail. Their condition was poor in the first place. Combined with the distortion of the chaotic space, they could not defend themselves from the injuries caused by the shifting of the folding space. Among the territory lords who survived by luck, many were missing arms and legs. They were as miserable as they could possibly be. In the beginning, they cried out for Immortality to save them, but they no longer shouted anymore, having realized that it was useless. Immortality couldn't even protect himself at the moment. It was only thanks to his immense cultivation that he was not in danger yet. Nevertheless, he was covered in wounds. Even his aura, which had initially been at its peak, had reduced considerably. If this were to continue, he would soon be facing the threat of death. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord more than 1,000 years ago, Immortality never imagined that he would be in such dire straits one day. The reason he tried so hard was that he wanted to gain the capital to influence the future of the war between the Black Ink clan and the human race. That was why he even risked his life to perform the source fusion technique and became a pseudo-royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, it was impossible for his life to be threatened unless he encountered a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, he had faced Xianxia over the years from the standpoint of somebody who was superior in strength. The worst outcome for his schemes and calculations was failure. As long as the royal lord continued to trust in him, he would not be implicated in any danger. To his horror, Immortality abruptly realized something crucial at this moment. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, he could barely protect himself in a confrontation against Xianxia. Diwu's death back then was not a fluke. Xianxia had always been capable of creating unimaginable miracles when he was caught in a desperate situation. Take this incident, for example. There was nothing wrong with Immortality's schemes, and everything had gone smoothly at the start. However, the universe furnace's projection just had to appear nearby, and the space within the projection just had to be so strange. Worst of all, Xianxia could even take advantage of the characteristics of this location to effortlessly slaughter the territory lords and threaten the life of a pseudo-royal lord like Immortality. Brother Yang, tell me, what is it that you want? Please speak freely. This Immortality will not refuse any request that can be satisfied. Why must we kill each other? At the critical moment between life and death, Immortality finally broke down. If he did not figure out a method to break this stalemate, he would die first regardless of whether or not Xianxia eventually survived. Martial Peak. Chapter 5720. Is this what you meant? Space principles along with various Tao strengths fluctuated wildly around Xianxia as he coldly snorted, "You can't give me what I want." Immortality calmed down upon hearing those words. He had been worried that Xianxia would ignore him and refuse to speak to him. Since Xianxia was talking to him, that could only mean that Xianxia had a request to make. The crisis today might not be unresolvable. He immediately raised his voice and said, "Sir Royal Lord is right here. Even if this Immortality is unable to satisfy your request, are you saying Sir Royal Lord would not be able to? But, Brother Yang, I hope you don't make any unrealistic demands." His greatest fear was that Xianxia would demand that the Royal Lord commit suicide on the spot. If such words came out of Xianxia's words, then communication between them would break down immediately. No matter how highly the Royal Lord valued Immortality, It was impossible for him to value him more than himself. He would never harm himself just for Mo Naye's sake. As soon as the words left Mo Naye's mouth, Mo Yu, who was standing outside, hesitated for a moment before he agreed. Negotiation is permissible. Mo Yu could tell that Mo Naye was in a precarious situation, and it would be bad to lose such a capable subordinate. Throughout the years, the management of the Black Ink clan had been well organized under Mo Naye. The only exception was this plan to besiege Xianxia, which had resulted in heavy losses. Even so, there was nothing wrong with the plan itself. It was simply a huge coincidence for the projection of the universe furnace to appear at this time and place, which unfortunately gave Xianxia a chance to catch his breath. In short, Mo Naye was extremely capable and loyal. If there was a way to save Mo Naye, then Mo Yu certainly would not mind taking a shot. When Xianxia heard those words, the movements of his hands gradually slowed down. The territory lords, who were exhausted from running around, were secretly relieved to witness the sight. A short while later, Xianxia quickly said, "Remove the surrounding grand array. I want to leave this place safely." Mo Naye turned to glance at Mo Yu. The latter pondered for some time before he finally nodded in agreement. "Good. I can remove the grand array. I can even lead all the territory lords away. Just stop what you're doing." Xianxia shook his head. "I don't trust you. Even if you leave this place, who can guarantee that you will not sneak back here in secret? I have experienced the strength of a royal lord in the past. How am I supposed to defend myself if you attack me after I leave this place? In that situation, you will only need to keep me busy for a short time until the grand array is formed again." Mo Yu quickly said, "I will not go back on my word." Xianxia snorted in disdain. Mo Yu had agreed so readily, so it was obvious he was plotting against him. There was one thing Xianxia knew for sure. If he left the space within the projection, the other party would definitely attack. It would be troublesome if his enemies cut off his escape routes and then concentrate on fighting him. Mo Yu snapped impatiently. "What do you want? How are you going to leave if you want to leave, but refuse to leave?" Mo Naye persuaded. "Brother Yang, the royal lord is being quite sincere." Xianxia replied, "Since he is being sincere, then he should do as I say. Otherwise, all negotiations are off the table." Mo Yu suppressed his rage and spoke in a cold voice. "Let's hear it." Xianxia already had a plan in mind and immediately quipped, "I want the Black Ink clan to contact the front lines and pass a messenger Black Ink nest to the Supreme Headquarters. As for the rest, the Black Ink clan does not need to worry themselves with such matters." Under the current circumstances, he would require the escort of a human race master if he wanted to leave this place safely. However, he had no means to contact the human race at the moment. Borrowing a Black Ink nest for communication was the best solution in his situation. In this way, he could contact the human race directly and explain the situation here clearly. There was no need for many escorts. A single Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be enough. Although his actions would expose the fact that there was a hidden Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the human race. Now that the universe furnace was about to emerge, that would soon happen anyways. In any case, the Black Ink clan had always guessed that there was a hidden Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the human race. It was just that they did not have concrete proof to support their suspicions. After listening to Xianxia's demand, Mo Yu fell silent and Mo Naye frowned deeply. They had to admit that Xianxia's request was exceptionally simple. Be that as it may, the request was also extremely meticulous. There was no room for the Black Ink clan to secretly interfere. Mo Naye couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He knew that the Royal Lord would never accept Xianxia's demand. The reason the Royal Lord had been willing to remove the Grand Array and leave with the Territory Lords was that the resulting situation would have remained within his control. There had been a possibility of ambushing Xianxia again. On the other hand, all their previous efforts would go to waste if they agreed to Xianxia's demand and allowed him to contact the human race. More importantly, the Territory Lords would have died in vain. Xianxia studied Mo Yu's expression and sneered. "Mo Naye, it looks like the Royal Lord doesn't value you very much." Yi sighed lightly. Now that things have reached this point, why bother trying to provoke discord, Brother Yang? With a solemn expression, he turned and bowed respectfully in Mou's direction, his voice steady and sonorous. Sir Royal Lord, this plan has already cost the Black Ink clan hundreds of innate territory lords. You must not allow our previous efforts to go to waste just because of this subordinate. Otherwise, even more territory lords will lose their lives in the future. Xianxia is a great talent of the human race. It is necessary to annihilate him now, more than ever, especially since the universe furnace is about to appear in the world. If he were to obtain an opportunity from the universe furnace, he would surely become a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan in the future. Sir Royal Lord, regardless of whether this subordinate lives or dies today, you must not let the efforts of our many clansmen be in vain. I, Yi, am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for the life of the human race master, Xianxia. His words were extremely sincere, and his voice resounded throughout the void. Mou and the many innate territory lords outside the projection were deeply moved by his speech. There were very few people among the Black Ink clan who could disregard life and death for the greater good. Combined with his profound sense of righteousness, the Black Ink clansmen could not help feeling a sense of admiration towards him. Originally, many of these innate territory lords had held negative opinions towards Yi. They were all innate territory lords after all, so none of them should have stood above anybody else. Many felt Yi was simply lucky in that he succeeded in using the source fusion technique and took the last spot available for the position. After he became a pseudo-royal lord, he showed some measure of wit and intelligence that the royal lord appreciated, which was why he was put in charge of all matters regarding the Black Ink clan. However, over the years, he did not seem to gain anything from the war between the human race and his confrontation against Xianxia. On the contrary, he caused heavy losses to the Black Ink clan. Anybody could have done that in his place. Nonetheless, many of these territory lords could not help but change their opinion of Yi after listening to his speech. Leaving everything else aside, they could never bring themselves to speak such profound and righteous words or show such willingness to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Mou glanced at Yi, a hint of apology flashing through his eyes as a slight dissatisfaction towards Yi over the heavy casualties among the territory lords dissipated into nothing. He had been hesitating, wondering whether he should follow Xianxia's demand and allow the latter to contact the human race. Although that would allow a tiger to return to the mountain, he would be able to rescue his capable subordinate, Yi. Nevertheless, Mou made up his mind after listening to Yi's little speech. Yi was correct. Xianxia was already a great threat to the Black Ink clan, even though he was only in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Now that the universe furnace was about to appear, the consequences would be unimaginably dire if he were to escape and obtain an opportunity from the universe furnace. No matter what, no matter how great the price, Xianxia must die here today. Mou closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xianxia, if you stop now, I promise that I will only corrupt you with Black Ink strength. But if you dare harm another one of our masters, I swear I will rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces when the time comes. Were you referring to this? While speaking, Xianxia took a step forward. Nobody could see his movements clearly under the effects of the chaotic folding space. When he reappeared again, he was grasping a heavily wounded territory lord by the head in his large hand. The territory lord had been flustered from concentrating on defending against the attacks of the disordered space. As a result, he was caught completely off guard by Xianxia. At this moment, he was fully immobilized and at Xianxia's mercy. Xianxia turned and stared into Mou's eyes with a fierce look on his face. Then he put some strength into his hand, and the territory lord's head shattered in his grip. He had remained in one spot without moving, simply urging space principles to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body. However, he was actively making his move now. Mou's ruthless threat was nothing but wind in his ears to him. Or did you mean this?" he asked once more. At the same time, he abruptly appeared behind another territory lord. He summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pierced it through the territory lord's body. With a flick of his spear, world force erupted and the territory lord exploded into blood mist. After killing 7 or 8 territory lords in a row, Xianxia finally stopped and glanced at Mou mockingly. Mou was so furious that his entire body trembled with rage as he roared explosively, "Good, very good. You will regret this." After saying that, he closed his eyes. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Xianxia could not be bothered to argue with Mou and simply continued to manipulate space principles. At the same time, he turned to look at Immortality and smiled slightly. How cunning. He was not sure whether Immortality's speech earlier had been truly sincere or merely a show for the public. It might have been a mixture of both. Nonetheless, there was no denying that Immortality had driven both himself and Xianxia into a corner. In any case, this was the crisis that Xianxia would eventually have had to face. It became impossible for him to leave the moment Immortality secretly arranged for the Royal Lord and the innate territory lords to ambush him here. That being the case, he might as well slaughter all the Black Ink clansmen trapped inside the space within the projection first. After 2 years, his survival will be decided by the heavens in that decisive battle. There were less than 20 surviving innate territory lords trapped inside the space within the projection at this moment. If Xianxia wanted to obliterate them, he could have killed them easily. Only Immortality posed some trouble for him. He needed to reduce Immortality's strength and let the latter's injuries slowly accumulate over time. Then, he would make his move when the time was right. The Tao's strengths and space principles became more and more chaotic. Inside the projection, the random movements of the folded space increased in frequency. There were too many dangers lurking around with no warning signs. One by one, the territory lords who survived by luck eventually died over time. On the other hand, black blood continuously gushed out of Immortality's body as the number of injuries on his body gradually increased. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to wait for his death without doing anything, even though he was stuck in such a desperate situation. He constantly changed positions and summoned his strength to protect himself. Although he had valiantly offered to sacrifice himself for the greater good earlier, it was only natural for him to struggle to survive in the face of death. As time passed, the innate territory lords trapped in the space within the projection gradually lost their lives until not a single one remained. The void was filled with the remains of these territory lords after their tragic deaths. It was a bloody and miserable scene. The only survivors of the massacre were Xianxia, who was not affected by the effects of this space, and Immortality, who was struggling to survive. Their situation could not be more different. Xianxia was casually pushing his space principles to their limits. On the other hand, Immortality was in a terrible state. Their situations were in stark contrast to each other. Martial Peak, Chapter 5721, Honored Master. Inside the space within the Universe Furnace's projection, Immortality had been driven to a desperate situation. There was no regularity to the constant movement and shifting of the folded space. Every movement was like an invisible and intangible millstone grinding away at everything in the void, which caused the severity of his injuries to increase over time. Nevertheless, Immortality simply gritted his teeth and persevered without complaint. Outside the projection, Royal Lord Mo kept his eyes tightly shut. Nonetheless, the bursts of aura fluctuating around his figure revealed the unrest in his heart. He had done everything he could. If Immortality was destined to succumb here, then there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was just that such a capable subordinate was difficult to find, so Mo couldn't help feeling a slight twinge of regret. There was no saying how much time had passed when, all of a sudden, Xianxia stepped forward. His figure slipped through the layers of folded space like a ghost and appeared behind Immortality without any warning and ruthlessly thrust his spear. Although Immortality had been struggling to stay alive, he had not forgotten to remain vigilant towards Xianxia. Hence, he immediately took precautions when he noticed the ladder's movements and abruptly spun around at the same time that the azure dragon spear stabbed at him. Frantically drawing upon his black ink strength, he punched out with all his might. Thanks to the punch he threw with all his strength, Immortality managed to block the elusive blow coming from behind him. For a moment, space collapsed violently at the spot where the two forces met. Xianxia pulled back slightly. On the other hand, Immortality lowered his hand. Black blood trickled from his knuckles. He had managed to block Xianxia's attack, but inevitably suffered some light injuries. Xianxia snickered. He continued to connect with the universe furnace's true body, causing the space within the projection to shake. The vibrations and disorder became increasingly violent, but his expression remained relaxed, as though he was in no hurry. After repeated attacks, Immortal's injuries continued to accumulate. Even though the pseudo-royal lord would like nothing more than to find Xianxia's location, he was powerless in this treacherous environment. He could only maintain a passive defense in the face of Xianxia's repeated assaults. The saying, "using a blunt knife to carve meat," was the best description for this situation. Inside the space within the projection, Immortality was powerless even though he was stronger than Xianxia. He could only wait for Xianxia to shave away at his life, little by little. When he finally reached his limit, he was certain that Xianxia would finish him off with a killing blow. Although Immortality was well aware of this harsh reality, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. He could only stubbornly persist with his efforts while feeling humiliated and helpless in his heart. At a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned deeply. He had been pushing his space principles all this while, but the fluctuations in the space inadvertently slowed down due to his momentary pause. That vague feeling from before filled his heart once again. If he continued in this manner, there was a high likelihood that something beyond his control would occur here. Following the emergence of this feeling, Xianxia clearly noticed that the connection between himself and the universe furnace's true body had strengthened considerably. What allowed Xianxia to cause the space within the projection to oscillate endlessly was his comprehension of the cow punch secret technique. He was using this secret technique's first half to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their roots. The stronger the vibration in this space, the more precisely he could locate the universe furnace's true body. The reverse was also true. The closer the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, the easier it became for him to make this space tremble. They seemed to be closely related to each other. As for whether something beyond his control would occur, Xianxia did not know for certain. In any case, it should not be a bad thing for him to build a close connection with the universe furnace. He might even be able to use this connection to determine the hiding place of the universe furnace. In addition, Immortality was seriously injured at the moment. Xianxia only needed a final push before seizing the chance to annihilate Immortality once and for all. Although he felt that his actions were slightly risky, he did not stop his movements. In fact, he urged his space principles more violently after a brief moment of hesitation. Sure enough, not only did his connection with the universe furnace grow stronger, but the trembling throughout the space also became considerably more violent as a result. Immortal's expression changed slightly. He obviously felt the changes around him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Facing the chaotic grinding of the folded space, he could only dodge as much as possible. All of a sudden, the folded space reacted violently in a manner that resembled boiling water. The layers of space completely shifted apart from each other. From the outside, the space inside the projection had suddenly become extremely distorted. It was as though broken pieces of the mirror, which originally made up this scene, had now been haphazardly scattered. In the eyes of the Black Ink Clan masters outside the projection, Immortal's figure inside the projection was no longer whole. His head was at one spot, his body was at another spot, his arms were in a third spot. The territory lords did not know whether they were looking at the effects of the disordered space or reality. It would be great if the effects of the warping caused this scene, but if they were looking at reality, then Immortality was already dead. Fortunately, Immortality was not the only person in this condition. When the Black Ink clansmen looked over at Yang Kai, they saw the same phenomenon affecting him. Yang Kai's figure was separated into dozens of pieces, scattered throughout the folded space. It was such a bizarre scene that the territory lords could not help exclaiming in astonishment. Inside the projection, Immortality felt as though he had been struck by lightning and a mouthful of black blood spewed out of his mouth. He did not know how many additional wounds had appeared on his body in that instant, but it felt as though he was about to be ripped apart. The scene seen by the territory lords outside was just a visual deception. Nevertheless, the extremely distorted space principles were truly being imposed upon Immortality inside the projection. If he did not resist with all his might, his body would be divided into countless pieces and scattered across the layers of folded space like what the territory lords were seeing at the moment. My destined end has come, Immortality roared in his heart. Flooded with the immense fear of death, he abruptly regretted the righteous statement he made earlier. At the time, he believed that Yang Kai might not see things through to the end. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive this ordeal either. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Yang Kai was determined to finish him off once and for all. Looking back on his life, Immortality realized that he had not achieved anything extraordinary. Be that as it may, his life had not been dull either, especially the years he spent as rivals with Yang Kai. That period could be said to be rather exciting. While Immortality was being emotional in his moment of death, Yang Kai had a stunned expression on his face. He vaguely realized that the phenomenon which was beyond his control had already occurred. Using the mysterious effects of Cow Punch, he deliberately traced the universe furnace's aura back to its true location. At the same time, he caused disorder in the distorted and folded space within the projection to cause constant damage to Immortality so that he could create an opportunity to kill the latter. Everything was going well. It would not take long before Immortality lost the strength to fight back. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt an extremely mysterious connection form between himself and the universe furnace's true body just now. It felt as though an invisible shackle had bound him directly to the universe furnace. He was overjoyed. With this connection, he could track the traces back to the location of the universe furnace itself. At present, the universe furnace's projection existed at more than a dozen locations, so no one knew where it would eventually appear. If Yang Kai could determine the location of the universe furnace in advance, then he might just be able to learn something. As for how to report his discovery to the human race, he did not have the time or energy to consider such matters. He did not even stop to wonder whether he could escape this place alive. When the connection was first established between him and the universe furnace, though, an unexpected turn of events occurred before Yang Kai could trace its location. The connection seemed to wrap around him like an invisible rope, immediately followed by an invincible force that came from the other end. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the universe becoming chaotic and the void became ever-shifting. At the same time, the Black Ink clansmen outside the projection watched as the bodies of Immortality and Yang Kai were scattered around the void as though they had been cut into countless pieces, while simultaneously, all the other projections became equally distorted and turbulent. Countless pairs of eyes watched the projection from different locations in shock. The constant oscillation and distortion of the space within the projection had attracted the attention of both the Black Ink clan and the human race. Nobody knew what was happening. Even Blood Crow, who entered the universe furnace once in the past, could not explain the phenomenon. Although the Supreme Headquarters was working hard to obtain information from various sources, they did not gain much from their efforts. Therefore, they could only increase their surveillance. At the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction, a group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were staring at the projection in confusion. Xianxia asked Fu Guan again, "Senior, the universe furnace's projection looks rather dangerous. Are we really going to enter the universe furnace from here?" The space inside the projection was so distorted and disordered now that not many people would survive if they tried to enter it. Fu Guang frowned with a puzzled look on his face. "I've never heard of such a thing happening before the universe furnace appeared in the world." The Dragon Clan did not know much regarding the internal situation of the Universe Furnace, but they had some basic information. Whenever the Universe Furnace's projection emerged in the world in the past, everything had progressed smoothly and steadily. The projection would become increasingly solid and then transform into the entrance of the Universe Furnace. There had never been a precedent where such strange phenomena occurred. Xianxia then glanced towards Zhao Yibai. Junior brother, with your attainments in the Tao of Space, how much confidence do you have to come out safely if you were to enter the projection now? Zhao Yibai considered the question seriously before he answered. Around 60%. Even you only have 60% confidence. Xianxia was very shocked. He knew how great Zhao Yibai's attainments in the Tao of Space were. If Zhao Yibai only had a 60% chance of success, then everybody else who entered the Universe Furnace would probably die. Zhao Yibai looked ashamed and apologetic. My aptitude is poor, which brings shame to the teachings of Honored Master. If Honored Master were here, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He stared at the originally empty, but extremely turbulent projection and blurted out, Honored Master. He could barely believe his eyes. A tremendously large figure had appeared and filled the entire space inside the projection at that moment. Moreover, the figure had the appearance of his honored master. The human race masters at the suppressing Black Ink Fortress were incredibly shocked. After hearing the numerous exclamations of astonishment ringing throughout the crowd, Zhao Yibai confirmed that he was not hallucinating. His honored master had appeared within the projection. There were many of Yang Kai's family and friends stationed in the suppressing Black Ink army, so they looked extremely emotional at this moment. Fu Guang shouted, What you see is not real. Be wary of deception. He could tell at a glance that the figure of Yang Kai, which suddenly appeared inside the projection, was not the real Yang Kai. It was some sort of illusory image, which explained why he was so large that he filled the entire space. Martial Peak, Chapter 5722, The Universe Furnace's Self-Defense Mechanism. What puzzled Fu Guang greatly was why Yang Kai's illusory phantom had appeared inside the space within the Universe Furnace's projection. What did that brat do to cause such a bizarre phenomenon? Likewise, the masters of both the Black Ink Clan and the human race on the various Great Territory battlefields were absolutely perplexed by the situation. Yang Kai's illusory phantom had not just appeared in the Universe Furnace's projection outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but in all the locations where the Universe Furnace's projection existed. The fact that his illusory phantom had appeared everywhere at the same time could be said to be a spectacular miracle. The Black Ink Clan army and the human race army stood in formation outside the Universe Furnace's projection in Twin Poles territory, facing each other silently. Both the Black Ink Clan and the human race had been recalling their forces during this period, so there had been no conflict between them for some time. The Universe Furnace was about to emerge in the world, and the situation was unclear. Therefore, both parties were being extremely cautious to prevent the other from obtaining an opportunity. Their current silent confrontation was in preparation for the upcoming fight over the control of the entrance to the Universe Furnace. The Universe Furnace was a tremendous blessing and opportunity. The human race was planning to fight for this opportunity, and the Black Ink Clan could not allow them to obtain what they wanted. The present calm was simply a sign of the turbulent storm that was about to come. Although there were many Universe Furnace projections, it was foreseeable that a war would inevitably break out between both parties once these projections transformed into entrances. When the time came, the party who had control over more entrances would be able to send more masters inside. At this moment, two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters were standing side by side in Twin Poles territory, monitoring the movements of the territory lords on the opposite side, when Yang Kai's illusory phantom suddenly appeared out of nowhere. While there were many other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters like themselves among their ranks, the number of territory lords among the Black Ink Clan was not few either. One of them suddenly called out in alarm, Junior Brother Fong, it's the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord. The only ones who would address Yang Kai as Dao Lord were the disciples who originated from the Void Dao Temple. The person who spoke earlier was none other than the good friend whom Fang Tianxia met in the Void Dao Temple all those years ago, Lu Jingshan. After leaving the Void Dao Temple, Lu Jingshan advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm outside of the star boundary. He later went through thousands of years of cultivation and eventually reached the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Even with his astounding achievements, he could not conceal his admiration and respect for the Dao Lord. In fact, almost all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple held blind faith in their Dao Lord, Yang Kai. That sense of admiration in their hearts never faded or changed with the increase in their cultivation. Needless to say, the person standing beside Lu Jingshan was Fang Tianxia, who nodded at those words. But it's just an illusory phantom. When the Suppressing Black Ink Army was established, Yang Zhao Squad was formally transferred to the Suppressing Black Ink Army. However, Fang Tianxia, who was originally a member of Yang Zhao Squad, had applied to stay behind instead. Needless to say, there was no reason for me, Jingluan, who was in charge of this matter, to make things difficult for him. Over the years, Fang Tianxia remained active in Twin Poles territory and joined forces with Lu Jingshan to defeat their enemies. As many of the divine abilities he cultivated and his habits when dealing with enemies were somewhat similar to Yang Kai, he was often compared to the latter. He eventually gained the nickname Little Yang Kai and became quite famous. The Black Ink clan had since repeatedly tried to target him out of fear that he might grow to Yang Kai's level. Fortunately, he had always managed to escape and survive their attempts. After all, his attainments in the Tao of space were not low. It was difficult for the Black Ink clan to succeed, regardless of their attempts to target him. Fang Tianxia frowned at the illusory phantom, feeling extremely puzzled. Why would his image appear inside the space within the universe furnace's projection? Thinking about it again, Yang Kai had always been unconstrained in his actions. He generally made unexpected moves that nobody else could even imagine. So, it did not seem too strange for his illusory phantom to appear here. Fang Tianxia smiled at the thought and did not think too deeply about the matter. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow, who was in Azure Sun territory, had the same question as Fang Tianxia. When this monster race master advanced to the Monster Emperor realm in the Myriad Monsters world, he had only been a Fifth Order Monster Emperor, which corresponded to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, he attracted many congratulatory wishes from everyone at the time. Even the human race masters overseeing the Myriad Monsters world had not dared to take him lightly. That was because Thunder Shadow was not a mere monster emperor, but also a monster race great emperor who the Myriad Monsters worlds will recognize. Thunder Shadow had spent most of his time cultivating hard in the Myriad Monsters world over the recent years, and thanks to the blessing of the World Tree clone, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He grew from the Fifth Order to the Seventh Order in just a short 2,000 years, and then 300 years ago, he became an Eighth Order Monster Emperor, after which he came out of retreat. He had brazenly caused a bloodbath in Azure Sun territory by relying on his brutality and the innate might of the monster race. No less than 5 territory lords had died to his claws, which gave him an impressive reputation. Most of the monster race who came from the Myriad Monsters world had been taken in by human masters as mounts. By relying on the protection of these human masters, monster emperors could often improve their cultivation at great speed. At the same time, they could tacitly increase their cooperation with the human race masters to bring down their enemies more efficiently. However, there was no human race master who would even dare to think about taking Thunder Shadow as a mount. He was an individual who received the recognition of the Myriad Monsters world after all. As a great emperor who cultivated the primal art, Thunder Shadow naturally had great prospects for the future. Nearly 99% of the human race would not be able to match up to his strength. In that case, who would be qualified to subdue him? However, it was rumored that he had a very close relationship with a small great force known as Great Feather Pavilion. That was because he received great care from a Great Feather Pavilion disciple when he was young and weak. At this moment, a monster leopard with lightning all over its body was quietly watching the projection in Azure Sun territory. He did not take human form. It was not because he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The monster race who cultivated the primal art mainly focused on polishing their monster cores as their foundation. The stronger their monster core, the stronger their strength as a monster race member, and the harder it became for them to assume human form. That was especially true for a monster race master like Thunder Shadow. It was practically impossible for him to assume human form at this point. There was a man and a woman next to him. They were none other than Xianxia and her husband, who came from Great Feather Pavilion. The couple were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Their cultivation was nothing special in Azure Sun territory, but their safety was guaranteed thanks to the protection of Thunder Shadow. In fact, they often worked with Thunder Shadow to eliminate many powerful foes over the years. That's the master of the star boundary, right? Xianxia studied the illusory phantom for a moment and quickly recognized the identity of the figure. Beside her, Ho Qing Hai nodded lightly. There's no doubt it's him. I saw his statue in the square when I visited High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary in the past. He thought back to the scene he witnessed back then. Seeing thousands of High Heaven Palace disciples showing such great reverence to their palace master had fascinated him greatly. Every time he thought about that scene, he couldn't help thinking that that was how a real man should be. Unfortunately, both he and his wife were limited by their aptitude. The 7th Order Open Heaven realm was their inherent limit, so it was difficult for them to make any further progress. A hero indeed, Xianxia sighed. It's only thanks to him that the human race managed to persevere until now. But why did his figure appear here? Ho Qing Hai shook his head to express his ignorance. On the other hand, Thunder Shadow growled softly. It's probably related to the universe furnace's projection. Xianxia tilted her head to the side with a puzzled expression, but did not bother to think deeper into the matter. She simply asked in a worried voice, Thunder Shadow, are you really going to enter the universe furnace? He did not respond. Ho Qing Hai tried to persuade Thunder Shadow otherwise. Thunder Shadow, you are part of Monster Race. Not to mention, you are a great emperor recognized by the myriad monsters world and cultivate the primal art. Even without entering the universe furnace, you have great prospects waiting for you in the future. Why must you put yourself in needless danger? I might not know the internal situation in the universe furnace, but I'm certain about something. There will be a horrific bloodbath when the time comes. Xianxia nodded repeatedly in agreement and stared at Thunder Shadow expectantly, hoping that the latter would change his mind. The couple could not understand the reason why Thunder Shadow, who was born as part of Monster Race and cultivated the primal art, would want to compete in the bloody battle to enter the universe furnace. There was no reason for him to go after all. In response, Thunder Shadow simply said, I have my reasons for going, so please stop trying to persuade me otherwise. The entrance to the universe furnace will soon open. Please be extremely cautious when I'm not around and don't try to be brave or reckless. Qing Hai, please take good care of your wife. Ho Qing Hai sighed heavily. Please don't worry about us. Everywhere outside the universe furnace's projections at each location, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were communicating with each other through voice transmission. Every one of them had their own intentions, but there were no exceptions about one thing. They were confused by the image that suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yang Kai's gaze wandered around the universe furnace's projection on the Black Ink battlefield as though he could see across space. He could see the astonished expressions of his wives and several disciples at the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction. He also saw Fong Tianci in Twin Poles territory. When their gazes met, they nodded lightly at each other. Everything was conveyed without any spoken words. Then he saw Thunder Shadow, Xianxia, and her husband standing side by side in Azure Sun territory. The tense atmosphere between the human race army and the Black Ink clan army, as they stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projections, did not escape his notice either. The barriers of space suddenly became meaningless at this moment. With the help of the mysterious connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, Xianxia could see everything at all the locations where the universe furnace's projection had appeared. A realization suddenly welled up in his heart, and he burst out cursing. He was starting to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. It was the defense mechanism of the universe furnace itself. This supreme treasure had remained hidden beyond the bounds of this universe for all time. Nobody had ever figured out its exact location, much less seen its true body before. On the other hand, it was different for Xianxia, who was proficient in the Tao of space. He had utilized the mysterious effects of his cow punch secret technique to trace the universe furnace's aura back to its roots to determine its true location. At this point, he was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, the universe furnace could not allow him to determine the location of its true body. That was why the connection that formed between him and the universe furnace had turned into an invisible rope, and an immense pulling force drew him in from the other end of the connection. The universe furnace was trying to pull him into itself so that he could not investigate its location any further. Whenever the universe furnace emerged in the world, it had always been customary to wait for the entrance to appear in order to enter it. Be that as it may, Xianxia had been given permission to enter the universe furnace early, and it was not an invitation that he could refuse. It was also because of the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body that his image appeared in all the projections. The strange spaces scattered everywhere were originally projections of the universe furnace's true body. Now that Xianxia had a close connection with the universe furnace and was being drawn into it, his figure was also being projected everywhere. A series of coincidences and opportunities had all led to this outcome. Xianxia's original intention was to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body and simultaneously annihilate those surrounding him. He never expected his actions to cause such an unexpected turn of events. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling slightly panicked. Would he be refined by the universe furnace if he entered it? It would be a huge tragedy if that were the case. Instead of increasing his cultivation, he would end up as part of the legendary innate open heaven pills. Martial Peak, Chapter 5723, purely by accident. Xianxia did not know how the open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their innate shackles were formed, but the universe furnace was bound to contain various mysteries. Things would not end well for him if he was dragged into the universe furnace just like that. After realizing the precarious situation looming over him, he immediately began drawing upon his strength in desperation to break free from the connection between himself and the universe furnace. Nevertheless, his efforts were in vain. The invisible and intangible rope bound him tightly. The force that came from the other end of the rope was so overpowering that even a master at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm like him was powerless to resist. Space principles flared, causing the void to become extremely distorted, but to his astonishment, he discovered that a vortex had appeared at the place where he was standing. Immediately after that, his figure was rapidly swallowed up and vanished out of sight. At the last moment, only one thought flashed through his mind. I haven't killed Immortality yet. A wave of sorrow flooded his heart. He had persevered with so much effort, and if nothing unexpected had occurred, Immortality would not have survived. Unfortunately, Immortality was saved because his own future had become uncertain due to the universe furnace. A great sense of resentment and reluctance filled Xianxia's heart. He would have been much more accepting if he had been dragged into the universe furnace after he succeeded in killing Immortality. Forget it. Even though I failed to kill Immortality, I did manage to eliminate many innate territory lords. I've done my best. Xianxia felt much better after comforting himself with such words. The unexpected turn of events inside the universe furnace's projection occurred extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia vanished without warning. The bloodstained and disheveled Immortality was desperately shifting his body to avoid the attacks caused by the layers of folded space when the chaotic and oscillating space suddenly calmed down. Even the ubiquitous murderous intent around him disappeared in an instant. Imo was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look in Xianxia's direction only to find that the latter was gone. Be that as it may, he did not dare to relax his guard and remained cautious of his surroundings. Nothing abnormal occurred, even though a long time had passed, though, so he couldn't help sending out an inquiry via divine sense. Sir Royal Lord, where is Xianxia? Imo frowned and briefly explained the events that took place just now. The truth was that he had not understood the reason behind Xianxia's disappearance either. He only saw a vortex inexplicably appearing where Xianxia was standing. Immediately after that, Xianxia was swallowed by the vortex and vanished without a trace. Imo was astonished. Xianxia was swallowed by a vortex that appeared out of nowhere. Is it some sort of trickery? If that's the case, then he must be hiding somewhere in this space. It's just that nobody in the Black Ink clan can detect his whereabouts. But what was the point of doing that? The space within the projection was sealed by a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. So Xianxia couldn't leave this place, and his whereabouts would be revealed once the universe furnace's illusory phantom completely solidified. Besides, Xianxia clearly looked determined to kill him and was on the verge of success. So, there's no reason for Xianxia to create further disturbances at a time like this. Inside this weird space within the projection, there was nothing Imo could do to defend against Xianxia's attacks. As long as Xianxia persisted for a little longer, Imo would have died without a doubt. By that logic, it made more sense that something happened which caused Xianxia to be swallowed by that strange vortex rather than him voluntarily giving up on all his accumulated efforts. Imo racked his brains, but could not fathom the reason behind Xianxia's actions. The Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace was far too shallow, so much so that he couldn't even be certain whether Xianxia was still hiding inside the projection at this moment. After pondering in silence for some time, he finally spoke once more. Sir, the universe furnace is about to truly emerge. The real war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is imminent. You need to return so that you can protect the no-return pass and coordinate the movements of the Black Ink clan. Imo nodded lightly. What about you? Imo gave a light smile. Please don't worry. If Xianxia wanted to kill me, he would not have given up just now. Since he stopped halfway, he must have other plans. This subordinate will act accordingly, but just to be on the safe side, we should maintain the grand array around the perimeter lest he try to escape. It will also give this subordinate more capital to negotiate with him if he reappears. Imo had no objections to Imo suggestions, so he instructed the territory lords in charge of maintaining the grand array to remain behind and heed Imo orders. Then he studied the projection intently for a moment before he transformed into a streak of black light that sped off in the direction of the no-return pass. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's largest base, and all the high-rank Black Ink nests were currently sheltered there. Although Royal Lord Imo had personally come to deal with Xianxia during this incident, he could not afford to stay away for too long lest the human race masters took advantage of his absence. Watching the Royal Lord disappearing into the distance, Imo sat down cross-legged and glanced around him. Brother Yang, the Royal Lord has left. Can you show yourself so that we can have a good talk? Now that things have come to this, there's no point in hiding anymore, right? He had the feeling that Xianxia was no longer here, but he could not be certain. Nevertheless, he could not understand the situation. Where could Xianxia have gone if he wasn't here? What was the vortex that swallowed him? In any case, Imo had to consider all the possible scenarios. Assuming that Xianxia was hiding somewhere, then he had to try and make contact. Naturally, he couldn't receive a response. Meanwhile, Xianxia's illusory phantom that filled the entire void at each projection appeared for no more than 2 or 3 breaths of time before vanishing without warning, and the abnormal situation was swiftly reported to the Supreme Headquarters. Mi Jingluan, Xianxia, and Blood Crow gathered together to discuss the situation in hopes of figuring out what happened. After ruling out the various possibilities, only one answer remained before them. Xianxia had made contact with the universe furnace's true body. All the projections originated from the universe furnace's true body, which meant that the universe furnace's true body was the source of everything. Seeing as Xianxia's illusory phantom had appeared at each projection at the same time, then the phenomenon was definitely related to the universe furnace's true body. If Thunder Shadow Great Emperor in Azure Sun territory could figure this out, then it was only natural for Mi Jingluan and the others to reach the same conclusion. For a time, they looked exuberant. Throughout history, nobody had ever learned the location of the universe furnace's true body or even seen it before. At present, it had not been long since the universe furnace's projection appeared. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were waiting for the projections to solidify and transform into entrances. Yet Xianxia seemed to have gotten into contact with the universe furnace already. That was exciting news. If that were truly the case, then they would have a massive advantage. As irreverent as Blood Crow was, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration for Xianxia. Having been a member of Dawn who fought beside Xianxia for many years, he had quite a good understanding of Xianxia's abilities. Nevertheless, he had never held much respect for Xianxia due to the sense of arrogance in his heart and the long-standing grievances between them. At most, he only felt a subtle sense of competitiveness towards him. They were both Open Heaven Realm Masters, after all, so there was no reason he could not do what Xianxia could. Be that as it may, he was completely convinced at this moment. The universe furnace was the most profound and mysterious treasure in existence. Yet Xianxia had managed to make contact with its true body. That was something he could never achieve. He suddenly wondered curiously, was Xianxia trying to use that opportunity to convey a message to us? For example, informing us about the whereabouts of the universe furnace's true body? Mi Jingluan and Xianxia glanced at each other. Both of them were feeling rather excited all of a sudden. If that were truly the case, then the information was extremely important. If they could discover the location of the universe furnace's true body, then they could enter the universe furnace and obtain the opportunity in advance. Once the entrances were formed, they could then ambush the Black Ink clan from within the universe furnace world and catch the Black Ink clan unprepared. After carefully comparing the information he received from various locations, though, Mi Jingluan shook his head and said, "I don't think he was trying to convey any information to us." Xianxia's figure only appeared for a very short time, and judging from the reports gathered for various parties, he seemed to have been caught off guard. It is written here that Xianxia looked astonished when he first appeared. This fact undoubtedly indicates that he had not expected this phenomenon. Xianxia abruptly added, "According to the information that we received earlier, he should have been hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction when all of this happened. Could the universe furnace's true body be located in the Black Ink battlefield?" Mi Jingluan stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. "It's not impossible. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do even if we know that the universe furnace's true body is located on the Black Ink battlefield. The entrances will manifest within a year or so it's too late to dispatch our forces to the Black Ink battlefield. Besides, how will we enter the Black Ink battlefield without Xianxia's protection? We can't just boldly swagger through the no-return pass like he can." Xianxia lamented. "In that case, we can only wait for the entrances to open. It's our only option." Mi Jingluan sighed slightly. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan does not have much information on the universe furnace. We still have a slight advantage over them in that regard. Among other things, the Black Ink clan most likely did not know that there was a sealed world inside the universe furnace. Moreover, the projections would transform into entrances that led into the universe furnace once they solidified completely. They might have Black Ink disciples providing them with some rumors and hearsay, but the cultivation of those Black Ink disciples was not high, so such secret information would not be leaked easily. At the moment, the Black Ink clan had only moved their armies to the various locations to confront the human race armies outside the projections. They were simply taking countermeasures against the large-scale movements of the human race, not planning for an area control battle. Be that as it may, This secret could only be hidden for a short time, as, once the projection solidified and the entrances appeared, the Black Ink clan would immediately understand. The advantage that the human race held in terms of intelligence would only allow them to make various arrangements in advance. Hopefully, those arrangements would give them a slight advantage when competing for the opportunity inside the Universe Furnace. Although the guesses of Mi Jingluan and the others at the Supreme Headquarters were not entirely accurate, they had gotten at least 2 points correct. The first was that Xianxia had truly gotten in contact with the Universe Furnace's true body, and the second was that this incident had indeed happened purely by accident. Xianxia had not been prepared in advance. What they did not know was that the accident had caused Xianxia to be dragged into the Universe Furnace. If they knew the truth, they would have been much more amazed by the situation. At this moment, Xianxia was overflowing with worry. When he was dragged into the Universe Furnace, aside from the twinge of regret he felt about failing to kill Mo. He had also been concerned about his own fate. The Universe Furnace contained innate open heaven pills, but as for how these open heaven pills were produced, nobody knew the truth. Regardless of their method of production, the Universe Furnace was ultimately an alchemy furnace, though. Things might not end well for him if he were dragged into the Universe Furnace. His greatest fear was being refined by the Universe Furnace. If that were to happen, he would definitely die with many regrets. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5724, Inside the Universe Furnace. After a period of extreme anxiety, Xianxia discovered that he was showing no signs of being refined. Still, the environment around him seemed to be rather strange. He could not quite describe his surroundings at the moment. It felt as though he had slipped into the void, with bits of fluorescent lights scattered around like stars twinkling in the sky. Distance had become an extremely vague concept in this place, causing the flickering fluorescent lights to seem both extremely far away, yet simultaneously close at hand. More importantly, Xianxia could keenly feel that he was either being immobilized by something which prevented him from moving a single muscle, or he was wrapped in a mysterious force that shackled him in place. He couldn't help feeling rather depressed by his circumstances. Am I inside the Universe Furnace? He couldn't help sinking deep into thought. The various indications proved that he had indeed been dragged into the Universe Furnace, so there was no doubt about that. Nevertheless, it seemed rather bizarre. It was hard to believe that there was a vast world inside the Universe Furnace. That was something that never crossed his mind before. In his imagination, the Universe Furnace was nothing more than an alchemy furnace which produced the mysterious, innate open heaven pills. Although the projection of the alchemy furnace he saw previously was larger than he expected, he had not been overly surprised since the size difference was within the limits of his imagination. On the other hand, the fact that the Universe Furnace contained an independent world was truly astonishing. Upon further consideration, it did not seem out of the ordinary for the Universe Furnace to contain a sealed world. The Universe Furnace was the most mysterious supreme treasure in existence. Furthermore, it was capable of producing innate open heaven pills which could overcome the limitations of the established heavenly way. Collecting his thoughts, Xianxia decided not to spend too much time deliberating over such trivial matters. His biggest concern at the moment was how he could protect himself. He was dragged into the Universe Furnace because his actions had touched upon the essence of this supreme treasure. Although there were no signs to indicate that he was being refined at the moment, it was necessary to have countermeasures in place. First, I need to figure out a way to break free from these bindings. Xianxia immediately began to draw upon his power to escape this place. However, he discovered that he couldn't even move a single finger no matter how hard he struggled. The mysterious force holding him in place did not give off a sense of strength, but it was extremely resilient. The more power he exerted against the force, the stronger the force became in response. Thus, he was kept completely immobilized. Not feeling discouraged, Xianxia began to push his space principles and attempted to leave this place via instantaneous movement. Unexpectedly, the omnipotent Tao of space was completely ineffective here. The space around him seemed to have frozen solid, creating an unbreakable prison. Urging time principles next, Xianxia tried to wither whatever was holding him in place, but it proved futile. He then tried urging spear principles, but his efforts remained ineffective. There is no saying how much time had passed by the time he finished cycling through all the Tao strengths of the Grand Taoists he mastered so far, but none of them helped with the situation whatsoever. The same held true even when he simultaneously activated time principles and space principles and then merged them together to form the mysterious space-time strength. His heart was flooded with a sense of frustration. At this point, he was certain about one thing: he could not move a single muscle. Like a prisoner, he was trapped in this inexplicable cage with no means of escape. What a disaster! Xianxia never imagined that he would suffer such treatment just because he touched upon the essence of a universe furnace. Moreover, he not only failed to discover the hiding spot of the universe furnace's true body, but he also failed to take the opportunity to finish off immortality. There were no signs that the universe furnace was attempting to refine him, so judging by the situation, he had no reason to worry about his safety at the moment. The universe furnace might not necessarily even be for refining foreign objects. Naturally, just to be on the safe side, it was better if he remained vigilant of any unexpected occurrences. I might be safe for now, but how am I supposed to leave this place? Composing himself, Xianxia put away the slight sense of anxiety brewing in his heart and carefully began to perceive his surroundings. If he wanted to leave this place, then he had to break free of the force restraining him. Only by comprehending this force could he take the necessary measures to break free from his shackles. When his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, Xianxia instantly noticed something that was out of the ordinary. There was a large amount of Tao essence contained within the universe furnace. The abundance of the invisible and intangible Tao essence that interweaved and accumulated inside the universe furnace was almost impossible to imagine. There were no exceptions anywhere his mind extended. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the discovery. For some reason, it felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a treasure trove. The most intuitive manifestation of a cultivator's grand Tao was the amount of Tao essence they possessed. Needless to say, that was not something that could be quantified precisely, as it was nothing more than a vague concept. Take Xianxia, for example. His highest attainments were in the grand Tao of space, so the space Tao essence was the most abundant in his small universe. That was how there were Tao temple disciples who could inherit his blessings and cultivate the Tao of space. The Tao of time came next. However, thanks to the improvement of the dragon vein in his body, Xianxia's Tao of time was now equal in level to the Tao of space. Naturally, the spear Tao came third. There were many other grand Taoists as well. Apart from the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining that he spent time and effort cultivating, the rest were the results of his harvest from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. When he was being hunted by the royal lord, Xianxia had been forced to flee for over a decade. In the end, he dove into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and encountered an inconceivable harvest. He only managed to gain so much in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon because of the grand Tao rivers that were found inside. After all, flowing in those rivers were countless Tao essences that had been refined and absorbed by him. Xianxia never expected to discover so many Tao essences inside the universe furnace. Not to mention, they were many times richer than the Tao essences found in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Is this the carrot after the stick treatment? The universe furnace had dragged him here and ruined his plans to kill immortality, but it turned out that such benefits were waiting for him. It truly was, as the saying went, good fortune came after a catastrophe. In any case, there was indeed an amazing opportunity in front of him. Xianxia immediately calmed down and opened his small universe to absorb and refine the Tao essence. But a short while later, he frowned deeply. Opening his small universe once more, he sensed something flowing out of his small universe. The something that he sensed flowing out of his small universe was none other than the Tao essence that he had just absorbed. After a quick try, Xianxia discovered that the Tao essence permeating the entire universe furnace could not be refined or absorbed whatsoever. This discovery immediately made his wonderful mood sink to the bottom of the abyss. Nevertheless, he refused to accept this reality and tried to absorb the Tao essence into his small universe once more. Following several failed attempts, he finally confirmed that the Tao essence inside the universe furnace could not be refined. He also vaguely grasped the reason that prevented him from doing so. If it was said that the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea, celestial phenomenon he encountered back then could be classified as an orderly form of Tao essence, the Tao essence found here could be classified as disordered and chaotic. It was the most primitive form of Tao essence. Forcibly refining this kind of Tao essence would not be beneficial for him. The most superficial explanation was the difference between uncooked rice and cooked rice. The Tao essence here was uncooked. On the other hand, the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea, celestial phenomenon, was cooked. Xianxia would only need to consume and digest the cooked rice to transform it into the foundation of his strength. Conversely, he could not do that with pure uncooked rice. If he forcibly tried to consume the uncooked rice, he might even cause harm to his body. The realization left him slightly dumbfounded. In his perception, the amount of Tao essence accumulated inside the universe furnace was rich beyond comprehension. Be that as it may, he could not benefit from the Tao essence in front of him. There is nothing more tortuous in this world than staring at something he wanted but could not have. Why is the Tao essence inside the universe furnace so strange? Xianxia frowned pensively. Thinking about it carefully, the answer became obvious. The sealed world inside the universe furnace was probably in its most primitive form. That would explain the chaos and disorder of the Tao essence in this place. The world here was not like the world outside, which had undergone countless years of evolution and development. It was only natural for the Tao essence in this place to remain in its most primitive state. Maybe this is the reason why the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace can help cultivators break through their limitations. It was like 99% of the grand Tao had been integrated into the universe, leaving out the final 1%. As a result, the open heaven realm method that the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about based on the formation of the universe itself was naturally incomplete. The final missing piece could only be found in a place that preserved the most primitive environment from before the formation of the universe furnace. Perfection could only be obtained when both were combined. Following that thought, Xianxia suddenly had a realization. The universe furnace itself might be the human race's biggest shackle. At this moment, the fluorescent lights around him suddenly began to flicker wildly. His attention was immediately drawn towards them, and he quietly observed his surroundings. The fluorescent lights were innumerable, and Xianxia did not know what these wisps were, but they looked like countless fireflies at first glance. Moreover, he couldn't even judge how far these fluorescent lights were from him under the unique environment inside the universe furnace. When the countless lights started flickering, the extremely abundant but disordered and chaotic Tao essence began to be absorbed by them. Xianxia was stunned by the sight. He had tried refining the irregular and chaotic Tao essence earlier, but proved impossible for him. In comparison, these fluorescent lights were easily absorbing the Tao essence here. What are these lights? Over time, the Tao essence absorbed by the fluorescent lights increased steadily. Then, 9 distinct fluorescent lights among the sea of fluorescent lights gradually began to grow larger and glow brighter than the rest. The amount of Tao essence they absorbed also increased sharply in response. Xianxia's attention was attracted by these 9 distinct fluorescent lights. During the brief interval between flashes, he vaguely noticed that these fluorescent lights seemed to display the outlines of spirit pills. Innate open heaven pills. The realization came to him abruptly. These twinkling fluorescent lights were the innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. They were the legendary spirit pills that could allow a cultivator to break free of their innate limitations just by consuming one. Are there 9 such pills? It made sense. After all, 9 was the limit. For the universe furnace to produce 9 of these heaven-defying spirit pills was an amazing feat in itself. It was not a small number, to say the least. If all of them could be obtained by the human race, they could immediately produce 9 new Ninth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That would definitely be extremely beneficial to the upcoming war with the Black Ink clan. But if those 9 fluorescent lights that glowed brighter than the rest were the legendary innate Open Heaven pills, then what were these countless bits of fluorescent light around them? They were also absorbing the disordered and chaotic Tao essence inside the universe furnace. So apart from the amount of Tao essence being absorbed and the intensity of their brightness, there was not much difference between them and the 9 brightest lights. Xianxia couldn't help recalling the innate open heaven pills that he obtained from the blood monster, Cave Heaven, and the doubts he harbored in the past. Could it be that the innate open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5725, Unattainable Opportunities. Inside the universe furnace, Xianxia couldn't help feeling very confused. Are there different grades to the open heaven pills in the universe furnace? I've never heard anything like that before. At the same time, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered at the Supreme Headquarters. These were the candidates chosen from among the human race to enter the universe furnace and compete for opportunities. Many were veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but some were rising stars. Nonetheless, without exception, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters whose martial Tao ended at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having advanced directly to the 6th Order, the 8th Order was their limit. If they wanted to increase their cultivation any further, then their only option was to compete for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Once the entrances to the universe furnace took form, a great war was bound to break out between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At that time, their duty was to charge into the universe furnace as quickly as possible to search for opportunities and advance to the 9th Order. As for the rest, there was no need for them to worry. The other human race masters would be in charge of blocking the Black Ink clan's attempts at interference. At this moment, these 8th Order masters were sitting on the ground and studying hard like students in a lecture hall. Meanwhile, standing in front of them was a cultivator wrapped in a layer of blood chi. His aura was very showy, but his cultivation was hard to determine. It was Blood Crow. Blood Crow had personally experienced the emergence of the universe furnace last time. Having entered the universe furnace once before, his understanding of it was unmatched by anybody else. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had specially asked him to teach these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters about the internal situation of the universe furnace so that they could prepare themselves in advance. Blood Crow was no great scholar or teacher, so he simply said what came to mind. Still, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were careful to record everything he said. After all, nobody knew whether the things he told them would become the key that would allow them to preserve their lives or grab hold of the opportunity at a critical moment. Let's talk about the Open Heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. Most people only know that these open heaven pills can help cultivators overcome their innate limitations. But what you should know first is that even the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace have different grades. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below immediately fell into an uproar. In regards to this matter, not only had nobody ever told them, but they had never even heard rumors about it. To the side, Mi Jingluan and Xianxia exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. They, too, had been very shocked when they first heard this bit of information from Blood Crow. It turned out that the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades. Blood Crow did not play any games and continued. I don't know how the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises categorize them. After all, I don't come from any of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. I can only divide the open heaven pills in the universe furnace into 2 types. The first type is the supreme grade open heaven pills, which everybody knows as the innate open heaven pills that can help 8th Order open heaven realm masters like yourselves advance to the 9th Order. Unfortunately, the other type does not have such a potent effect, so we can think of them as ordinary grade open heaven pills. Classifying these innate open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade was a very rough method of categorization. One of the 8th Order open heaven realm masters was confused. I understand the situation with the supreme grade open heaven pills, but Junior Brother Bloodcrow, why does the Universe Furnace produce these ordinary grade open heaven pills? What are their uses? Bloodcrow replied, I don't know why the Universe Furnace produces these ordinary grade open heaven pills either, but they are by no means useless. While their medicinal efficacies are not as profound as the supreme grade open heaven pills, they are enough to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. The ability to overcome one's bottleneck, but not one's limitations. Having heard that, the 8th Order open heaven realm masters seem to gain a vague understanding of the situation. The 8th Order open heaven realm master who spoke earlier said, so, that's how it is. By that logic, the ordinary grade open heaven pills are rare treasures too. A cultivator's martial Tao was not always smooth sailing. Take Lan Yu Ruo, for example. She had advanced directly to the 6th Order open heaven realm, so her limit should have been the 8th Order. Nevertheless, it had taken her some 250 years of cultivating and retreat to finally advance to the 7th Order open heaven realm during her brief period in Voidland. The same was true for Feng Ying of Dawn Squad. It had taken her more than 200 years to advance from the 7th Order open heaven realm to the 8th Order. Several hundred years was not a long time for open heaven realm masters who could live for tens of thousands of years. However, they would not need to waste all that precious time if they could obtain one of these ordinary grade open heaven pills. There were many high-rank open heaven realm masters, but many of them were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation and had trouble progressing forward. They were not at the point where they needed the supreme grade open heaven pills. Be that as it may, they would easily advance to the next order if they had the support of some ordinary grade open heaven pills. 1 or 2 open heaven realm masters might not make a difference, but the strength of the human race would surely grow sharply when their numbers increase. It was not as though the human race did not have any kind of spirit pills that could help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks, but the efficacies of such spirit pills were not that great. In comparison, the ordinary grade open heaven pills were different. They were the best spirit pills to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. In Xianxia's case, he had originally planned to enter the Universe Furnace for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but it would now seem that he might not necessarily need to obtain one. The ordinary grade open heaven pills might be enough to help him overcome his current bottleneck. Junior Brother Bloodcrow, how many supreme grade open heaven pills are there? And how many ordinary grade? Another 8th Order open heaven realm master raised a question he really wanted to know. Bloodcrow glanced at the 8th Order open heaven realm master and replied, I'm not certain how many supreme grade open heaven pills there are. The last time I entered the Universe Furnace, I was only in the 7th Order open heaven realm, and I didn't dare to carelessly move around, much less dare to compete with the masters for that peak opportunity. Although I don't know the exact numbers, I'm certain that there weren't many such heaven-defying spirit pills. After a brief pause, he continued his explanation. As for the ordinary grade open heaven pills, there are many of those. Even I managed to obtain a few. It was thanks to consuming those ordinary grade open heaven pills that I smoothly advanced to the 8th Order back then. As the topic deepened, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became more and more heated. The 8th Order open heaven masters consecutively asked the questions they were curious about, and Bloodcrow did his best to answer. Whenever he encountered a question he could not answer, he did not make any unfounded speculations to prevent misleading others. Inside the Universe Furnace, Xianxia was naturally unaware that Bloodcrow had differentiated the open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade. Nevertheless, he quickly came to an unbelievable conclusion under such close observation. The open heaven pills from the universe furnace could be separated into two distinct grades. The 9 brightest lights were clearly the open heaven pills that he had always heard about. Now that he was so close to them, he couldn't help feeling tempted to grab them. The universe furnace's projection had appeared in all the various great territory battlefields, which affected numerous masters from the human race and the Black Ink clan. All of them were waiting to obtain the opportunity within the universe furnace. If Xianxia could snatch these 9 open heaven pills in advance, then the human race will be the greatest winners no matter what arrangements the Black Ink clan made. They could use these 9 open heaven pills to produce 9 ninth order open heaven realm masters. That would be enough to form a crushing advantage against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, he could neither move a muscle nor freely exert his strength at this moment. The greatest opportunity in the 3,000 worlds was literally right in front of him, but he was powerless to seize it. How annoying! Hateful! He couldn't help cursing at the universe furnace. It was bad enough that he was dragged into this place, but he was also completely immobilized and then shown such a wondrous opportunity, yet he was unable to seize it. What is this torture? At this moment, Xianxia had long forgotten his earlier worries of being refined by the universe furnace. If the universe furnace wanted to refine him, the process would have taken place by now. Seeing as there were no movements in that regard, he was most probably safe for the time being. Now that he was safe, it was only natural for him to become greedy when such an opportunity was right in front of him. Xianxia stubbornly began to struggle once more, but it was all to no avail. Thus, he became even more annoyed and depressed. As the 9 lights devoured the chaotic and primitive Tao essence at an increasingly fierce rate, they began to glow brighter and brighter as a result. A rough estimate of the time indicated that there were only a few more months before the universe furnace emerged in the world. Xianxia did not know the exact location where this supreme treasure would appear, but he could practically imagine the scene at the time. The masters of both sides had gathered outside the universe furnace's projections. When the universe furnace opened under the illumination of the dense and multicolored lights, the 9 open heaven pills and their companions would fly out of the universe furnace. Subsequently, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan would plunge into a frenzied battle. He would be freed of his shackles at that time and might even fly out of the universe furnace with the open heaven pills. Although he could easily obtain several of them with his abilities, this method was rather risky. After all 9 of the best open heaven pills needed to be obtained by the human race. I need to figure out a way so that it will be easier for me to seize the opportunity once I am free. Since the universe furnace dragged me here and allowed me to witness the creation of these open heaven pills, then I ought to benefit from this opportunity. After pondering for some time, Xianxia came up with an idea. He immediately attempted to use his spiritual energy to place an imprint on these open heaven pills. If he succeeded, then he would be able to obtain them with a simple flash of his thoughts. In the next moment, he gave a deep groan, and his complexion went pale from his efforts. At this moment, the 9 open heaven pills were indiscriminately devouring the surrounding Tao essence. When his divine sense penetrated the open heaven pills, his divine sense was refined and absorbed in an instant. His divine sense was damaged as a consequence, but Xianxia was not very concerned about this injury. After all, his soul would be torn apart every time he unleashed a soul-rending thorn. This amount of injury was nothing to him. Besides, the soul-warming lotus would quickly repair his damaged divine sense. Spiritual energy is ineffective, but what about world force? Xianxia made another attempt, only for the open heaven pills to refine and absorb his world force perfectly. It would seem that the open heaven pills were not particular about what kind of energy approached them, greedily refining and absorbing anything they could. Unfortunately, that was not good news for Xianxia. As things stood, how was he supposed to leave his mark on the 9 spirit pills so that he could easily make his move when the time came? He activated the various Tao strengths he mastered in hopes that he could leave some kind of mark on the open heaven pills, but his efforts remained futile. Even the mysterious space-time strength was ineffective. These innate open heaven pills were like starving wolves, swallowing anything and everything that was placed before them. Yongkai couldn't help frowning with a troubled expression. Spiritual energy, world force, and even Tao strengths have proven to be ineffective. What else is there that I can try? All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and silently activated the great sun and moon marks. His own strength had been ineffective against the open heaven pills. In that case, the only power that did not belong to him was the 2 marks that he received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If that was also ineffective, then he had no other methods to try. He normally borrowed the power of the 2 marks to condense, purifying light. However, he was now attempting to leave a mark on the 9 open heaven pills with their power instead. It was not a difficult feat to perform. The mysterious power of the great sun and great moon seeped out from the backs of his hands. Under his careful control, they slowly extended towards one of the open heaven pills. It did not take long before the power of the great sun and great moon was influenced by the pull of the open heaven pills and swiftly absorbed into it. Yongkai could clearly feel the power of the great sun and the great moon gradually being shaved away and becoming weaker. Be that as it may, he was overjoyed in the next moment. That was because a slight trace remained of the power of the great sun and the great moon. They had not completely disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5726, Universe Furnace Manifests. The great sun and moon marks were created from the burning lights and serene glimmer sources. So naturally, the power that came from these 2 marks contained the aura of their sources. It was a power that was derived directly from the primordial light. Perhaps that was the reason why the innate open heaven pills could not devour it completely. Either way, the experiment was a success. Yongkai was thrilled. He quickly added the great sun and great moon's auras to the 8 remaining lights. However, after going to great lengths to do so, a thought dawned on Yongkai. There's no point in doing this. Initially, he wanted to leave something that he could control inside the 9 best quality open heaven pills. That way, it would be easier for him to seize them when the universe furnace truly emerged. However, the power from the great sun and moon marks did not belong to him. They had been given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Although he could wield the 2 marks to create purifying light, he could not use them to control the 9 open heaven pills. All of Yongkai's delight disappeared in a flash as soon as he remembered this. He thought that after spending half a day on his attempts, he was finally rewarded with success. But in the end, it had all been for nothing. No one will be pleased about that. Thus, after being dragged into this place by the universe furnace, Yongkai did not receive any significant benefit other than personally witnessing the mysterious inner workings of the universe furnace and the creation of the innate open heaven pills. Furthermore, Imo Yi got the chance to escape. Yongkai was feeling rather disgruntled. However, he could not do anything about it. A strange power was restraining him right now, and he could not do anything about it. As time passed, Yongkai calmed himself down and continued watching as the open heaven pills devoured the Tao essence all around them and took on a physical form. Eventually, the 9 lights grew brighter until they became 9 great suns that hovered all around Yongkai. When compared to the 9 great suns, the countless dots of glimmering light paled by far, like the difference between the bright moon and dim stars in the night sky. However, Yongkai had a feeling that the glimmering lights, which were also open heaven pills, had to be crucial in some way. In any case, how could something produced by the universe furnace turn out to be ordinary? The open heaven pills he got from the blood monster cave heaven in the past were most likely these lower quality ones, but their medicinal efficacies had probably waned due to the passage of time and the failure to store them properly. Yongkai did not know how long it had been, but he was focused on observing the production of the open heaven pills when he felt a kind of strong and vigorous energy surge towards him while undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. His expression changed, but as he could not move, he could not dodge the sudden burst of energy, so he had to endure it instead. The strange energy was incredibly powerful, and when confronted with it, even Yongkai, who was at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm, felt minuscule in comparison. He heard his bones being dislocated, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were about to explode from the pressure. Xianxia had no idea what was happening. Apart from being restrained, nothing else had happened to him ever since he entered the universe furnace, until now. It finally felt as if his life was at risk. In that life-and-death moment, there was only one thought in Xianxia's mind. Is the universe furnace really going to refine me? Fortunately, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The pressure had only lasted for a moment before it was gone. Xianxia could sense that the space he was in, the place with countless glimmering lights, was now endlessly stretching out. At the same time, the glimmering lights turned into streaks and shot out in all directions. A thought popped into Xianxia's mind almost instinctively. The universe furnace has fully manifested. The strange event earlier was clearly a sign that the universe furnace was emerging. After counting the days in his head, Xianxia realized that the timing added up as well. Then, Xianxia noticed that the power that had been restraining him all this while had disappeared. He instantly manipulated space principles to lock up the area around him as he reached out to grab the blazing streaks of light, but they moved away so quickly that Xianxia came up empty-handed, even though he had been determined to catch hold of them. Only a few of the weak, glimmering lights were caught inside his trapped space. The weak, glimmering lights were trembling hard against the constraints of the space principles. It was as if the lights had a mind of their own and wanted to escape from Xianxia's grasp. But he was not going to let that happen. He stuffed the lights into his small universe, though he did not have the time to study them now. Instead, he dashed after one of the dazzling streams of light he targeted earlier. Space principles flickered, and in a flash, Xianxia reappeared millions of kilometers away. However, just a moment later, Xianxia came to a stop with a helpless expression on his face. The stream of light had already gone too far away. It flew a lot quicker than him, even though he used instantaneous movement. After recalling the earlier scene, Xianxia immediately understood what was happening. It was not really that the dazzling light was moving faster than he was, but rather that this space was itself rapidly expanding. I had such a great opportunity right in front of me, but I failed to seize it. Xianxia was vexed with himself. No words could express the consternation he felt. 9 top-quality open heaven pills had been right in front of him, each one representing a new 9th Order open heaven realm master. And yet, he did not even manage to grab a single one. Xianxia was agitated, and as he had been injured by the pressure from the powerful energy earlier, he ended up coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even his aura noticeably weakened. He stood in place to restore himself for a moment as he looked around him with a frown. What the hell is going on? Since the universe furnace has already appeared, why am I still inside of it? Shouldn't I have been flung out of here the same way the open heaven pills were? What's more, the universe furnace seems too vast. By now, Xianxia was starting to realize that all his theories had been wrong from the start. The inside of the universe furnace turned out to be an independent space, and there was no proof that the open heaven pills had been ejected out of it. So perhaps the opportunity to seize one of them doesn't occur outside, but rather inside the universe furnace. Xianxia would be able to confirm this theory soon enough. If he encountered other living beings inside the universe furnace, that meant the opportunity took place inside. Xianxia gathered himself and moved in the direction where the dazzling light had flown. Even though it had escaped from him earlier, he was still going to hunt it down. At this point, he found that his earlier efforts had not been for nothing. Although the aura of the great sun and moon marks that he left on the 9 open heaven pills previously could not help him when it came to controlling them, he could use the marks to ascertain where the pills were, though he could only do so if he was close enough. Xianxia became a lot calmer now. There was a benefit to being pulled into the universe furnace early after all. During the chase, Xianxia also found the time to check on the weak, glimmering lights he had captured. He had slightly over a dozen of them, and they were currently flying around his small universe. They looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky, and the many cultivators inside Void World were staring up at them in amazement. Some of the Tao Temple disciples with greater cultivation tried to chase after these lights, but none of them succeeded. These weaker lights still moved at incredible speeds. Xianxia used space principles to capture them, but the Emperor Realm Masters from the Tao Temple did not have such ability. They thought this was some kind of amazing opportunity and had no idea these were just something their Tao Lord had tossed into his small universe, as he did not have the time to bother with them. Soon, Xianxia gathered the scattered lights together and subdued them. The lights faded away, and several fragrant, flawlessly round spirit pills appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these open heaven pills were fairly similar to the ones Xianxia got from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but their medicinal efficacies were clearly much more potent. What are they for? Xianxia frowned. Don't tell me these open heaven pills can help those in the 8th Order break through to the 9th Order as well. If that was the case, the fact that he now had over a dozen of them meant there were going to be over a dozen new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. But there was no way that was possible. The reason humans knew how to create open heaven pills was because the great experts of the early ancient era had derived a recipe for them based on the innate open heaven pills they obtained from the universe furnace. Although modifications and improvements to the open heaven pill recipe had never ceased, the ones refined by human alchemists were still incomparable to the ones from the universe furnace. There was only one benefit to the ones the humans made. Those open heaven pills were easy enough to create, and as long as there were sufficient resources and alchemists available, the production could go on forever. Nearly every sect had its own way of creating these man-made open heaven pills to fuel their disciples' cultivation. Xianxia had also refined some open heaven pills many millennia ago when he first entered the 3,000 worlds. After all the cultivation and resources he had acquired since then, it felt as if this memory of his took place eons ago. Once again, Xianxia gathered his thoughts. He created a seal on the open heaven pills and put them away safely. No matter what they were for, they had come from the universe furnace, and thus could not be something simple. He would know whether or not they were useful once he brought them to Senior Brother Me and asked the latter about them. Xianxia then continued chasing after the dazzling lights while occasionally using the great sun and moon marks to see if he could sense anything nearby. As the interior of the universe furnace rattled and shook, the over a dozen illusory phantoms of it that had been solidifying for the past 2 years finally transformed into the universe furnace, which was a grand and majestic alchemy furnace that gave off a mysterious, ancient aura with complex lines circulating across its surface. These universe furnaces were not the true body, though, merely portals to the world inside of it. As if breathing, the universe furnace would occasionally disperse a wondrous aura from its entrances. If anyone was able to cultivate near the furnace opening, they would receive a lot of benefits. However, who would be thinking of cultivating by the opening when the universe furnace had emerged? It was more important to enter the universe furnace for opportunities. Outside the primordial heavens' source grand restriction, the many years of peace gave way to battle once more. The Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction knew that the universe furnace was a great opportunity for the humans. So to stop the suppressing Black Ink army from entering, the Black Ink clan was willing to do whatever it took to launch an attack on them, forcing the various masters to remain behind to hold the line. A 100,000-meter-long white dragon weaved through the fighting, killing dozens, if not hundreds with each blow he struck, but soon 2 royal lords made huge sacrifices to rush out of the gap in the grand restriction and pin him down. Royal lords were heavily injured if they tried to leave the primordial heavens source grand restriction through the opening Wu Kuang had made. Previously, Fu Guang killed several royal lords who had been affected this way, so the enemy knew that in a one-on-one fight, these royal lords were no match for him. But it was not as easy for him to kill them when he was up against 2 of them at once. Martial Peak, Chapter 5727, Battles Break Out. Not counting the Black Ink giant spirit gods, royal lords were at the peak of what was possible for the Black Ink clan to field and were by no means easy targets. It was already proof of how strong Fu Guang was that he could go up against 2 of them without being at a disadvantage. It even looked as if he could overpower them given enough time. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, The suppressing Black Ink army was doing its best to fend off the enemy. Scores of formidable auras filled the sky as beams of destructive light shot out towards the swarming Black Ink clan. It seemed as if the humans had the situation under control, but more and more enemies kept pouring out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, including many innate territory lords. If things continued on this way, the pressure would only grow more intense. 58th Order Masters quietly stood atop the suppressing Black Ink fortress, not joining the fight. They were the chosen 8th Order Masters who would enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. They should have rushed straight into the universe furnace when it opened, but the Black Ink clan's attack put a stop to their plan. This was unsurprising, as the Black Ink clan would not have allowed the humans to gain more benefits without a fight. The Black Ink clan had already predicted this when the illusory phantom of the universe furnace first appeared. The divine dragon swam through the void as his murderous intent flared wildly. He defended himself from the two royal lords who were charging at him as his dragon roars echoed thunderously. "Go now! What are you waiting for?" Fu Guang saw that the 58th Order Masters had not moved, so he could not resist scolding them. Transmissions were coming from other 8th Order Masters fighting on the battlefield too. If you miss your chance now, it will never appear again. Hurry up and enter the universe furnace. You don't need to worry about us, as long as the suppressing Black Ink fortress remains standing. The suppressing Black Ink army will not fall. Still, the 58th Order Masters atop the wall did not move. The entrance to the universe furnace was wide open, and it would only take them a moment to dive inside to seize the opportunity that would allow them to reach the peak of martial Dao. It was not as if they did not long for that. However, there was something else they cared about as well. Xianxia laughed and said, "I only want this opportunity so that I can kill more enemies. Now that the enemy is right in front of me, why must I go round the sun to reach the moon? I shall partake in my share of the kills first." He rushed into the battle as soon as he finished speaking, and Xianxia followed immediately after without saying a word. The two of them seemed to move in unison as they lunged at a territory lord who was trying to sneak up on a human master. The 50 figures flew out from the walls, but none of them headed for the universe furnace, instead rushing straight onto the battlefield to join the battle. Fu Guang saw this from afar and sighed, but he did not try to talk them out of it. The suppressing Black Ink army was small, only numbering 6,000 in total. Though the army had more than 400 8th Order Masters, and the suppressing Black Ink fortress, which was a mobile palace artifact on par with the great passes of old, it took the genuine unity displayed by all of them to hold back the torrent of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out from the gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As the 58th Order Masters fearlessly joined the fight, the suppressing Black Ink army soon gained the upper hand. The Black Ink clan had not expected the human masters to not be tempted by the great opportunity they had in front of them, so they were caught off guard and took a heavy blow. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, they could not stop midway through the battle. Previously, they attacked the suppressing Black Ink army and were willing to sacrifice so many soldiers, including multiple royal lords, just to keep Fu Guang and Wu Kuang fully occupied. That way, they could probe the grand restriction for weaknesses to let innate territory lords sneak out. It was an enormous sacrifice, but also a resounding success. At least 1,000 innate territory lords had managed to sneak out undetected. However, once the situation was discovered and Wu Kuang patched the vulnerability they exploited, the Black Ink clan ceased all combat. They knew there was no point in carrying on with the unnecessary sacrifices, as the humans were now on full alert. The human race master who was controlling the grand restriction now would never allow himself to be tricked in the same way again, and it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to mount a decisive attack that could overwhelm the human army outside the gap. If they could not break past the humans' defenses outside, they would only be wasting their forces by trying. Thus, they did not launch any attacks in the past few years until the universe furnace showed up. To stop the human race masters of the suppressing Black Ink army from entering the universe furnace and obtaining opportunities for themselves, the Black Ink clan began a full-scale assault again. They thought this situation would turn in their favor, but who knew that the suppressing Black Ink army would choose to stand and fight? The human race masters were not at all blinded by the opportunity that was right at their fingertips and fully focused on the battle instead. This meant that the Black Ink clan were caught in a seemingly hopeless situation. It would be a waste of resources if they continued sending out more soldiers, but if they did not, then those who had already left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would be wiped out, including 2 royal lords. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. While the suppressing Black Ink army and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a fierce battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the Black Ink clan was in complete control of the barren territory. There was also a phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory, and it was impossible for the human race army to approach it. No human had entered the barren territory over the past few millennia, except for Xianxia, who had passed by a few times. The Black Ink clan had arranged for countless clansmen to wait by the universe furnace. Once it opened, the Black Ink clan army hesitantly checked it out before a few of their territory lords led the charge into the universe furnace. Soon, they disappeared inside the universe furnace world. Meanwhile, within the space on the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Nai, who was restrained here, had been on edge for nearly 2 years, but after seeing no sign of Xianxia, he was certain that the latter had somehow left this place. Although he did not know how that was possible or what the swirl that devoured Xianxia was, it was still a good thing for him. At least, he did not have to worry about Xianxia appearing all of a sudden to kill him. There was no threat to his life now, but the injuries he previously sustained were quite serious, and he could not tend to them while he was being held down here. When the illusory phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Immortality felt the ground shaking and the void fluctuating. When he came back to his senses, he was already inside a vast, boundless space. Immortality instantly raised his guard as his divine sense flooded out in all directions. Though he did not detect any signs of danger, he did not relax, as he had no idea what would happen to him after suddenly appearing in a strange new place. A moment later, it struck him that he could be inside the universe furnace right now. After comparing his experience to the way Xianxia had disappeared earlier, he came up with a possibility. Xianxia entered the universe furnace world approximately 2 years ago, so that was why he never showed up. All of a sudden, Immortality felt a heightened sense of danger. If he ran into Xianxia here in his present, injured state, there was no guarantee as to who would survive the clash. Immortality forcefully composed himself, but did not move away from his spot immediately. He had entered the universe furnace from that strange, folded space, so if the territory lords outside had even the semblance of sense, they would have noticed something had happened. Regardless of whether they made the decision themselves or consulted with the royal lord instead, the territory lords would most likely be entering soon. Immortality was going to stay in this spot and wait for them. He would only feel safe when he regrouped with others. However, to his disappointment, despite waiting for quite some time, he did not see any signs of the territory lords. When the phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Immortality's aura disappeared too. Outside the universe furnace, the territory lords who had set up the heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand array were at a loss. They had arranged the grand array here to stop Xianxia from fleeing, but Xianxia was long gone, and Immortality had now disappeared as well. So what were they supposed to do? Furthermore, when the projection of the universe furnace solidified, a mysterious power arose from the furnace opening. It seemed to have turned into a passage that led into another world. The territory lords had a quick discussion before sending a report back to No Return Pass to seek guidance from Royal Lord Mou. Meanwhile, Mou received reports from the barren territory, which stated that after the solidification of the universe furnace's illusory phantom, the universe furnace itself did not show up. Instead, a strange passage appeared at the furnace opening. It seemed to be the entrance to the universe furnace, and the Black Ink clan army stationed at the barren territory had started entering it to explore. It dawned on Mou at that moment that the Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace had been wrong. The dozen or so illusory phantoms had always been portals to the universe furnace. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the territory lords to enter the universe furnace to aid Immo. After getting the order, the territory lords outside the opening did not hesitate. They quickly made some preparations before rushing into the furnace. However, when the territory lords entered the universe furnace, they realized that they had all been sent to different places. Even though they had entered from the same opening, they were now standing alone in a vast void. This was the reason why Immo did not see any of the territory lords coming to his aid despite waiting around for a long time. He had no choice but to leave and find a secure location. What was most important for him right now was to find a way to tend to his injuries. Battles broke out at the same time across all the different great territory battlefields. The Blacking clan did not know much about the universe furnace, so for the past years, they basically moved to mirror the actions of the humans. When a human race gathered their armies outside the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan followed suit. When the humans moved their masters around, the Black Ink clan did likewise. Essentially, they decided the best counter was to mimic the humans' actions. This was an astute move on the Black Ink clan's part, and it was Immo who came up with it. He thought that since they did not know much, they should simply respond as their enemy did. On the battlefields across the void, the human race army and the Black Ink clan army gathered around the entrances to the universe furnace as they engaged in a fierce battle. With every breath, countless lives were lost. Mi Jingluan was at the Supreme Headquarters overseeing everything when a series of reports came in one after the other. Soon, a deep frown was etched on his forehead. There had been an unexpected turn of events on the great territory battlefields. The human army had managed to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade in 3 of the great territory battlefields and killed countless enemies in an extremely short amount of time. There was no one around to stop the human race masters from their charge. The reason behind this was that the Black Ink clan did not assign any of their territory lords to defend these 3 great territory battlefields. Not a single territory lord showed up, and even the feudal lords were few and far between. On these 3 great territory battlefields, while the Black Ink clan army was large in numbers, they were obviously only there to draw the humans' attention. Most of the soldiers were just expendable cannon fodder. Mi Jingluan immediately realized what was happening. The Black Ink clan had already decided to give up on these 3 great territory battlefields long ago, but they moved their troops in secret to trick the humans into thinking that there were still territory lords positioned there. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5728, The Most Worrying Situation. Even Mi Jingluan could not help but feel respect for his opponent's bold choice to give up on 3 great territory battlefields. This has to be that pseudo-royal lord Immo's doing. No one else in the Black Ink clan could make such a prompt and resolute decision except for him. The human race and the Black Ink clan have been fighting on these 3 great territory battlefields for several millennia now, sacrificing countless lives. Making a snap decision to give up on 3 of them would not only negate all the sacrifices made, but it could also have a great impact on the future. Mi Jingluan was willing to admit that he would not be able to make this decision on behalf of the human race. It was not as if he was any less bold than Immo, but because the 2 parties were in different positions. Throughout these years, the human race had been fighting tooth and nail to ensure they did not surrender even a single step of territory to the enemy. The more great territories the Black Ink clan claimed, the worse the situation got for the humans. Therefore, no matter how dire the situation was, the human race armies could never give up on any great territory battlefield. Many years ago, Mi Jingluan started keeping an eye on Immo after being tipped off by Xianxia. Even though Mi Jingluan and Immo never physically crossed paths throughout their millennia of war, the former had a fairly solid understanding of the latter's wits. Thus, the moment he received the reports regarding the 3 great territory battlefields, Immo immediately popped up in his mind. One could say that the human race armies had made a clean sweep of these 3 great territory battlefields. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan fell defenselessly, and if this situation continued, it would take less than a few months for the human race to completely claim these 3 great territory battlefields for good. The Black Ink clan would not be able to survive there. Nevertheless, Mi Jingluan was not pleased by this at all. The Black Ink clan had voluntarily given up on 3 great territory battlefields and did not assign any of their masters to stand guard in those areas. Instead, they sent a large army of expendable soldiers to keep the human race occupied. This meant that the Black Ink clan could assign even more masters to the other great territory battlefields. Why did the Black Ink clan, or rather Immortality, make such a decision? Even if sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good, Immortality must have known what would happen when he made this decision. Did they not have enough masters? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had added numerous territory lords to their ranks, and many more innate territory lord had snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction just recently, so it was unlikely for them to lack masters. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Mi Jingluan. After taking into account the various reports he had received in the past, he immediately came to a conclusion and swiftly yelled to the group of aides beside him, "Quick! Send word to all the armies to be wary of pseudo-royal lords." He had underestimated the Black Ink clan's fervor and determination. Now that the universe furnace had surfaced, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly fight the human race for the great opportunities available. Regardless of what happened, they would surely create a few pseudo-royal lords to shift the odds in their favor. Furthermore, a hefty number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction, which meant that the Black Ink clan had more than enough innate territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan was not completely caught off guard by this, as he knew all along that the Black Ink clan would soon begin creating more pseudo-royal lords, but he had not expected them to move so quickly. Fortunately, the human race had developed countermeasures for this exact scenario. Although the pseudo-royal lords were powerful, they could not wield all of their strength, and were thus considerably weaker than true royal lords. Over the past years, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been practicing numerous battle formations specifically to face these pseudo-royal lords. As a worthy strategist and the supreme commander who oversaw all the military operations of the human race, Mi Jingluan had already done his best to consider all the possibilities he could possibly imagine. However, from the looks of things now, there would be far more pseudo-royal lords than he expected. Why would the Black Ink clan have insufficient masters, forcing them to abandon several battlefields? It took the sacrifice of over a dozen innate territory lords to create just one pseudo-royal lord. So if many of the former were lost to create the latter, then it made sense why the Black Ink clans had insufficient numbers. Furthermore, in recent years, the reports from various battlefields confirmed that many of the innate territory lords that were usually seen on the front lines seemed to have disappeared, while a few unfamiliar ones had shown up in their place. The innate territory lords who disappeared must have gone to the no-return pass and taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As for the unfamiliar ones, they were most likely the innate territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Mi Jingluan did not think the territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords at the moment, as they were heavily injured. It would take them at least a century or two before they could be fully restored. However, even if Mi Jingluan only took into account the original number of innate territory lords that the Black Ink clan had, it would still be a terrifying amount if all of them were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order, streaks of light flashed in from the distance as messengers brought in new reports from the great territory battlefields. Mi Jingluan swiftly scanned through them, and soon all the color drained from his face. What he was most worried about had indeed occurred. The pseudo-royal lords that appeared were far higher in number than what he predicted, for pseudo-royal lords had shown up in profound nether territory alone. The battle took a sudden turn as the 4 pseudo-royal lords burst forth on the battlefield in 4 different critical locations. They managed to break past their defenses, which resulted in heavy casualties. Thankfully, the 8th Order Masters had swiftly assumed their battle formations and were able to stabilize the situation, even if barely. That being said, Things were not looking good in profound nether territory, and it seemed unlikely that the human race could seize control of the entrance there. Numerous pseudo-royal lords had also appeared across the various great territory battlefields where intense fights were taking place. Even the heavily wounded innate territory lords with weak auras that snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction had joined the battlefields. These innate territory lords were greatly weakened and could not stand against the Eighth Order Masters. But they were still innate territory lords, and those lower than the Eighth Order could not hold their own against them. Thus, their presence was an added burden to the human race armies. There was only one thing that Mi Jingluan was thankful for. Even though the Black Ink clan had more pseudo-royal lords than expected, it was not to the point where the human race's situation became hopeless. Judging from the reports, he also surmised that the heavily injured innate territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction really could not take part in the creation of pseudo-royal lords. This was the only silver lining. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Black Ink clan had sacrificed a great number of seasoned innate territory lords to create a group of pseudo-royal lords. Even though they were fewer in number now, when it came to raw power, theirs had greatly increased. Thus, the Black Ink clan quickly gained the upper hand throughout the various great territory battlefields as they managed to catch the humans off guard. However, the humans were not on the losing end on every single great territory battlefield. In Azure Sun territory, pure yin and yang energy melded together in the void to create the image of a giant yin-yang fish that covered a vast expanse. The dead bodies of several innate territory lords were caught within the yin-yang fish as the auras of four figures clashed, spreading massive waves of destruction all around them. One of the silhouettes was a tall and slender woman. Her long hair fluttered behind her as murderous intent radiated from her form. Even though she was up against three opponents, she was still able to hold on with the help of her divine ability. She was one of the few Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the human race possessed. It was Luo Ting, he of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, who once stood guard over the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. She, an old ancestor Xiao, came from the same sect. Thus, the secret arts and secret techniques that they cultivated were quite similar. The yin-yang fish was one of Luo Ting He's strongest divine abilities. This was not just seen in its ability to slaughter enemies, but more importantly, in its ability to restrain opponents. Back when old ancestor Xiao faced off against the royal lord of Great Evolution Theater, she used the same divine ability countless times. At this moment, Luo Ting did her best to keep her divine ability above the entrance to the universe furnace as she fought against the three pseudo-royal lords. It had not been long since she became a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At most, it could only be rounded up to 2,000 years. Forget reaching the peak of her cultivation, it was barely long enough for her to consolidate her realm. However, she was still a genuine Ninth Order Master. It would be easy enough for her to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord, and she would not lose her ground against two either, but three was pushing the limit, so she had to rely on the power of her divine ability to fight back. The auras of yin and yang converged inside the yin-yang fish to form invisible millstones. The three pseudo-royal lords tried their hardest to break away, but they could not get out. The grinding from that mysterious aura made them incredibly irascible. No one dared to get near the four masters as they engaged in battle after a few innate territory lords had accidentally gotten caught up and wound up dead. However, it was not three, but rather 5 pseudo-royal lords in total who came to Azure Sun territory. This battlefield had always been a crucial one in the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan, so the latter would naturally send a sizable number of their pseudo-royal lords over. They had considered the possibility of a Ninth Order Master being on the battlefield, but they never thought that a Ninth Order Master would be powerful enough to pin down 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. The other 2 pseudo-royal lords were not having it easier either. Each of them was up against 5 Eighth Order Masters who formed a 5 elements formation. This enabled the human masters to fight evenly against a pseudo-royal lord, as neither party was able to overpower the other. The humans were the ones who came up with the battle formations first. When the territory lords went up against Xianxia, they were able to form 4 symbols formations, but they could rarely form the 5 elements formation. However, the same could not be said of the humans. As long as the 8th Order Masters were familiar with each other, they could easily form a 5 elements formation. In fact, the humans' highest record was a 7 stars formation formed by 7 8th Order Masters. Such a battle formation would even enable the human race to face off against a true royal lord, though there was no guarantee as to who would win the fight. However, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time forming battle formations that required even more numbers, such as 8 Desolations or 9 Palaces. This was because everyone possessed powerful cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to form a battle formation. This was the reason why Xianxia was astounded by the way Zhang Ruo she managed to control her small stone race army to form the incredibly complex Second Order and even Third Order 9 Palaces formation. All 5 of the pseudo-royal lords were pinned down. Azure Sun territory had always been an essential area for the human masters. Therefore, there were many of them here, and the humans had the upper hand across the entire battlefield. It would not be difficult for them to gain control over the entrance to the universe furnace here. However, the situation remained troublesome for them, as Bloodcrow had reported that the entrance to the universe furnace would only remain open for 3 days. Once 3 days were up, it would disappear once more. Therefore, the humans would have to enter within 3 days if they wanted to seize the opportunities awaiting them inside the universe furnace, or otherwise, it would be too late. Martial Peak, Chapter 5729, 3 days. Only those in at least the 7th Order could enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity, as it was pointless to enter if one's cultivation realm was too low. Those below the 7th Order would just needlessly lose their lives if they ran into a territory lord or even a feudal lord. Therefore, the humans curated a list of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order Masters who were given the right to enter the universe furnace when it opened this time. That being said, not everyone who had the right to go in could do so, as the humans could not enter the universe furnace if the Black Ink clan controlled the entrance. Even if the human race had the upper hand on some of the battlefields, these 7th Order and 8th Order Masters could not enter at will. Quite often, these chosen few were the core pillars in the battle of the armies they served in, so if they all just left, the advantage they had would be lost almost immediately as the tides turned against the humans. As a result, none of the humans on the various great territory battlefields had entered the universe furnace yet. They were doing their best to cull the enemy, as they would only be able to leave in peace once the threat posed by the enemy was under firm control. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan knew little about the universe furnace, so even though their masters deduced that the universe furnace opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not make any hasty decisions when they did not have any clear evidence. In addition to that, the humans were also doing their best to suppress the Black Ink clan in the fight, so the latter had to match them with equal force. Thus, masters from both sides fought furious battles around the universe furnace openings on all the different great territory battlefields. With each passing breath, scores of masters from both sides died as their souls were extinguished in the empty void. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he managed to occupy 3 pseudo-royal lords all by herself. It took a lot of effort from her, but she was still able to hold her own against them for now. However, in a different great territory, another 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was going all out to kill a pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master had a burly physique and wielded a long spear in a fashion quite dissimilar to Xianxia's supreme limitless spear art. Each swing, sweep, or stab of his spear was imbued with a tyrannical might. The pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down could not fight back at all, as he sustained a series of injuries. He would have been killed by now if it had not been for the support he received from another pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master was Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Luo Ting, he was not the only new 9th Order Master that the human race added to their ranks over the last few millennia. Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven was another one, and he happened to be another old acquaintance of Xianxia's. During Xianxia's time with a profound nether army, Wei Junyang had once been a division commander under the former's command. He was one of the few humans who had the aptitude to reach the ninth order back before the appearance of the open heaven realm cradles. Once the situation in profound nether territory was calmed, he went into seclusion to focus on his cultivation. Xianxia could not easily reach the ninth order because his order had fallen once in the past, but Wei Junyang had not encountered such a setback. Though his aptitude was considered a little poorer than Xianxian's, his foundation was solid. Hence, after Luo Ting he broke through and became a ninth order master. He soon followed suit. However, Mi Jingluan kept him hidden all this while to prevent him from being noticed by anyone else until the fierce battle broke out today. On this great territory battlefield, Wei Junyang wielded the power of a ninth order master as he charged right at the enemy. Cultivators from Great Battle Cave Heaven were undeniably disciplined and militaristic, but they were also all eager to fight, and Wei Junyang was no exception. He did not have a divine ability or secret technique that could restrain formidable enemies the way Luo Ting he did. All he had to rely on was the long spear in his hands. As soon as he showed up, Wei Junyang shot straight towards one of the Pseudo-Royal Lords and unleashed an all-out strike powered by the full might of his cultivation. He almost managed to split the targeted Pseudo-Royal Lord in two right there and then. Even though the Pseudo-Royal Lord escaped his doom, he was thoroughly terrified now. Following that, the scene of Wei Junyang hunting down the Pseudo-Royal Lord unfolded across the battlefield. It was as if he had zeroed in on this Pseudo-Royal Lord and would not stop until the latter died under his spear. Another Pseudo-Royal Lord had noticed the dire situation and immediately moved to assist. Thus, the scene changed to Wei Junyang chasing after a Pseudo-Royal Lord, while another Pseudo-Royal Lord chased after him. The three figures crossed tens of millions of kilometers as they weaved through the great territory battlefield. Wherever they passed through, masters from both sides all scrambled to get out of the way. Wei Junyang's method was a little blunt and reckless, but it was his resolute stance that enabled him to completely occupy two Pseudo-Royal Lords while really only facing one of them at a time, allowing him to completely control the pace of the fight as all momentum was on his side. If he had to face off against the two Pseudo-Royal Lords in a 2-on-1 fight, he would only be able to keep things even at most. The Blacking clan had also sent 5 Pseudo-Royal Lords to this great territory, but 2 of them were currently occupied by Wei Junyang, and the one getting chased down was at risk of dying at any moment. As for the other 3, they were similarly held up by the 8th Order Masters who formed battle formations. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the Masters on both sides burst out across the battlefield in great sparks. The 2 armies formed long defense lines that snaked across the void as they fought with great intensity. On these frenzied battlefields, 3 days felt like forever. As time passed, the situation across the messy battlefields slowly settled into place. Apart from the 3 battlefields that the Blacking clan had given up on, the 2 armies on the other great territory battlefields were beginning to solidify their control over the openings of the universe furnace. To put it simply, both sides had their wins and losses. The final moments were approaching, and the human race masters on the list began gathering near the openings to the universe furnace. They had to enter now, or else the openings would vanish and it would be too late. While they no longer needed to get involved in the battle outside, there was still a battle waiting for them inside the universe furnace. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting, he was still keeping the 3 Pseudo-Royal Lords occupied, but her Yin-Yang fish could not hold out much longer. The moment her divine ability faltered, she would no longer be able to restrain all 3 of these enemies. Thus, when Luo Ting he saw that most of the chosen human masters had gathered, she ordered, "Go!" The 7th Order and 8th Order Masters had been prepared for this, and all jumped into the opening to the universe furnace without hesitation. All at once, they disappeared inside. Their actions shocked the Blacking clan. Even though they had deduced that the opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not be certain about it. Now that they saw what the humans did, they realized that it was indeed as they had thought. The opportunity from the universe furnace was inside, and the human race masters had already rushed in. If the humans gained any more Ninth Order Masters, then the Black Ink clan would have wasted countless lives and resources for nothing. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan noticed what was happening, they immediately began focusing their attacks on the entrances, and the three pseudo-royal lords were being suppressed by Luo Ting. He found the chance to unleash a joint attack. The turbulent force from their combined strikes warped the yin-yang fish. It looked as if it would crumble at any moment now. Initially, the humans had the advantage in Azure Sun territory, but what they worried about had indeed happened. Once a large group of human race masters entered the universe furnace, they lost their advantage, and the Black Ink clan seized the chance to go on the offensive. The human race army formed lines of defense all around the opening, but once the Black Ink clan charged at them, the lines began to buckle. All at once, the human race was under great pressure. At the same time, the three pseudo-royal lords finally broke free of Luo Ting, He suppression. The moment the yin-yang fish divine ability shattered, the three of them turned into streaks of darkness that flashed in three different directions. Luo Ting, he could only stop one, while she could not do anything about the other two. Thankfully, after 3 days of intense battle, both she and the three pseudo-royal lords had used up a lot of their strength and could not fight at their peak anymore. Even though they broke free, they did not pose a huge danger to the humans. A fury of divine senses streaked across space as the Black Ink clan higher-ups discussed their next move. It was clear that the opening in the universe furnace could be entered, and the opportunity had to be inside. If they ignored the universe furnace, they were strong enough to gain the upper hand on this great territory battlefield. But the human race had a Ninth Order Master here, so their advantage would not necessarily turn the tides in their favor. Nevertheless, soon, they came to a decision. They decided to give up on the flimsy advantage they had and instead send their own masters into the universe furnace to stop the humans from seizing the opportunities, lest the humans gained even more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The orders went out in secret, and under the command of the pseudo-royal lords, these masters swiftly charged towards the entrance to the universe furnace. They thought the humans would do their best to stop them, and the pseudo-royal lords were mentally prepared to sacrifice some of their masters in order to achieve their goal, but things did not go the way they assumed. Many managed to rush over from all directions and enter the entrance without needing to waste much energy. They could charge straight into the universe furnace. It was as if the humans did not want to stop them. In reality, it was not that the humans did not want to stop them, but the phantom of the universe furnace was colossal and the opening was just too massive. If the Black Ink clan was determined to enter the universe furnace, the humans could not stop all of them. Since they could not do so, they decided to voluntarily let some of their enemies pass, as this would take some pressure off those who remained outside. This was the strategy that those at the Supreme Headquarters had come up with. Mi Jingluan oversaw all the military operations from his place at the Supreme Headquarters, so it was not at all surprising that he foresaw the possibility of the current situation taking place. Once a large number of the human race masters entered the universe furnace, the humans would be weakened and the remaining masters outside would be under intense pressure. If they tried to stop the Black Ink clan completely, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. The best way to ease the burden was to allow some enemies to enter the universe furnace. Naturally, just how many they should allow entry would depend on the situation on the respective Great Territory battlefields. If too many Black Ink clan masters enter the universe furnace, then things would get harder for the humans inside. But if too few were let in, they could not alleviate the pressure off those who remained on the battlefields. It was a fine line, and the human race masters who were in charge of these battlefields would have to decide at their own discretion. Thus, once a certain number of masters from the Black Ink clan rushed into the universe furnace, Luo Ting He, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, immediately changed. She seemed to burst forth with renewed energy as the yin-yang fish reappeared beneath her and rapidly spread across the void. She then glared at the pseudo-royal lord she had been keeping occupied the whole time and growled, "Ready for round 2? As soon as her crisp, cold voice sounded, it was time for the pseudo-royal lord to meet his doom. Martial Peak, Chapter 5730, Yongkai had already prepared for this. In the end, Wei Junyang failed to kill the pseudo-royal lord. he was hunting down. Even though pseudo-royal lords could only wield around 70% of a true royal lord's power, they were still formidable enough that it would not be easy to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, it had not been long since Wei Junyang became a Ninth Order Master, so his heritage was even weaker than Luo Tinghe's. The situation would not be the same if he reached the peak of Ninth Order. At times like this, Wei Junyang felt envious of Yang Kai's space secret techniques. He believed that if Yang Kai reached the Ninth Order, it would have been child's play for him to kill a pseudo-royal lord. He could simply use a space secret technique to prevent his opponent from running away from him, whereas Wei Junyang had to doggedly chase down his opponent and still come up short. While Wei Junyang did not want to give up on the chase, time was running out, and he had no other choice. The entrance to the universe furnace was about to close, and he needed to head back over to stand guard over the area and take command of the situation. Otherwise, unexpected crises might occur once the human race masters enter the universe furnace. Even though he could not kill off the pseudo-royal lord, he did manage to severely injure him. For now, that pseudo-royal lord would not be able to do anything else but return to a black ink nest to recuperate. With Wei Junyang personally overseeing the entrance to the universe furnace, the situation there quickly stabilized. Similarly to Azure Sun territory, the human race masters were the first to swiftly enter the universe furnace. Soon, the Black Ink clan masters rushed over as well, and the humans readily allowed some of them to pass through. Things went according to plan at both of these great territories, which had Ninth Order masters overseeing them. Even on the great territory battlefields where the human race were the ones at a disadvantage, the humans' efforts had not been fruitless. The masters who were chosen to enter the universe furnace had already received their instructions from Mi Jingluan, and they were currently besieging the Black Ink clan's lines of defense as they stormed their way into the universe furnace. Over at Azure Sun territory, the humans could not stop the Black Ink clan from entering despite being the ones with the upper hand, but the same applied to the Black Ink clan on these great territory battlefields, as they could not block all the humans. As the Black Ink clan watched the human race masters disappearing into the universe furnace, their decision solidified. Ever since the appearance of the phantom images of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had been mimicking their opponents' every move, and they chose to do so this time too. Since the humans wanted to enter the universe furnace, they were going to enter as well. On these great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan were the ones in control of the entrances to the universe furnace, so nothing stopped them from heading in. However, they soon encountered the same situation that the humans had. As more of them entered the universe furnace, their advantage on the battlefield slowly diminished. The Black Ink clan were in complete control of the universe furnace entrance on the barren territory, whereas the humans were in control of the openings on the three great territory battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up. As for the remaining entrances, the advantage oscillated between the two sides, and the situation constantly changed. At last, the 3 days were over, and the universe furnace projections in each great territory suddenly began shaking violently. Everyone was unprepared as they witnessed the universe furnaces abruptly turning into wisps of light before completely vanishing. The disappearance of the universe furnace was a pivotal turning point for the battles on each great territory battlefield. All this while the two sides have been fighting in the vicinity of the universe furnace projections. Naturally, this brought about certain limitations in terms of the scope of military operations. For the most part, the party with the upper hand would organize their masters near the entrance to guard it. Now that the entrances were gone, the limitations were lifted as well. Wei Junyang took a deep breath. He felt as if he had shrugged off a layer of restraints, and the air was clear again. He raised his long spear as he roared so loudly that his voice reached across the great territory. "Are you ready to die, Black Ink clan bastards?" Previously, he could not freely unleash his full power. As a Ninth Order Master who was in command here, he had to consider many variables. Otherwise, he would not have given up on his attempt to kill the injured pseudo-royal lord to come back and stand guard at the entrance to the universe furnace. However, there was nothing to hold him back now. The Black Ink clan in this great territory were going to have to sear a name into their memories. It was going to be his name, Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Meanwhile, Luo Ting, he was also finally able to unleash her full strength, and she boldly stormed into the Black Ink clan army's ranks. It was as if the yin-yang fish had taken on a physical form as the massive image churned through 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. Yin and yang swirled together to grind down these enemies, reducing them to smashed meat and pools of blood. Originally, Mi Jingluan considered sending one of the two new Ninth Order Masters into the Universe Furnace to aid the human race masters as they went in to seize opportunities. However, after a discussion with Xianxia, he gave up on that idea. Once the Universe Furnace surfaced, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan would surely erupt. All the previous agreements and pacts would undoubtedly lose all meaning, and it was far more valuable to have the two Ninth Order Masters out on the battlefields instead of inside the Universe Furnace. The Ninth Order Masters did not need to get involved with the goings-on inside the Universe Furnace. Opportunities always came with risks. If the human race masters inside needed a Ninth Order Master to aid them as they went in search of these opportunities, then it would not be unreasonable to consider all their centuries and millennia of cultivation a waste. Furthermore, the area inside the Universe Furnace was boundless, so even if a Ninth Order Master went in, they might not be able to contribute much. At the time, Blood Crow, who had been listening on the side, casually remarked, "I don't know whether or not a Ninth Order Master can enter the Universe Furnace, but the last time it opened, none of the Ninth Order Masters or Royal Lords went in. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, or perhaps the Universe Furnace imposes a limit on the cultivation realm of those who enter." Either way, the two new Ninth Order Masters did not enter the Universe Furnace. However, Mi Jingluan was certain that the dangers inside the Universe Furnace this time would far surpass all the previous times in history. This was because many pseudo-royal lords had entered as well, and the Black Ink clan most likely did not have pseudo-royal lords the last time a Universe Furnace emerged, so this situation had no precedent to judge from. It would be a challenging trial for the human race masters who entered the Universe Furnace this time. When the Universe Furnace phantoms vanished, tremors were felt across the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield. Over at Wind Mist territory, Xiao and Wuxia were sitting cross-legged. World Force was circling around them, rippling through the air. There was a rip in the boundary wall in front of them, and a gargantuan arm stretched out. The massive arm looked like a pillar that cut through the void. The chains that wound tightly around the arm were created by the two Ninth Order old ancestors using some kind of joint secret technique. Many millennia had passed since the Black Ink giant spirit god broke through the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the Barren territory to let the Black Ink clan army launch its invasion into the 3,000 worlds. Xiao and Wuxia had been sitting in the same spot for just as many millennia as they engaged in a cross-territory battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god. It was impossible for the two to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-to-head, let alone restrain one of his arms. But when they were separated by the boundary wall, the power that the Black Ink giant spirit god could wield greatly weakened. Furthermore, this Black Ink giant spirit god sustained serious injuries previously, which allowed Xiao and Wuxia to restrain him all these years. Over 1,000 years ago, though, the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to restore much of his strength, causing the two Ninth Order Masters to experience even more pressure. Thankfully, Xianxia came in time and used purifying light to grind down their opponent's strength. However, over 1,000 years had passed since then, and the Black Ink giant spirit god power was restored little by little over that time. Xiao and Wuxia did not know how much longer they could hold out. The Universe Furnace had appeared, and they could sense the rumbles of the universe's grand Tao. They exchanged a glance in silence, as they knew a major change was about to come. At that very moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god, who never bothered to interact with them throughout the many millennia, started laughing out of the blue. Its laughter came through the rip. The humans will soon be exterminated. As its voice came through, the chains around its arm vibrated slightly before letting out a hissing sound. Wu Qing and Xianxia did not hesitate even for a breath as they quickly channeled their powers, using their world force to strengthen the chains. The black ink giant spirit god did not make another futile attempt. It was as if it had only been testing things out earlier, but even so, the Ninth Order Masters felt heavily pressured. You can run your mouth when you're able to escape unscathed. Wu Qing coldly snorted. The black ink giant spirit god scoffed but did not respond. Wu Qing's expression was dark, and his brow was furrowed tightly. He could tell that the black ink giant spirit god could have escaped a long time ago if it wanted to. The latter simply had to cut off the arm that he and Xianxia were restraining. However, the black ink giant spirit god was evidently unwilling to suffer such a loss. That was why it did not do much and allowed the two to restrain it here. All these years, it was quietly gathering its strength in order to escape unscathed, and from the looks of it, it would happen soon. Moreover, no Black Ink clansman had ever come to disrupt the two throughout these years, and clearly, something was strange about that too. They were keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god occupied here, but was it not also doing the same to them? Perhaps the Black Ink clan wants to change things now. Wu Qing could not resist glancing at Xianxia, who remained unperturbed. She was holding something in her hand that was hidden beneath her sleeve, and she nodded at him before using divine sense transmission to say, Yang Kai had already prepared for this. What she held was something that Yang Kai had secretly given her when he came to check on them previously. She had furtively studied the item, and once she realized what it was, she was both shocked and in awe. However, she kept quiet about this and did not even inform Wu Qing because too much was at stake, and she had to guard against the Black Ink giant spirit god's probing. Hence, Wu Qing was startled when he heard Xianxia and frowned as he asked, Do you have so much faith in that boy? Xianxia smirked before firmly declaring, It's not just my faith in him. He has given the human race something that allows us to be this confident. Faith alone was meaningless. What she held in her hand was the most important key to dealing with this Black Ink giant spirit god. All was well if their opponent chose to stay put and do nothing, but if he tried to escape, it would be time for her to use the trump card in her possession. Wu Qing nodded lightly and did not ask for more details. He was also a Ninth Order Master, but he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He had been an army commander at Yinyang Pass, then the old ancestor of the Yinyang Theater during Yang Kai's rise to prominence, so his interactions with Yang Kai were minimal. He had many rumors which, simply put, described Yang Kai as a junior who often created unexpected but definitely pleasant surprises. As such, he took the simple approach of, I shall wait and see. Martial Peak, Chapter 5731, Inside the Universe Furnace. The air was filled with endless, chaotic Tao essence. It was as if Grand Tao had shattered in this area. Both space and time seemed blurred. This was what was like inside the universe furnace. It was an expansive world that was mysterious and unimaginable. Yang Kai traversed through the void as he used his great sun and moon marks to locate the 9 open heaven pills. He was also familiarizing himself with the environment. He did not know much about the universe furnace, but based on what he experienced, he was able to confirm that the opportunity from the universe furnace was found inside it. Thus, he surmised that both the human race and the Black Ink clan would send a large number of masters into the universe furnace, and Mo Nai, who was caught inside the universe furnace's projection with him, would have probably entered the universe furnace world by now. Yang Kai raised his brow ever so slightly. He was determined to give Mo Nai a hard time if their paths crossed. Had it been any other time, Yang Kai would not be able to hold his own against Mo Nai. But back when they were in the universe furnace projection, he had given Mo Nai a heavy beating, so it remained to be seen whether the latter could even wield a third of his power. If they did run into each other, Yang Kai might even be able to kill Mo Nai. Alas, the universe furnace world seemed endless. It would not be easy to run into Mo Nai. Yang Kai quieted his thoughts and continued surveying the universe furnace world. He thought that this sealed world would be empty on the inside. After all, this was merely the space inside the universe furnace. It did not experience the changes of the heavenly way like the many great territories outside. There was nothing but chaotic and disorderly Tao essence inside this place, so what could possibly exist here? However, as Xianxia traveled through the universe furnace world, he realized how mistaken he was. Exceptional scenery was found inside the universe furnace. Mysterious sights could be found wherever the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence gathered. These scenes could rarely be seen outside, and they were similar to the many celestial phenomena he had seen deep within the black ink battlefield. The largest of all these was a great river. Xianxia did not know where the great river started or where it ended. It meandered on, and Xianxia followed it as he observed the universe furnace world around him. However, he had been traveling for 3 days and crossed a few billion kilometers already, yet the end of the river was nowhere in sight. The great river was brimming with the chaotic, shattered Tao essence. It seemed to be made entirely out of it, the kind that was impossible for cultivators to absorb and refine. To Xianxia's even greater shock, strange living beings existed inside the great river. When he first encountered the great river, he had approached it out of curiosity as he wanted to check what it was, but soon he was attacked by an unidentifiable monster. It was hard to describe the monster, as not only did it not have a fixed form, but even its presence was difficult to sense. It seemed to be one with the great river, as Xianxia did not detect it at all before it attacked him. Even its strength was hard to ascertain, but fortunately, Xianxia had his guard up the whole time since he was in an unfamiliar environment, allowing him to avoid the attack. After Xianxia's abrupt encounter with this monster, he wanted to catch it and study it close up. A bout of intense fighting took place, but even though he managed to overpower the monster, it swiftly dove into the great river and vanished completely. It was as if it had only been a wave that rippled out of the strange great river or a part of the river itself. Following that encounter, Xianxia made a few more probes and was finally able to confirm that unending dangers were hidden inside the seemingly peaceful great river. Those peculiar monsters were easily found everywhere as well. I can't believe that such a peculiar living thing can be found inside the universe furnace. To avoid wasting time, Xianxia did not enter the great river again to do his inspection. He merely followed it. 3 days later, Xianxia came across a strange scene. He looked up and saw a massive mountain range with towering peaks cutting through the void in front of him. Xianxia was awed by the fact that such things could be seen inside the universe furnace. Not only did he come across the great river that began and ended beyond his sight, but he was also now staring at a colossal mountain range. The mysteries of the universe furnace are far greater than I thought. He used his great sun and moon marks to see if he picked up on anything, but he did not. In other words, the 9 top-quality open heaven pills were not within his detectable range. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xianxia began heading towards the mountain range. He knew too little about the universe furnace, so it was better for him to familiarize himself with his surroundings above all else. Just like the great river that seemed to span the entire universe furnace world, the mountain range seemed perfectly ordinary when observed from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, Xianxia realized that the mountain range was also made up of bountiful, shattered Tao essence. It appeared a balance between the line of something that was material and immaterial. The great river was home to those strange monsters, so what about this mountain range? Divine sense seemed to be severely hindered in this place, so even someone of Xianxia's caliber could not examine much further than his immediate surroundings. He experienced this firsthand when he scouted inside the great river, and it seemed to be caused by the interference from the shattered Tao essence. Xianxia moved around without finding anything useful, so he was just about to leave when he came to an abrupt halt and looked into the distance. He noticed some kind of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere up ahead. There's a fight happening over there. Xianxia raised his brow and immediately dashed over. Soon he saw the 2 parties engaged in a fight. He was a little startled to find that neither one of the 2 was a friendly party to him. One was from the Black Ink clan, and from the looks of his aura, he was a feudal lord. The other was one of the strange monsters that Xianxia had encountered at the Great River earlier. I didn't think they'd be found in this mountain range either. It had been difficult for Xianxia to determine the power of the monsters he encountered at the Great River, and the same applied to this one as well. Even though he could not detect any form of formidable power inside this monster, it was able to hold its own against a feudal lord and was even beginning to overpower him. The monster did not have a fixed physical form. It was mysteriously able to transform into various shapes as the shattered Tao essence that formed its body kept flowing and moving about. It made the monster look like a mass of flowing water. Shattered Tao essence kept shooting out of its body and turning into streaks of bizarre attacks that made the feudal lord back away in defeat. It was clear that the feudal lord had realized he could not defeat the monster, so after a brief tussle, he began showing signs of retreat. He began channeling black ink strength, and with a flicker of his body, a black ink cloud exploded out of him before enveloping the monster. He used this distraction to flee at once. However, he had not gotten very far when the space around him suddenly solidified, and he felt a tight grip around his neck as someone effortlessly locked him in place. The feudal lord was petrified as he turned around and looked right into a grinning face. A human, an 8th Order Master. A terrifying name immediately popped up in the feudal lord's head, and he all but shrieked, Xianxia. His heart grew cold. He never would have thought he would be this unlucky. He had only just entered the universe furnace when he was attacked by that strange monster, and before he could even make a proper escape, he was caught by the human killing star. Huh, I'm not going to make it out of here alive. Oh, you recognize me? Xianxia looked at the feudal lord with a smile before gently setting him down. He did not do anything to restrain the feudal lord, but the latter just stood in front of him in total submission without having even the guts to move. The feudal lord knew that whether it was fighting back or running away, both were absolutely impossible in front of this human race master who held the record for the most black ink clan masters killed. He nodded bitterly in response to Xianxia's question. Of course I recognize you, Sir Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. His encounter with this feudal lord confirmed his earlier suspicion. The opportunity from a universe furnace would need to be found inside the universe furnace. Since the Black Ink clan had entered, then the humans would have come in as well. However, it was far too vast inside the universe furnace, and the chaotic Tao essence continued to cause interference with one's divine sense, so it would not be easy to run into the other humans. It's just as well. I need someone who can tell me about the situation outside. As such, he swiftly said, Since you recognize me, let's not waste any time. Answer a few of my questions, and I'll make sure your end is painless. The feudal lord's expression became even more bitter and melancholic. I knew it. No good will come out of running into the killing star. I won't be leaving with my life. Since he was going to die either way, he decided to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia saw right through his thoughts and coolly remarked, After so many years of war, with both sides going all out to kill each other, you from the Black Ink clan have probably never seen what humans can truly do. For instance, I have a method called soul extraction and refinement. Death is not the most painful end out there. There are many fates that are far worse than death. As he spoke, Xianxia stretched his hand out towards the feudal lord's head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, he ripped through the protection around the latter's soul. Xianxia withdrew his hand a moment later, but the feudal lord had crumpled to the ground and was trembling violently. His eyes refused to close as they nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just experienced pain and suffering so terrifying he had never even conceived of it before now. What he felt for just the briefest moment was enough for him to understand what Xianxia meant by a fate worse than death. I'll ask and you'll answer. You know what'll happen to you if you lie to me or attempt to hide anything, Xianxia commanded as he looked down at the feudal lord. The feudal lord nodded frantically. He dared not disobey Xianxia anymore. What's the situation like outside? I don't know. The feudal lord shook his head. His expression was timid as he said, I came in from the entrance on the barren territory, so I don't know what's happening on the other battlefields. This was also why he recognized Xianxia right away. Since he came from a barren territory, he would have been stationed at the no-return pass not long ago, and Xianxia had been loitering around outside the no-return pass for the past many years. The feudal lord had seen Xianxia from a distance when the latter wreaked havoc at the no-return pass a while back. Xianxia frowned. How many from the Black Ink clan entered from the Barren Territory? I don't know exactly how many, but we had between 5 and 8 million clansmen at the Barren Territory, and once the entrance solidified, everyone came in as ordered by Sir Royal Lord. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5732, Observation. Between 5 to 8 million. Let's go with 7 million then. That's still a significant number. Does the Black Ink clan intend on starting a full-scale war inside the Universe Furnace? Then again, the Black Ink clan might have even less of an understanding of the Universe Furnace than Xianxia did, so they probably didn't expect it to be this complex inside. Even though they threw in several million of their people, they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Xianxia quickly thought of something. Since several million of you came in together, why are you here alone? Where are the others? The feudal lord shook his head and said, as soon as I came in, I found myself alone and couldn't see any of my other clansmen. The opening seems to have the ability to affect space. Everyone was separated. Xianxia frowned the moment he heard this as a flicker of worry emerged in his heart. If the Black Ink clan army had been separated despite entering from the same opening, then it must be the same for the human race masters. In other words, everyone would have to proceed alone the moment they entered the Universe Furnace, or spend time seeking out allies as soon as possible. However, it would not be easy to find an ally inside the Universe Furnace. Most of the humans who came in would be 8th Order Masters. If they ran into a territory lord alone, it would still be an even fight as both parties were on a similar footing. However, if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord such as Immortality, then they would be in a disastrous situation. There was no telling how many human race masters would die in this bid for opportunities inside the Universe Furnace. However, it was possible that those at the Supreme Headquarters would have made some kind of arrangement. Xianxia had been stuck inside a Universe Furnace projection ever since it appeared, so he did not have any contact with the humans. That being said, he was aware of Mi Jing Luan's meticulous nature. The latter would surely gather as much information regarding the Universe Furnace as possible and come up with strategies to deal with all the possible scenarios. If I run into a human who's alone, I can lend a hand too. Xianxia eased his worries with this thought. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying about it. The humans who dared to enter the Universe Furnace in search of opportunities would have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan who entered were separated too, and since their understanding of the Universe Furnace was a lot poorer than the humans, they would not have expected this situation. This meant that for the time being, perhaps the humans were not at a disadvantage when compared to the Black Ink clan. This feudal lord had been stationed at the no-return pass the whole time and had entered from the entrance in the Barren Territory, so he did not know much about the other great territory battlefields. Xianxia asked a few more questions, but he could not answer any of them. Since there was no other useful information to glean from this feudal lord, Xianxia did not want to waste any more time and slowly raised his hand. Upon sensing Xianxia's motive, the feudal lord hurriedly cried out, "Sir Xianxia, I will tell you a piece of information that's useful to the humans in exchange for my life." "Oh," Xianxia eyed him with interest. "Information that's useful to the humans? What is it?" The feudal lord was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are a man of your word, Sir Xianxia. I'm sure you won't go back on your promise. Enough. I'll spare your life if your information does prove to be useful." Xianxia impatiently cut him off. The feudal lord exhaled in relief and carefully explained, "It's about the open heaven pills that the humans want." Xianxia frowned and asked doubtfully, "You've seen the open heaven pills?" He had used his great sun and moon marks not long ago and had not sensed anything, which meant that the 9 open heaven pills he marked were not in the vicinity. So where did this feudal lord see them? Amid his puzzlement, the feudal lord pointed behind them and said, "One was devoured by that strange thing back there. I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I got into a fight with it. I wanted to kill it and take the open heaven pill." Xianxia turned his head around and saw something floundering inside the Black Ink cloud. It was the monster that came from this place. Xianxia's lips twitched as he got the gist of it now. The feudal lord did see an open heaven pill, but it was not the kind that Xianxia was hunting down. It was one of the lower grade ones. Xianxia had witnessed the creation of the open heaven pills, so that was how he knew there were two different grades of open heaven pills, but the Black Ink clan did not. The feudal lord had immediately assumed that the open heaven pill he saw was the opportunity the human race masters wanted. There was nothing wrong with his information, but it barely mattered. Xianxia slammed his hand against the feudal lord, and with a surge of world force, the feudal lord was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was certain that Xianxia was reneging on the promise and that he was doomed to die. But to his surprise, he landed with his life still intact. Scram! Xianxia's voice rang out from a distance. The feudal lord felt as if he had been granted a heavenly pardon, so he loudly called out, "Many thanks, Sir Xianxia." Then he turned into a black ink cloud and fled at once in spite of his injuries. A heavily injured feudal lord was severely weakened, so letting him go was not a big deal. Xianxia was not someone who would easily choose to renege on a promise he made. Moreover, he could even use this feudal lord to let the word get out that Xianxia had already gotten an open heaven pill. Some from the Black Ink clan would surely turn their attention onto him, which would ease the burden on the other human race masters. Even though he could not defeat a pseudo-royal lord, he could still escape from one fairly easily. At this moment, Xianxia's curiosity was mostly piqued by the monster. More specifically, why did it devour an open heaven pill? Xianxia surmised that these peculiar monsters were common inside the universe furnace, as he had seen a number of them in the Great River and now encountered another one at the mountain range. Open heaven pills are created inside the universe furnace too. Do they benefit these monsters in some way? With a flick of his hand, the black ink cloud left by the feudal lord dispersed to reveal the monster that was still stumbling around woozily. Endless shattered Tao essence flowed and surged like water across its body, which kept changing forms as a result. Previously, Xianxia did not pay much attention to this monster, but after hearing what the feudal lord said, he took a closer look and finally noticed something unusual. There was indeed an open heaven pill inside the monster. It was wrapped inside the monster's shattered Tao essence, and its aura occasionally peaked only to disappear again. Xianxia could not tell whether this monster counted as a living being or not, but judging by how a black ink cloud from a feudal lord was enough to hinder it, it would not be a living being of high sentience, even if it was technically alive. However, Xianxia was a little puzzled as he wondered why it did not merge with the mountain range. During his explorations back at the Great River, the monsters would merge with the Great River when they realized they could not defeat the one they were up against, which made it hard for Xianxia to track or capture one. Logically speaking, the monster in front of him now would also have the ability to merge with the mountain range. The foundation of both the monster and the mountain range seemed similar, as they were both created from shattered Tao essence. It would be possible for them to completely merge together. Alas, Xianxia's thoughts instantly turned into reality. As soon as he finished pondering, the monster showed signs of attempting to merge with the mountain range. He was about to stop the monster when he quickly halted. Xianxia watched as the monster tried to sink into the mountain range, but it was to no avail. It was as if the mountain range rejected it. The monster lay flat on the ground like a puddle of flowing water, and the open heaven pill's aura was exposed once more. It was indeed a lower-grade open heaven pill. Xianxia had collected a few of these earlier, so they were not unfamiliar to him. He could have claimed the open heaven pill for himself if he wanted, but Xianxia was curious to see what would happen, so he did not immediately act. He had a gut feeling that it was more important to figure out why the monster devoured the open heaven pill. The puddle of water started moving, and the open heaven pill aura followed along as well. The monster kept trying to merge with the mountain range at different spots, but nothing worked. After observing all of this, Xianxia finally realized why that was the case. The monster had absorbed a trace of the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies, and the shattered Tao essence that it was made up of changed ever so slightly. That was the reason why it could not merge with the mountain range, though they were originally formed of the same substance. Thoughts began coursing through Xianxia's mind. Does this mean it wasn't pointless for the monster to devour an open heaven pill? Was it an instinctive act? What happens if it completely absorbs the open heaven pill? It was just a unique being that was born inside the universe furnace. After mulling things over for a short while, Xianxia abruptly stretched his hand out in a grabbing motion while opening a portal to his small universe. With the restriction from Xianxia's use of space principles, he was able to grab the fluid-like monster from the ground and toss it into his small universe without giving it any time to react. Then, with a single thought, Xianxia used the power of the small universe to lock down the monster. At the same time, he used the Grand Tao of Time to control the flow of time inside a small restricted area. Time raced forward in that small portion of his small universe. It was already 10 times faster than the outside world to begin with, and with what he did now, time flew by even faster within the confined region. Xianxia went full force with this. Thus, it was only a blink of an eye in the world outside, but the monster experienced an entire month of time. The monster kept harnessing and refining the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill. It was slowly absorbed into its body. Xianxia noticed that an unexpected change was slowly taking place with the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence that originally formed the monster's body. The Tao essence was gaining order and structure, and along with this, the monster's form kept changing as well. When Xianxia first encountered these monsters, he could not even determine whether they were living beings or not, because they did not have any of the characteristics found in living beings. Yet, as the monster absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill, its form changed as well, and it was slowly giving off the aura of a living creature. The changes were becoming increasingly noticeable. At last, when the open heaven pill was fully absorbed and completely disappeared inside the monster's body, the monster in front of Xianxia was no longer a mass of free-flowing fluid. Its form kept changing until a silhouette appeared. Then the silhouette continued refining itself until what finally appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes was a figure that looked similar to that of a human. Martial Peak, Chapter 5733, Wolfang Army, Liao Zheng. The monster from the universe furnace was able to take on a humanoid physical form after devouring and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill. It now had 4 limbs and a whole set of facial features. In fact, the monster's outwardly appearance was around 60% to 70% similar to the feudal lord that Xianxia let go. Xianxia began pondering on this. Such an appearance could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this monster has a natural mimetic instinct? When it could finally hold a physical form, did it instinctively take after the feudal lord's appearance because of the fight with him earlier? Xianxia felt a little relieved that he did not interact much with this monster, or otherwise, it would feel pretty strange and uncomfortable if it suddenly assumed a form similar to his own. With the existence of such strange beings, Xianxia swiftly realized that the situation inside the universe furnace was quite likely a lot more complex than he originally thought. Initially, he assumed that it would only be the humans and the Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace as they fought to gain opportunities with the open heaven pills. Anyone he would encounter would either be his ally or his enemy. However, he now realized that perhaps there was a third party as well. There was no denying that the open heaven pills created by the universe furnace were of great use to these monsters who needed them by nature. Since that was the case, it was going to be even more difficult for both the humans and the Black Ink clan to procure the scattered open heaven pills. Ever since the beginning, the universe furnace would create open heaven pills whenever it surfaced. These native monsters would have greatly benefited from the production of these open heaven pills in the past. They would have been able to escape from their chaotic state and gain a new life. The monster that now had a physical form that looked similar to the earlier feudal lord was clearly a special kind of life form. Xianxia could sense some vitality, and the monster was partly sentient now. That was why it was carefully examining the world around it. But alas, it could not discover anything since it was in Xianxia's small universe. There was a third great force inside the universe furnace, and no one knew how strong it was. This was not good news for the human race masters who came in to search for opportunities. The strength of these native monsters cannot be underestimated. a thought occurred to Yang Kai, and all of a sudden, his soul avatar manifested in front of the monster in his small universe, and he slammed his palm against it. The fight broke out immediately. Moments later, the dust settled. Yang Kai was standing still and staring at the monster's meager remains with a deep frown. He encountered some of these native monsters in the Great River and fought against them there too. But those monsters did not absorb the medicinal efficacies from the open heaven pills and were fairly easy to deal with. The only tricky aspect was the way they merged with the Great River when they were on the verge of defeat, which made them untraceable. However, after his latest probe, Yang Kai concluded that the monster that absorbed the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill and gained a stable physical form was decidedly harder to deal with. Its most significant characteristic was its endurance. Yang Kai was at the peak of 8th Order, and his strength far surpassed anyone in the same realm as him. He could even kill an innate territory lord in 3 blows if he went all out. However, he actually had to put in some effort to kill this monster. It seemed to have a naturally strong resistance to the world force inside an open heaven realm master's small universe. The efficacy of the attack was only about 1/3 of its full strength. Furthermore, these monsters' physical bodies were odd and hard to injure. Nevertheless, they had weaknesses too. Dao strengths were able to restrain them significantly. Earlier on, Yang Kai harnessed his Dao strengths as he attacked the monster. As a result, the monster howled in agony before disappearing like snow melting under the summer sun, leaving nothing but its destroyed remains behind. Following all the experiments Yang Kai did, he came to one conclusion. It was going to be somewhat tricky to deal with these monsters from the universe furnace. After taking the remains out of his small universe, he began to examine everything once more. He only stopped once he confirmed there would not be any lingering danger. The most beneficial opportunities inside the universe furnace were the 9 special open heaven pills that would allow the human race masters to reach the 9th Order. However, the ordinary, innate open heaven pills were clearly valuable too, so it would not do to pass up on them if found. Since there was an ordinary open heaven pill here, there could be more. Yang Kai quickly began his search through the mountain range. It was formed solely of chaotic Dao essence, and it was not easy to search for treasure in a place like this. His divine sense was hindered, and he could not inspect much further from where he was. Thankfully, Yang Kai could move quickly and soon finished combing through the mountain range, finding 2 ordinary open heaven pills. Both of these had been swallowed by the native monsters, but due to this, they could not hide their presence, and Yang Kai easily found them. With the surge of Dao strengths directed at them, the 2 monsters swiftly turned into smithereens, and Yang Kai collected the open heaven pills with great ease. All of a sudden, he realized that native monsters shared a similarity with him. They were just as good at escaping as he was. That being said, as long as he was able to restrict their ability to flee, it would not be too hard for him to deal with them. This applied to Yang Kai too, and he quietly mused to himself. The Black Ink clan probably thought of this solution to deal with me too, so that was why they had to set up that heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array. Once again, Yang Kai continued traveling along the meandering Great River. Throughout the journey, he saw many of the curious and intriguing sights of this sealed world that were real eye-openers for him. He did also run into several Black Ink clansmen who were alone. The Black Ink clan army had been separated when they came in, but there were still millions of them, so it was unsurprising that Yang Kai ran into them. There is not much to be said about dealing with them, as Yang Kai just executed them on the spot as soon as he spotted them. Space and time in this place seemed to grow hazy as it was filled with chaotic Dao essence. Yang Kai did not know how long he had been traveling, but after doing so for what must have been quite some time, he suddenly sensed disturbances from a fight taking place up ahead. The cultivation realm of both parties was not low by any means. Yang Kai's gaze hardened as he hid his aura and used space principles to fade into the void before rushing straight for the fight. Soon, he arrived and saw an 8th Order master battling a territory lord. The territory lord seemed to be an acquired territory lord, and the 8th Order master was an unfamiliar face. Yang Kai had never seen him before, so he figured that this person must have become an 8th Order Master fairly recently. The two were evenly matched in battle, but both the 8th Order Master and the Territory Lord were clearly holding back, neither of them going all out. This was not because they were averse to killing each other, but because a fight inside the Universe Furnace would naturally draw attention. If a newcomer was an ally, then it would be great, but if it was an enemy, then the situation would become dangerous. By reserving some of their strength, they would be able to escape if they sensed that things were going south for them. Thus, even though the fight was intense, it was unlikely to result in an actual death on either side. All in all, neither one could defeat the other in this kind of battle. Yang Kai quietly observed for a brief moment before secretly communicating with the 8th Order Master. The latter was deeply shocked, but he did not let it show on his face. The next breath, he suddenly caught the Territory Lord unaware by launching an attack with full force. However, the Territory Lord had been on guard and swiftly counterattacked with full strength as well. Just then, a figure popped up behind him like a ghost. Mysterious Tao strengths flared as space solidified and time blurred. Just as the Territory Lord's perception was disrupted by space-time strength, a large hand reached out to him from behind and smashed down on his head. His head collapsed into his chest, and his forehead split open. The 8th Order Master also launched a series of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the Territory Lord at once. He was delighted from having killed a strong opponent and was about to greet Yang Kai when the latter's expression changed. Yang Kai turned in a certain direction. The very next moment, his figure dashed off into the distance and disappeared. "Stay here and wait for me." The 8th Order Master heard a voice saying to him. At first, the 8th Order Master was a little confused, but he soon realized what was happening and felt belated fear. He knew he would have been in a disastrous situation if Yang Kai had not come along and given him a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield a little and consuming a spirit pill to replenish himself, he stood still and waited. A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared. The 8th Order Master immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Wolf Fang Army, Liao Zheng greets Sir Yang." They were both 8th Order Masters, but Liao Zheng looked rather excited. It was as if he was meeting someone he greatly admired. In reality, that was exactly what was happening. Among the rising stars of the human race, no one was as famous or lauded as Yang Kai. Not even Mi Jingluan, who oversaw the Supreme Headquarters, or the new 9th Order Masters. The humans went through many crises and difficulties after the Great Evacuation all those years ago, and Yang Kai's efforts largely contributed to the human race's ability to hang on thus far. Without Yang Kai, profound nether territory would have been lost. Without Yang Kai, the rising stars would not have had a suitable place to temper themselves and cultivate. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have purifying light, and the Blacking clan would not be hindered as much as they were now. When these rising stars first started cultivating, their seniors told them stories of Yang Kai's many contributions. Their seniors wanted them to know how everything the human race had now come to be, and for them to look up to Yang Kai and follow in his footsteps. The respect and admiration they had for Yang Kai were seared deep into their hearts. It would not be affected no matter how much stronger they became in terms of cultivation. Yang Kai nodded lightly and observed the 8th Order Master before saying with a smile, "We're both 8th Order Masters. Just address me as senior brother. You don't need to address me as sir." At that moment, he suddenly understood what it must have been like for Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai when they met him back then in profound nether territory. Before he returned to profound nether territory, both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were his seniors, but upon meeting them again after becoming an 8th Order Master himself, they insisted on interacting with him as equals. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, age was not the deciding factor in the way they interacted with and addressed each other. It was based on their cultivation. Martial Peak, Chapter 5734, Information. Liao Zheng was visibly overwhelmed at being shown such respect. He could not bring himself to address Yang Kai as senior brother Yang. Yang Kai wrapped Liao Zheng up in space principles and said, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." A few moments later, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng reappeared beside the great river. Liao Zheng fell into a daze when he saw the magnificent river. He exclaimed, "So this is the infinite river. It's endless indeed. Do you know about this river?" Yang Kai quipped puzzledly. "Before we came in, we received information about what it was like inside the universe furnace," Liao Zheng replied. "Senior Brother Bloodcrow also shared some information with us, which included records of the infinite river." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "How much do all of you know about the universe furnace?" Bloodcrow was indeed someone who entered the universe furnace before. He must have gotten the open heaven pills that were stolen and stored in Blood Monster, Cave Heaven from the universe furnace. It would not be hard for the humans to gather information about the universe furnace when they had Bloodcrow, who had first-hand experience. This information was what Yang Kai urgently needed. Although the universe furnace sucked him in much earlier than everyone else, he barely knew anything about the situation here. Liao Zheng quickly took out an empty jade slip. "Please give me a moment, Senior Brother. I will record everything that I know." Before we came in, Senior Brother Me told us that if any of us runs into you, Senior Brother Yang, we must give you the information about the universe furnace right away. Yang Kai nodded and waited. With a surge of divine sense, Liao Zheng soon added all the information he had into the jade slip before passing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the jade slip and began examining the information. True enough, he saw the records of the infinite river. He noted that the humans intended to use this river as a means of regrouping. They knew beforehand that they would be separated upon entering the universe furnace and that it would be challenging for them to gather once more because the world inside the universe furnace was boundless. Even though they brought things that would aid them in communication, it would still be difficult to locate each other in such a vast, open space. Though, if they were physically connected in some way, such as holding hands, before they entered the universe furnace, then they would be transported to the same place instead of getting separated. Apart from that, nothing else would work, not even if they used aura or a secret technique to maintain a connection. However, the battle had been incredibly intense throughout all the Great Territory battlefields, save for the 3 that the Black Ink clan gave up on from the start. Liao Zheng had come from the Wolfang Territory battlefield, where the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, so the human masters had to force their way past the Black Ink clan's defense lines to enter the universe furnace. Although they acted together, it was difficult for all of them to maintain physical contact with each other, so Liao Zheng entered the universe furnace alone. Many human masters managed to enter in small groups of 3 to 5, which meant that their safety was less of a concern. After learning this, Yang Kai heaved a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that the 8th Order Masters would suffer if they ran into any pseudo-royal lords. But based on what he knew now, the situation would not be as bad as he thought. Groups of 3 to 5 8th Order Masters could form battle formations that gave them a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. For masters who entered the universe furnace separately because they could not maintain physical contact with anyone else, Bloodcrow suggested that they locate the infinite river as soon as they arrived and follow it. That way, they would eventually run into allies no matter which direction they traveled. This was a way to meet up with other human race masters who had been separated. That was the reason why Yang Kai, who was also following the infinite river as he had no better idea, picked up on the fight between Liao Zheng and the Territory Lord. Liao Zheng had been searching for the infinite river to regroup with the others. Yang Kai continued checking the information and saw some regarding the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace. It was just as he deduced. There were different grades of open heaven pills. Based on the way Bloodcrow categorized them, the 9 best open heaven pills were considered supreme grade, while the rest were ordinary grade. Supreme grade open heaven pills could help the human 8th Order Masters become 9th Order Masters, but these ordinary grade open heaven pills were extremely valuable too. Consuming them would help a master break through their bottlenecks and save time by foregoing many years of cultivating in seclusion. However, Yang Kai began frowning at another piece of information. He looked up and asked, "The supreme grade open heaven pills might help a territory lord become a royal lord?" Did Bloodcrow explain why? All along, Xianxia assumed that the open heaven pills from the universe furnace were opportunities that belonged to the human race. Even if the Black Ink Clan masters entered this place, they only did so to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities. However, the information he now had stated that the Black Ink Clan could also benefit from these opportunities. Xianxia did not understand this. Why is it that a supreme-grade open heaven pill can help a territory lord become a royal lord? Liao Zheng explained. Senior brother Xiang asked about this too, and senior brother Blood Crow couldn't explain exactly why that might be the case. He speculated that this is due to the mysterious nature of the open heaven pills. Anyone, regardless of whether they're a human or a Black Ink clansman, will be able to break through their barriers if they consumed a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Xianxia frowned as this was troubling news. The Black Ink Clan's goal was to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities, but this information meant that they had every reason to seize these opportunities for themselves too. If a territory lord found one of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills and became a royal lord, then the humans would not only lose a chance to gain a 9th Order Master, but would also gain a formidable opponent. A gain for one meant a loss for the other. It would be a terrible loss for the humans. The good news was the fact that the Black Ink Clan barely knew anything about the Universe Furnace, and even less about the Supreme-Grade Open Heaven Pills. They probably had no idea that the Supreme-Grade Open Heaven Pills were beneficial to them yet. However, this would easily be discovered once a Black Ink Clan Master managed to get a Supreme-Grade Open Heaven Pill. There was no way of hiding this information. Xianxia was even more concerned by the fact that the Supreme-Grade Open Heaven Pills did not only work on the humans and the Black Ink Clan, but even the native monsters would benefit greatly from them. The information inside the Jade Slip included records of the strange monsters inside the Universe Furnace. They were called Chaos Entities, and these were the ones Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River and at the mountain range. Blood Crow did have a solid understanding of the situation inside the Universe Furnace, as expected of someone who had first-hand experience in the search for opportunities. There are different types of Chaos Entities. The ones made up of chaotic, shattered Tao essence were the simplest of the Chaos Entities. While it was not easy to deal with them, it was not difficult either. As long as the Masters attacked with their Tao strengths, they could be defeated. Apart from the countless Chaos Entities, the Universe Furnace also had Chaos Spirits, which had some level of sentience and fixed forms. If the monsters Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River were Chaos Entities, then the one he shoved inside his small universe and took on a form that was similar to the Feudal Lord after absorbing the Open Heaven Pill's medicinal efficacies was a Chaos Spirit. Basically, Chaos Spirits evolved from Chaos Entities, and the only thing that separated the two was an Open Heaven Pill. Blood Crow informed the human race masters that it was not a big deal if they encountered a Chaos Entity. As long as they were not disturbed, they would not attack first as they were not sentient. However, he warned them that if they encountered a Chaos Spirit, then they had to be extremely careful because each one would be capable of gathering a large number of Chaos Entities as their subordinates. And these Chaos Entities would preemptively attack anyone who was not the same type of being as them. If the humans did run into a Chaos Spirit, they would have to either defeat their opponent swiftly or leave as soon as possible. Xianxia's hair stood on end when he saw Blood Crow's speculation that there could be Chaos Spirit Kings hidden inside the Universe Furnace. What was a Chaos Spirit King? Chaos Entities who devoured Open Heaven Pills would become Chaos Spirits. Ordinary grade Open Heaven Pills created ordinary Chaos Spirits, whereas the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills created Chaos Spirit Kings. This was not baseless guesswork either. The Universe Furnace had surfaced many times throughout history, and even if only 9 Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills were formed each time, it was unlikely that every single one had been taken away by someone from the outside. There would have been extremely lucky Chaos Entities who managed to absorb and refine Supreme-Grade Open Heaven Pills. Blood Crow did not know how strong a Chaos Spirit King was as he never came across one. However, when he previously entered the Universe Furnace in search of opportunities, he sensed an intense battle taking place in the void very far away from him. It was a fight between a Ninth Order master and some other master. At the time, Blood Crow did not pick up on the aura of anyone from the Blacking clan, which he was now familiar with. If the Ninth Order master was not battling against someone from the Blacking clan, then it was clear what the implications were. If Blood Crow was right about this, the so-called Chaos Spirit King would not be any weaker than a Ninth Order master or a Royal Lord. They all stood at the apex. Xianxia felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had already figured out that there was a third great force inside the universe furnace, he never considered the possibility that they would be harder to deal with than he expected. If the humans did not handle the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace well, it could become a calamity instead. The Jade Slip contained other information and reports about the universe furnace world, so Xianxia read through everything and seared the information into his memory. Then, he destroyed the Jade Slip and asked, "How many people from our side came in?" "I don't know precisely how many, as the Supreme Headquarters made all the arrangements," Liao Zheng replied. "But if we're talking about just the Wolf Fang army, around 600 of us came in. Less than 200 of us are 8th Order Masters. The rest are in the 7th Order." Xianxia was startled. 7th Order Masters came in as well. However, he soon figured out, is it for the ordinary grade open heaven pills? Liao Zheng nodded. Many of these 7th Order Masters have not reached their limit yet, but because they have not been cultivating for long, they are still facing bottlenecks despite having enough heritage. They're not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but they might be able to become 8th Order Masters a lot quicker if they find some of the ordinary grade open heaven pills. Xianxia more or less understood Mi Jing Luan's arrangement. At this point, the humans kept having new high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters added to their ranks because they had 2 Open Heaven Realm Cradles, which are the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World. These were all rising stars who benefited from the World Tree clones, so they had a higher starting point. Many of them became 6th Order Masters from the get-go. However, even if they were now 7th Order Masters and had enough heritage in their small universes, it was hard for them to become 8th Order Masters within a short time frame, as they had not been cultivating for long. Martial Peak, Chapter 5735, Sensing Something. Even someone like Feng Ying, an elite among the humans who had been in countless battles on the Blacking battlefield, had to spend over 2 centuries cultivating in seclusion before she could go from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. So what more need be said about others? Most masters would encounter a bottleneck of their own unless they were extremely fortunate or had exceedingly solid foundations, though the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck always varied. Once they reached the bottleneck, they could break through it within a century or 2 if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones might even take up to a few millennia if they ever succeeded at all. The best thing to do was to let these 7th Order Masters look for the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills inside the universe furnace. If they could gain some of these opportunities, then the humans would have more 8th Order Masters around, which would be a huge boost in future battles against the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan. Compared to the supreme grade Open Heaven pills, it was far easier to find ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. Apart from the ones Xianxia seized when the universe furnace emerged, he had also found 2 of them at the mountain range earlier. Based on his earlier observations, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. The human masters would surely be able to find some unless they were extremely unlucky. This meant that quite a number of the 7th Order Masters who came in would soon become 8th Order Masters. You mentioned Senior Brother Xiang earlier. Has he become a 9th Order Master? Xianxia asked. Liao Zheng shook his head. No, so Senior Brother Xiang came in this time, too. Xianxia didn't break through to the 9th Order? Xianxia was a little startled. He thought it would have been fairly easy for Xianxia to do so, but from the looks of it now, he was still heavily affected by the previous regression in his order thanks to sacrificing a large chunk of his small universe. Otherwise, with his aptitude and talent, it was unlikely for him to fail to have a breakthrough after so many years of retreat. The supreme grade Open Heaven pills might just be his only hope. Would ordinary grade Open Heaven pills be useful for this situation? Xianxia had the aptitude to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was different from the others like Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan, who started off in the Sixth Order. He was now stuck at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm and could not go beyond this, so it could be considered a bottleneck. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary grade open heaven pill would probably be useful in a situation. In that case, the humans would soon have a new Ninth Order master inside the universe furnace. This was thrilling news for the humans and a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan. Xianxia was caught up in these thoughts of his. Meanwhile, in a different part of the universe furnace world, there was a terrain that appeared to be a dense forest. At a glance, the dense forest was just like a regular one outside with towering trees and a variety of plants, but did not have the sounds of nature and life. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this seemingly ordinary forest was entirely made up of shattered Tao essence, just like the infinite river and the mountain range that Yonkai found. There were a lot of strange sights inside the universe furnace. It had everything that could be found in the outside world, but it also had things that could not be found anywhere else. There was no denying that the space inside the universe furnace was exceedingly mysterious. At this very moment, a heroic-looking figure was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. This human wore a deep red robe that was quite eye-catching. He did not hide his aura, which was that of an Eighth Order master at the peak of his realm. He readily allowed his aura to spread in all directions. Anyone who was nearby would instantly sense it. He was none other than Xianxia. Usually, Xianxia kept a pretty low profile, but he was now purposely announcing his presence because he wanted to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, as well as allow the humans to locate him quickly. He did not keep a high profile because he was full of himself. Instead, it was because he was confident. After cultivating in seclusion for over 1,000 years and failing to break through his bottleneck, Xianxia realized that he could not rely on his own efforts alone to become a Ninth Order master. That was why he entered the universe furnace as well. The open heaven pills could aid him in his efforts to break through into the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and he was not doing so for his own greed. If he became a Ninth Order master, the humans would gain an even more powerful warrior who could deter the enemy. Xianxia had already partaken in a fight earlier, and his victory was seen in the form of the scattered remains of a chaos entity nearby who was destroyed by his Tao strength. As it was, he was fairly lucky. He ended up here when he entered the universe furnace and ran into a chaos entity who had consumed an ordinary grade open heaven pill right away. Naturally, Xianxia wasted no time and effort in killing the chaos entity and taking the ordinary grade open heaven pill for himself. He consumed it at once and began refining it. Moments later, Xianxia stood up and held his hands behind his back before letting out a weak sigh. The ordinary grade open heaven pill could not help him with his present condition. Even though he figured as much already, he was still disappointed that he had been proven correct. The real reason why he could not become a Ninth Order master was the drawbacks left behind when his order fell in the past. No one else knew about this, but he knew full well that his small universe never regained perfection after what happened back then. If he wanted to resolve this, he would have to get a supreme grade open heaven pill. However, there were only a handful of supreme grade open heaven pills, and it would not be easy to find one. Either way, all he could do was try. The rest was up to the heavens. With that thought in mind, Xianxia turned into a streak of red light and shot out of the dense forest. As he headed off into his distance, his formidable aura spread across the void and became even more prominent. Xianxia thought of the supreme grade open heaven pills as something rare and almost ethereal. He did not know where to look for one, but somehow there would always be lucky ones who would find what they wanted even without specifically looking for it. An intense battle had just ended in another part of the void. The chaotic shattered Tao essence was disrupted by the aftershocks of the battle, and space became strange and unpredictable. Two figures stood together. One was a young man dressed in white. He had white hair and bright eyes. The other was a slender woman with delicate features. As the two of them stood together, they gave off the feeling of a well-matched couple. The young man and woman were Yang Xiao and Yang Shui from the suppressing Black Ink army. when a universe furnace projection fully manifested at the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The Black Ink clan army charged through the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in an attempt to keep the suppressing Black Ink army occupied. But after a frenzied battle, the Black Ink clans suffered devastating losses. Even the two royal lords who took the risk to come out had been severely injured by Fu Guang with the help of his dragon bead. One of them nearly died on the spot. The Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat, and the 58th Order Master from the suppressing Black Ink army, who had been chosen to enter the universe furnace, managed to do so at the very last breath. Ever since the suppressing Black Ink army took up the responsibility of standing guard at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they did not have any means of contacting the Supreme Headquarters directly. The distance between them was too great, so it was only Xianxia who could travel back and forth freely, and he had already visited them once due to the innate territory lords sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Due to this, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui did not know much about the universe furnace. Hence, they had no idea that everyone would be separated once they entered. That being said, despite not knowing about this, Yang Xiao did grab Yang Shui's hand before they entered. He was not a naive young boy anymore. After all the years of fighting against the Black Ink clan, he was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Now, he was able to stand alone and shoulder heavy responsibilities. As a man, he was constantly protective of Yang Shui, who was with him all the time. Thus, he instinctively grabbed Yang Shui's hand before entering the universe furnace. This was how they were able to stay together upon entering. Unfortunately, they had not been inside long before they ran into a territory lord. The territory lords who entered the universe furnace were acquired territory lords, as basically all the innate territory lords who were well and whole had taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. The only innate territory lords the Black Ink clan had now were the ones who snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, or the ones with heavy wounds from battle. These innate territory lords were severely weakened, so they could not enter the universe furnace. Even in a one-on-one fight, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could easily go up against an acquired territory lord, so what more when they were up against one together? The territory lord did not even have the chance to escape, as the two of them joined forces and harness time principles, which turned the territory lord into dust. The two of them came out of the fight completely unscathed. However, Yang Xiao started frowning as he turned and stared into the distance. Yang Shui noticed this and was a little anxious. "Are you hurt?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "No, but, little ant, I think there's something over there." "What is it?" They were in the middle of an endless void, and after hearing what Yang Xiao said, Yang Shui was on edge. She felt as if someone was hiding somewhere and spying on them in secret. "I don't know." Yang Xiao could not explain it either. He raised his hands and channeled the power of his great sun and moon marks. "When I used purifying light earlier, I sensed a vague connection to something over there. These two marks are something that adoptive father gave me." Xianxia had obtained 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, along with a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from chaotic dead territory. He gave them to 10 divine spirits, which enabled them to supply the dozen or so great territory battlefields with purifying light even when he was not present. This eased the awkwardness and pressure Xianxia felt for being exhausted and stretched too thin. This was why Yang Xiao had the great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. Earlier on, when he was working together with Yang Shui to kill the territory lord, Yang Xiao used purifying light to attack the enemy, and it was this action that led to the 2 marks on his hands sensing something. But what could possibly interact with the great sun and moon marks inside the universe furnace? Yang Xiao could not figure it out. Xianxia would not have thought that Yang Xiao would be the first to reap the rewards of him marking 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. It could only be chalked up to a person's luck, which was not something that could be calculated. Yang Shui's eyes brightened at once. Could it be Big Brother? She made this guess because Xianxia also had the great sun and moon marks, and if both were used, it was normal to sense a mark from the same source. Yang Xiao was shocked as well. It could be. Come, let's go and take a look. Martial Peak, Chapter 5736, the two Yang's treasure hunt. Why is there a desert here? An hour later, Xianxia froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The two of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange, shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation, as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's two marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. Is Big Brother here? Xianxia frowned. Either way, we'll find out once we look, Yang Xiao replied. Xianxia nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters "flowing time" were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the flowing time temple that they had inherited from the star boundaries, flowing time, Great Emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved, and their understanding of the Tao of time had long since surpassed that of flowing time, Great Emperor. However, flowing time, Great Emperor was still their honored master. Thus, Xianxia could not bring herself to simply discard the flowing time temple that the Great Emperor left behind. Over the years, the two of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact refining Great Grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven to strengthen and improve the Flowing Time Temple. The Flowing Time Temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's Dawning Light warship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various Great Territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the Flowing Time Temple to battle against the Black Ink Clan Masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the two of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them, it was no longer just an artifact anymore, as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the Flowing Time Temple, the two of them swiftly entered. Xianxia waved her hand once more, and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was Infinite Hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 10,008 grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass, and as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the Flowing Time Temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal space-time and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Xianxia remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the Flowing Time Temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that. No matter how one dissected the situation, it was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Yang Kai could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. "Let me try," Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Tao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Xiao's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. "What's that?" Yang Xiao and Xianxia were both terrified. However, Xiao's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune. An open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, but Xianxia still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly, just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Xiao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat, as after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Xianxia needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Xianxia had directly ascended to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. At the time, the World Tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary, and Xianxia did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a Sixth Order Master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Xiaxia's aptitude and the blessing from the World Tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to Seventh Order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from the universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the Ninth Order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Tao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Xianxia accompanied Xianxia into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Xianxia did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 Eighth Order Masters in the suppressing Black Ink Army, and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Xianxia did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of Masters in the suppressing Black Ink Army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yin, Yu Rumeng, Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Xianxia was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing Black Ink Army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yin who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Xianxia would accompany Xianxia in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Xianxia and Xianxia could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply two Eighth Order Masters combined. Allowing Xianxia to accompany Xianxia was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi, who were also with the suppressing Black Ink Army, all had the aptitude to become Ninth Order Masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Xianxia had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Xianxia and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a Ninth Order Master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Xianxia could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface, and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. It had the form of a human and the face of a human too, but the enormity of the body made the proportions look uncanny. It was as if a baboon had been enlarged by over a dozen times its size and had a human's head. That was not all. More large hands stuck out from the sand, and soon 2 more silhouettes joined the baboon-like figure with a human head. One of the figures looked like a normal human, while the other looked like it was from the Black Ink clan. Yang Zhao's expression hardened slightly. Although he could not detect the strength of the 3 strange creatures and had no idea what these 3 even were, he had the innately heightened senses of a dragon clan, which made it obvious to him that these 3 were not to be easily messed with. They seemed to be guarding the sand dune that had devoured the open heaven pill and would be attacking anyone who approached without any mercy. Following the appearance of the 3 chaos spirits, the enormous sea of sand seemed to come to life as well. A whole host of formless chaos entities made up of shattered Tao essence began surging towards the flowing time temple. "Little ant," Xianxia called out. Without saying anything, Yang Shui began unleashing the power of the flowing time temple as it charged towards the 3 chaos spirits. To defeat an army, one should defeat the leader first. Although the 2 of them did not know the difference between a chaos entity and a chaos spirit, they could tell that the 3 chaos spirits were the main obstacle in their attempt to seize the open heaven pill. As long as they got rid of the 3 of them, everything else would not be an issue, including the sand dune that was several thousand meters tall. The flowing time temple flashed forward, and all the chaos entities in its path were knocked away. This was a mobile palace artifact of comparable strength to Dawning Light. While its defenses were the best it could possibly be, as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a hefty amount of their military merits on it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5737, Huigu. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan, they were not flustered at all, as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents. But as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure World Force, Dragon Force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters. But when the 2 of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of time Tao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The 3 chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords, but the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid this sea of sand made out of shattered Tao essence. Thankfully, the 2 had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the 3 chaos spirits. But in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert. While Xianxia and Xianxia were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit clan, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xianxia and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink Clansmen came across either him or a seasoned 8th Order Master like Xianxia, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink Clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the Universe Furnace, which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liao Zheng asked, "Senior Brother Yang, was a Black Ink Clansman spying on us in secret just now?" He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the Territory Lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded. There was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that Black Ink Clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the Black Ink Clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the Universe Furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a Territory Lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liao Zheng could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned, and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the Territory Lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liao Zheng's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a 7th Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jinglin, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the Universe Furnace world. Mi Jinglin knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the Infinite River as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the Universe Furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jinglin even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liao Zheng had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region, but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a 7th Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once. "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the Infinite River, and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a 7th Order Master to enter the river. Liao Zheng acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Zheng. So when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully. "Disciple Chu Ling Ling greets Palace Master." "You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race. It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces. This was because Xianxia was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this, as Xianxia knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation. At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises, as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Xianxia's prestige continued to rise over the years, his fame soared and High Heaven Palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Lingling had turned red from excitement she felt when she met Xianxia. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a Seventh Order Master, she had never met Xianxia in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Zheng was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolfang army. But when compared to Xianxia, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Xianxia. He could understand what Chu Lingling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Xianxia earlier. This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating. Senior brother Yang asked you a question, Martial niece Chu. Liao Zheng had to prompt Chu Lingling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Lingling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes, I am a disciple of the Hui Gu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the two martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Xianxia nodded. Hui Gu was the subordinate that Xianxia had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Xianxia had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Hui Gu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Xianxia's earliest subordinates. However, when Xianxia decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Hui Gu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Xianxia would be caught up in a constant life-and-death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well. So before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Xianxia had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chun Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Voidland. It was better for him to stay in Voidland. After all, thanks to his relationship with Xianxia, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Voidland combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yin and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Hui Gu, Xianxia could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the two martial ancestors that Chu Lingling mentioned, they were none other than Xianxia's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too, but Xianxia would never allow that. If anything happened to them, because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Xianxia again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement. However, these talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace, and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Tao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Xianxia quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch, but now Chu Lingling addressed her master as divine monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank open heaven realm masters had the right to be called divine monarchs. Martial Peak, Chapter 5738, Gray Fog. Master is still in the 7th order open heaven realm. Palace Master, Chu Lingling replied. Xianxia nodded in understanding. Not all divine monarchs were the same. Since high-rank open heaven realm masters could be addressed as divine monarchs, it applied to both 8th order masters and 7th order masters. Moreover, he also then recalled that Huigu would not be able to become an 8th order master. The peak of the 7th order open heaven realm was his upper limit. Huigu had been a 6th order master when Xianxia took him under his command at the prison star all those years ago. It was unsurprising that he had become a 7th order master since then, as he would not lack the resources for cultivation when he had Void Land and High Heaven Palace's support. Perhaps Huigu no longer had any goals of his own after reaching the limit of his martial Tao, so he decided to take in a disciple like Chu Lingling. Meanwhile, Chu Lingling was at the peak of 7th order and did have the ability to become an 8th order master. She entered the universe furnace to get an ordinary grade open heaven pill in order to break through sooner rather than later. That way, she would have an even better chance of survival in the coming war. A rising star like Chu Lingling did not need to take the risk of entering the universe furnace if she had not wanted to break through to the 8th order sooner. She, along with other rising stars, could simply carry on focusing on their cultivation, and they would eventually do so. Alas, time waited for no one. The appearance of the universe furnace changed the situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. The curtain had risen, and devastating battles broke out across all the battlefields in existence. These were building up to the ultimate fight that would determine the fate of these two races, and there was no stopping it this time. Mi Jingluan had realized this, which is why he arranged for many of the 7th order masters to enter the universe furnace. After all, the ordinary grade open heaven pills were fairly readily found, so as long as the masters were not completely down on their luck, they should be able to find a few. Since Chu Lingling was from High Heaven Palace and Huigu's disciple, Xianxia was not stingy with her. He took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "Your master helped me a lot back then, and you're also a High Heaven Palace disciple. I didn't prepare much, but since it's our first time meeting each other, I'll give this to you." He flicked the bottle, and a gentle force made it float over to Chu Lingling. Chu Lingling was a little flustered. She never thought that her palace master would be giving her a gift on their first meeting. She wanted to decline, but Liao Zheng remarked with a smile, "You should not refuse a gift from your elder." Xianxia's lips twitched. "Elder? Well, so be it. Even though I still look young, I have cultivated for several millennia now, and I'm the palace master of High Heaven Palace too. Elder it is." Chu Lingling paused briefly before accepting the jade bottle and bowing in gratitude. Disciple thanks Palace Master for his generous gift. Xianxia nodded and started moving again. He took the lead and headed in the direction Chu Lingling had come from. Chu Lingling was about to put the bottle away, as it would not be polite for her to check its contents in Xianxia's presence. But then, she heard a void transmission from him. "There are quite a few of them in there. You probably won't need to use all of them. If there are any left, you can give the extras to people who need them." She was startled at first, but a thought soon struck her. She immediately abandoned all attempts at maintaining propriety and checked what was inside the bottle. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. Have I just received the very thing that I came into the universe furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade open heaven pills that I'm looking for? Did I achieve my goal this easily? Liao Zheng had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh. Senior brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much. With luck, this bottle of ordinary grade open heaven pills would be enough to let 2 7th Order Masters reach the 8th Order. As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans, but Yang Kai also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Zheng and Chu Lingling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the tests that Yang Kai did in a small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies either, as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Lingling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Tao strengths before collecting the ordinary grade open heaven pill it had devoured. The trio continued moving forward. Now and then, they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th Order and 8th Order Masters. Once there were 11 of them in total, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th Order Masters and 7 7th Order Masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th Order Masters, a larger number of 7th Order Masters had entered the universe furnace. Secondly, Mi Jingluan had also instructed the 7th Order Masters to search for the infinite river the moment they entered and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th Order inside the universe furnace. Supreme grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink Clan and the Chaos Spirit Clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th Order Masters became 8th Order Masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th Order Masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th Order Masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Liao Zheng and the 2 other 8th Order Masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded and Liao Zheng said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary-grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival. He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Zheng and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th Order Masters stuck around to protect the 7th Order Masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the universe furnace, as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the universe furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be all right to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary grade open heaven pills and divided them among the Seventh Order Masters who needed them. The Seventh Order Masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the Seventh Order Masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new Eighth Order Masters once this trip inside the universe furnace was over. At the same time, Xianxia was traveling through the void. Now and then, he would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks, or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liao Zheng had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Xianxia was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme grade open heaven pills. Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet. He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liao Zheng also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit Kings existing. Furthermore, the supreme grade open heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Xianxia in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the supreme grade open heaven pills was far above what Xianxia originally suspected. He was moving through the void when all of a sudden he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him. He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Xianxia had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog. It was no mere gray fog. After all, it was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal. It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Xianxia realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this. He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way, but had not paid any attention to them earlier. He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought. Xianxia quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility. If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a black ink John Spirit God would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Xianxia began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an Eighth Order Master, had. Not even a Ninth Order Master could do it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5739, Third Brother. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Xianxia could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a supreme grade open heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord. However, Xianxia could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord. Xianxia could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat. He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding. After just a moment of hesitation, Xianxia decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret. It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush. Thanks to Xianxia's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Xianxia to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Xianxia decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Xianxia was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Zheng joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Xianxia realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Xianxia was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Xianxia wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Xianxia patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Xianxia might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Xianxia thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There is no denying that Xianxia was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Xianxia suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme grade open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Xianxia had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Xianxia suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Xianxia peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race, though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like, and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow, Great Emperor. Xianxia never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Xianxia had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Xianxia, it was still held back by Xianxia, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit, and he could not break through any further. When Xianxia was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order Master, but in the end, he ended up as a 6th Order Master. This was because of Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Xianxia knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme-grade open heaven pills, Xianxia had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Zheng and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected, pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme-grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Xianxia did not know whether it was his monster self or the Blacking clan who first discovered this supreme-grade open heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Blacking clansmen could use the miniature black ink nest to call for aid, but Xianxia's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster race master was stronger than the average human race master in the same equivalent realm. Monster race masters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Xianxia's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against a group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Xianxia had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Xianxia saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once, and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The Territory Lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself. But before he could do anything to Thunder Shadow, a Territory Lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the Territory Lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest, with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the Territory Lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted, and the Territory Lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. Xianxia. The Territory Lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified, and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the Killing Star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless, and they had relied on the miniature black ink nest to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster race master. Yet now, it was Xianxia, of all people, who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback. The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was Xianxia's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. He was going to claim the lives of these Territory Lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the Territory Lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow, which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, Xianxia lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place. "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Martial Peak, Chapter 5740, Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. Xianxia's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the Territory Lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from Xianxia alone, considering his mastery over the Tao of Space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the Territory Lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat all along. They failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move, and they would end up making contact with the strange jellyfish. And when that happened, even masters as powerful as these Territory Lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest Territory Lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the Territory Lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponent, so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times, they could be seen, but at others, they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Xianxia could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Xianxia could sense a wave of jumbled, chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Xianxia as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lords and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Xianxia. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star. But now that Xianxia had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Xianxia, he realized something was amiss. Even though Xianxia was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Xianxia snorted and pierced through the attack with a spear. His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Xianxia pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Xianxia's fist made contact, though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards, once more as his arms fell to the side, to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Xianxia was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible, jellyfish-like chaos entity, and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Xianxia raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Xianxia and the territory lord began, but now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Xianxia had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Xianxia, and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Xianxia, as if he needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else, but Xianxia, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him. The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike because Xianxia had fallen into a trance, but in reality, he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. Also, third brother, what the hell is that? An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow, and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Xianxia killed him. Now that Xianxia had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Xianxia was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Xianxia had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the No-Return Pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Xianxia, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Xianxia not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Xianxia was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Xianxia, and the open heaven pill is yours." Xianxia snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Xianxia caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Xianxia slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes, they were able to gain clarity, but it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All 3 of them were now sitting ducks. When Xianxia got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all 3 and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him, though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Xianxia turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place, or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Xianxia shouted and immediately harnessed his Tao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Tao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Xianxia had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller, jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy, which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this, as its Tao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Xianxia had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Tao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Xianxia reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. Martial Peak, Chapter 5741, Another Path. The Universe Furnace produced many ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were created. Xianxia had left a mark on all 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills in advance, and by using his great sun and moon marks, he could sense where these pills were once they were within a certain distance from him. Thus, he figured that as long as he was not completely down on his luck, he should be able to make this a fruitful trip, though he could not be certain how many supreme-grade open heaven pills he would ultimately get. Nevertheless, he did not expect it to be this easy for him to get the first supreme-grade open heaven pill. All he had done was tail a territory lord in secret, and not only did he get one of the pills, but he even reunited with his monster self. All he needed now was to reunite with his human self as well. Once all 3 of them were together, they would even have a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. Inside the Universe Furnace, the only ones who posed a threat to Xianxia were the pseudo-royal lords and the Chaos Spirit Kings. The latter was more powerful than the former, as their strength was equivalent to that of a true royal lord or ninth order masters. However, the humans did not know for certain whether Chaos Spirit Kings existed, as the information they had came from Bloodcrow, and it was only a guess of his. Either way, Xianxia now had 2 goals to accomplish inside the Universe Furnace. The first was to carry on searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills, and the second was to find his human self. He next quietened down and studied the item in his hand. The spirit pill had an extraordinary appearance. The multicolored light glowed freely, but the Tao currents were subdued. It's a valuable treasure, all right. It deserves its reputation as the most precious opportunity. Even though Xianxia had witnessed the birth of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, he could not move at the time and could not use his powers freely either, so he did not know much about these pills. They had scattered into the distance the moment they were created, and Xianxia's hopes of getting an early advantage had been dashed. Thunder Shadow was also studying it carefully out of curiosity. Xianxia's thoughtful expression was reflected in Thunder Shadow's amber eyes, and the latter reminded worriedly, "This isn't something to be eaten. It needs to be absorbed into the small universe and refined." He was afraid that Xianxia did not know how it worked, and it would be hugely ironic if Xianxia ended up swallowing the spirit pill just like that. According to information provided by Bloodcrow, the open heaven pills created inside the Universe Furnace differed from the ones humans made. The latter was created to mimic the former, as the humans had studied the medicinal efficacies and found a way to create open heaven pills after countless years of trials and experimentations. However, at the end of the day, the open heaven pills created by the human race were still completely different from the ones created by the Universe Furnace. The open heaven pills made by the humans were consumed and refined. It would then provide a boost to the heritage of an open heaven realm master's small universe. That was not the case for the ones from the Universe Furnace. Those needed to be absorbed into the small universe, and the cultivators would need to rely on the strength of their small universe to refine them. Xianxia was now at the peak of his martial Tao, and his small universe was wrapped inside an invisible layer of shackles that made it impossible to grow any bigger. However, with the help of the spirit pill in his hand right now, those shackles would disappear and his small universe could continue expanding again. As one's small universe grew larger, one's heritage would also increase. This was the right way to use the innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace, and this was why the pill could help an open heaven realm master break through their natural limits. Xianxia had already read about these things from the jade slip Liao Zheng had given him earlier, so he knew better than to make a reckless attempt. Then again, does it work on you? Thunder's shadow asked. Xianxia sighed, I don't think so. Although he had not refined the open heaven pill, he had a feeling that it would not do him any good. Even if he did absorb it into his small universe, it would not be able to help him reach the ninth order. Despite holding this open heaven pill in his hand, the barrier around his small universe did not react at all. If the spirit pill did work on him, then this invisible layer would show some kind of reaction in response to the spirit pill's aura. Perhaps this had something to do with the disadvantages of the open heaven realm method and the 3-cell source reconstitution art that Wuxia gave him. The open heaven realm method was flawed, but the martial ancestors were not to blame for this. They had relied on the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method before teaching it to the rest of the human race, which allowed the humans to have a fighting chance against the monster race and the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The humans of today would not exist in the same way if it had not been for Tsang and the other martial ancestors. Nevertheless, the martial ancestors failed to achieve full enlightenment of the martial Tao, as there was one part that was hidden inside the universe furnace from then, making it impossible to comprehend outside. A supreme grade open heaven pill was able to make up for the imperfections of the open heaven realm method and complete one's martial Tao, which allowed a cultivator to break through their limits. However, the 3-cell source reconstitution art that Wuxia taught Xianxia was a result of Shi's many years of hard work and effort in his attempts to comprehend the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Out of the 10 martial ancestors, Shi's ability to formulate secret arts and techniques was the best. If it had not been for that, the sinister, heaven-defying ability of heaven-devouring battle law would not exist. He was the one who came up with the 3-cell source reconstitution art to deal with the imperfections of the open heaven realm method. Thus, once Xianxia chose this path of cultivation, his martial Tao had been set, and it differed from those that cultivated strictly using the open heaven realm method. Thus, the supreme grade open heaven pill, which was able to complete the martial Tao of the open heaven realm method, was meaningless to him. Once Xianxia realized this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered if this meant that Wuxia had screwed him over. If Xianxia had not cultivated the 3-cell source reconstitution art and created his human self and monster self, then he would have been able to become a 9th order master by simply looking for a safe place to absorb and refine this spirit pill he had with him now. Once that happened, his heritage would be enough for him to march through the universe furnace world without a care in the world. Neither pseudo-royal lords nor chaos spirit kings would pose any threat to him. Yet now, despite having such a treasure with him, he could not do anything with it. That being said, Xianxia knew he had chosen this path himself. At the time, this path was fraught with risks as no one had ever walked it before, but it still represented hope, so he had unhesitantly stepped onto it. No one knew when the universe furnace would surface again, and the human race greatly needed 9th order masters to secure their future. Xianxia was stuck at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm and could not break through his limits. Since there was a possible solution, he had to try it. Wuxia had meant well. No one could be blamed for this situation. It was simply one of life's cruel jokes. Who would have thought that the universe furnace would show up at such a crucial point in time, and that Xianxia would obtain a supreme grade open heaven pill so easily? Xianxia sighed and took out an exquisite wooden box. He stored the supreme grade open heaven pill inside and placed several restrictions to keep it sealed up before carefully putting the box away. After taking a look around and seeing the swarm of jellyfish-like chaos entities who seemed to be floating along unconsciously, Xianxia used space principles to gather them. Thunder's shadow quietly took this all in as it wondered who the unlucky person would be. He had also gotten a taste of these jellyfish-like chaos entities' strange attack, and although it was not life-threatening, anyone who touched them would suffer a shock to their soul. Most importantly, it was impossible to detect them when they took on an invisible state. This made them an excellent weapon to use in stealth attacks or ambushes. Xianxia had already been tempted to take the gray fog that contained a sea of stars inside it when he ran into it earlier, but he could not accomplish that. Now that he ran into these jellyfish-like chaos entities, he was not going to hesitate. While collecting them, he began chatting with Thundershadow. Although Thundershadow was Xianxia's monster self, due to the uniqueness of the 3 cells source reconstitution art, Thundershadow was also an independent living being. After all, he had been born and had grown up just like any ordinary living being. He possessed all the same qualities as an independent existence had. However, as Thundershadow's strength grew, the seal that Xianxia had placed on the various pieces of information inside Thundershadow's soul slowly lifted, so he knew who he was and what his mission in life was. This was the same with Xianxia, who had long since become an 8th Order Master, which meant that he knew everything he had to know. Right now, Xianxia was most likely searching for the whereabouts of Xianxia and Thundershadow. In all honesty, Xianxia did find it a little strange to be chatting with his monster self, but if he treated Thundershadow as an independent entity, then it no longer seemed odd. After becoming a great emperor, Thundershadow spent a long time cultivating inside the myriad monsters world. That was because it was the only place that allowed it to use his great emperor status to rapidly grow stronger. This continued until nearly 1,000 years ago when his strength hit a ceiling. That was when he came out and joined the battlefield to hunt down enemies. Thundershadow spoke mostly of Xianxia as he undoubtedly cared a lot about the 7th Order Master who took care of him when he first started out. He was constantly worried that something bad might happen to her during the imminent battle ahead of them. All of a sudden, Thundershadow asked, "Will the 3 selves source reconstitution art really allow you to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Xianxia continued gathering the jellyfish-like chaos entities as he said, "No one has ever tried before, so there's no way of knowing whether it will work. However, since it's something that's sure to arrive back then, it should work." "Wuquang's no saint," Thundershadow scoffed. Xianxia chuckled. "My trust isn't in Wuquang or Sure, but in myself. Even though the 3 cells have not reunited yet, I can sense that once that happens, it will indeed help me break through my limits. When the time comes, your human self and I will disappear for good. You are me. I am you. Combining as one doesn't mean you will disappear. You're wrong. You're you. Your human self is you, and I am you. But you are not us. There's a difference." Xianxia frowned. Thundershadow licked his paw. "What's the matter? Is this topic too heavy for you? Relax. The human self and I both understand our purpose. When the time comes, neither one of us will hesitate." "That's not it." Xianxia sighed and closed the portal to his small universe. "These jellyfish-like chaos entities are polluting my small universe. I can't keep too many of them." He had been too simplistic in his thinking. After entering his small universe, the jellyfish-like chaos entities kept giving off that strange energy to attack his soul. Xianxia had the soul-warming lotus for protection, so he was not afraid of that. However, these chaos entities were made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and to Xianxia, that was like the harshest of impurities that could contaminate his small universe. If he took in too many of these chaos entities, it would affect his small universe's stability. He had been thinking about taking in all of the jellyfish-like chaos entities here, but from the looks of it now, he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Xianxia thus only kept the small number that he was still able to suppress, as it would be hard for him to carry on doing so if he took in any more of them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5742, Evolution. Xianxia made his way through the void with a tiny, feline monster race master sitting on his shoulder. It was his monster self, Thundershadow. Alas, Xianxia found it lamentable that he could not take too many of the jellyfish-like chaos entities with him and left the place with Thunder Shadow in tow. Initially, he wanted Thunder Shadow to give him a ride as he wanted to experience what it was like to have a mount, but Thunder Shadow refused. Instead, he shrunk down and took a seat on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia could not do anything about it. Since Thunder Shadow did not want to do it, Xianxia was not going to force him. At this moment, Xianxia looked somewhat hesitant as he held a miniature black ink nest in his hand. This was one of his spoils after killing all those territory lords. After inspecting it up close, he confirmed that it was a low-rank black ink nest. However, since it could be used to communicate inside the universe furnace, it meant that there had to be a mid-rank black ink nest somewhere inside this space to use as a hub for the Black Ink Clan's communications. Otherwise, the Black Ink Clan would not have been able to use the black ink nest space to communicate. Now that Xianxia had this small black ink nest with him, he could use it to spy on the Black Ink Clan and glean some useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was if the Black Ink Clan realized something and sealed the black ink nest space with him inside. If that happened, his soul would also be trapped and he would not be able to escape. He had experienced this once before, but fortunately for him, he had been protected by the soul-warming lotus. At that time, he managed to kill and injure quite a number of territory lords and Black Ink disciples with soul-rending thorns. That was what eventually forced the Black Ink Clan to undo the seal, which allowed him to escape. At the time, Xianxia was still part of the Great Evolution Army, so the situation was not quite the same. He was inside the universe furnace now, and if his soul did get sealed up, it would hinder him from accomplishing his goals in this place. After mulling it over for a short while, Xianxia sighed and crushed the miniature black ink nest. He was certain that the Black Ink Clan would have their guard up against the possibility of someone spying on them. If he did enter the black ink nest with his soul, he might end up falling into their trap. Just to be safe, it was better for him to avoid stirring up any possible trouble. Just then, the void began to rumble and shake. Xianxia immediately halted and took in the surroundings with his senses. Thunder Shadow, who was sitting on Xianxia's shoulder, also turned solemn as he said quietly, "The first evolution is happening." Evolution was the word used to describe the change that would happen with the chaotic shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace. Such changes would happen a total of 9 times, and once all 9 were complete, the environment inside the universe furnace would become vastly different. It was also the signal that the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace was about to come to an end. Bloodcrow was the one who provided the humans with this information. He had first-hand experience from the previous time the universe furnace emerged, and although he did not get a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was not a part of any major fights back then, he did manage to come back out of the universe furnace alive. Furthermore, thanks to what he found, he easily broke through and reached the 8th Order open heaven realm. The jade slip that Liao Zheng gave Xianxia not only mentioned the different grades of open heaven pills and the existence of the chaos entities, but also included information about the changes and evolutions that happened within the universe furnace. The universe furnace was filled with shattered Tao essences, and anyone who entered would immediately sense that. Due to the effects of these shattered Tao essences, the environment inside the universe furnace was similarly chaotic and disorganized. Even time and space were both less defined in this space, allowing for a large number of chaos entities to be born. It was possible that an environment like this would not affect the Black Ink Clan much. Their bodies were made up of Mo's creation force, and they did not cultivate the Grand Tao. However, the environment did affect the human race masters greatly, especially concerning their Tao strengths. In the outside world, Tao strengths filled every single corner of the universe. Open Heaven Realm Masters could harness their own Tao strengths to resonate with the universe's Grand Tao, which allowed them to channel part of that strength. However, inside the universe furnace, the Grand Tao was shattered and Tao essence was chaotic, so there was nothing they could use to enhance their own attacks. Only the humans' physical strength and the world force inside their small universes were not affected. Xianxia's body, with his dragon vein, was not affected by him being inside the universe furnace, and his ability to use the world force from his small universe was not affected either. However, when trying to manipulate local space principles or time principles, their effects would be weaker here. That being said, this did not affect the human masters too much as they relied mainly on their own power when engaged in battle. Nevertheless, they were still weakened to a certain extent. However, the environment inside the universe furnace was not static. Each time the universe furnace showed up, the world inside would undergo 9 rounds of Grand Tao evolution. Bloodcrow had no clue as to why this happened, or why 9 times instead of 8 or 7. But either way, that was what happened. As a result of each evolution, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace would slowly become more refined, and after all 9 times, the shattered Tao essence would have changed into a complete and structured Tao essence. This change had a direct and significant impact on the universe furnace world. Upon entering the universe furnace, everyone felt that the world inside was vast and boundless, but that was mainly due to the haziness in the dimensions of time and space. If one was unable to define the structure they were inside, it was impossible to determine its size or scope. However, as the shattered Tao essence gradually became more and more refined, the space would also become more clearly defined. When it came to this space, the disorder of the universe furnace before would slowly morph into one that could be defined and measured through the continuous rounds of evolution. And this was only the shallowest of the changes that happened. Bloodcrow said that during his last foray into the universe furnace, after 9 rounds of evolution, the universe furnace started feeling as if it was a real great territory, and countless universe worlds popped up inside at some point. Every one of the universe worlds had been filled with the aura of new life. He could not figure out where those universe worlds came from and could only speculate that they were a result of the rounds of evolution. This was how the environment inside the universe furnace was changed by the evolution of the Grand Tao. For both the humans and the Black Ink clan who came in, this change greatly affected them. The universe furnace world was currently boundless and never-ending. Even though many masters from the 2 races had entered, it was not that easy to encounter anyone else, be it an ally or an enemy. Most of the time, they would brush past others without even knowing about it despite being fairly near to each other. However, with each round of evolution, the shattered Tao essence slowly became more refined, and the environment inside the universe furnace world would grow clearer. Bloodcrow even suspected that the universe furnace world that emerged after all 9 rounds of evolution was the true nature of the universe furnace world, and everything that had been visible before that could simply be an illusion. It was as if the real environment had been shrouded by a layer of fog. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan sent many of their masters into the universe furnace, with some 7 million or so Black Ink clansmen entering from the entrance in the barren territory alone. With so many living beings inside a single great territory, the chances of running into each other increased manifold. Thus, inside the universe furnace, it was rare to have a major fight break out during the early evolutions. Most of the time, it would simply be one-on-one fights or perhaps skirmishes between small groups. However, as the evolutions continued, the space inside the universe furnace world slowly became more defined, and the seemingly boundless area would become a lot more crowded. There was no way of discerning the pattern of evolution. No one knew when the next evolution would happen, but whenever it did, there were clear signs. Right now, Xianxia was standing still as he took in the changes to the environment and found that the information had been accurate. The shattered Tao essence that made up the universe furnace world had become ever so slightly more refined. It was not a significant change, but it had indeed changed. Why would there be an evolution of Tao essence inside the universe furnace? Xianxia had pondered this question when he first received the information from Liao Zheng, but he could not think of a reason why, so he decided to wait until he experienced the evolution for himself to see whether he could learn anything from it. Alas, he was just as clueless as before. In just a few moments, the rumbling stopped. The evolution had started abruptly, and it stopped just as quickly. Xianxia tried to use his divine sense to scout around him and realized that it was a little better now. He could inspect a greater radius around him, though it was still far less than the maximum he could perceive outside. The shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace was still a great hindrance to his ability to search and inspect from a distance. I sense murderous intent. Thunder Shadow suddenly growled. He crouched defensively on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning began to spark across his skin. Yang Kai was startled. He nearly wondered whether Thunder Shadow had made a mistake when he abruptly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. Just as Yang Kai noticed the newcomer, the latter noticed him as well and sent his aura forward. Upon realizing that it was Yang Kai, the newcomer was shocked and elated as he roared, "Hand over the open heaven pill, Yang Kai." As soon as Yang Kai heard what was said, he figured out what was going on. It was clear that the territory lords who were fighting against Thunder Shadow had called for reinforcements, but this one had arrived too late. The territory lords were dead, and Yang Kai had the open heaven pill. Thus, this master from the Black King clan followed the traces left behind and chased Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow down. Yang Kai did waste some time collecting the jellyfish-like chaos entities after all. The newcomer was a pseudo-royal lord. Otherwise, he would not have been as overbearing as he was when he realized it was Yang Kai. The moment the pseudo-royal lord's aura shot towards Yang Kai, the latter was able to figure out how strong his opponent was. After swiftly gauging both their powers, Yang Kai immediately came to a conclusion. He could not defeat this one. Yang Kai had crossed paths with pseudo-royal lords many times. Even though he managed to slaughter Di Wu in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, he only did so thanks to many favorable conditions and advantages of the terrain they fought on, so it was hard for him to repeat that feat. Previously, when he was outside the no-return pass, Immortality had managed to hunt him down until he had nowhere to hide. Thus, Yang Kai knew full well the power differential between him and his pseudo-royal lord. He did have Thunder Shadow with him now, but he knew a fight would only result in unnecessary loss. Therefore, Yang Kai swiftly decided to flee as he began manipulating space principles. While the shattered Tao essence around him did affect his use of space principles, it also interfered with divine sense, so he did not need to travel nearly as far to escape the perception of a pseudo-royal lord. In this way, the suppression from the environment affected all of them equally. Yang Kai even felt leisurely enough to still be in awe at his monster self, Thunder Shadow. He knew that in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than his monster self, but Thunder Shadow had sensed the murderous intent before Yang Kai noticed the pseudo-royal lord's presence. Is it because of how innately sensitive those from Monster Race are? Martial Peak, Chapter 5743, Evade Him. Since the birth of the vast universe, there have been three important eras in history. The primordial era, where the divine spirits ruled over everything under the heavens, the early ancient era, where the monster race trod the lands freely, and the late ancient era, where the human race rose to dominance. Each era had thousands upon thousands of wonderful chapters, and each one represented the favorite of the heavenly way at the time. As a race that represented an era, each of them had their unique characteristics. For the monster race, their biggest advantage was their strong physical bodies, keen perception, and diverse clans. Thunder Shadow was the monster self created by Yang Kai using the 3 Selves Source Reconstitution art. But since birth, he had been living in myriad monster world, filled with ancient aura. He grew up in an environment where they obeyed the law of the jungle. Furthermore, he cultivated the monster race's primal art, which could be said to be no different from the great monsters of the early ancient era. The only difference was the era they lived in. Thunder Shadow was actually very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against so many territory lords alone. Only Yang Kai's true body was just so strong that his light covered the sharpness of his claws. It was only through innate keen perception that Thunder Shadow was able to alert Yang Kai before the latter noticed anything unusual. A pseudo-royal lord was chasing them, and since the two of them were not his opponent, they had no choice but to leave first. However, just as Yang Kai was about to make his escape using his space principles, he suddenly changed his mind, though he still activated his space principles, shifting the void slightly around him. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him panicked and slammed a palm out at Xianxia's location from afar, not caring whether or not he could even stop the latter with this blow. There was no way for him to not panic. After all, he received news from several territory lords telling him that they had discovered an open heaven pill, but a monster race leopard was keeping them at bay, making it difficult for them to get their hands on it. The leopard was strong, and he also heard that it seemed to be one of monster race's great emperors from the myriad monster world called Thundershadow. This was not because the Black Ink clan had a strong intelligence network, but mainly because Thundershadow had been baring his fangs too fiercely since descending the mountain and had even killed several territory lords. Thus, his existence was recorded by the top members of the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lord was always looking over the no-return pass, and even though he was usually engrossed with fighting against Immortality for power for many years, he had not made much progress. As he could not gain the royal lord's attention, he could only check for more information around the place and return to report. Coincidentally, this pseudo-royal lord was the third pseudo-royal lord of the Black Ink clan, Meng Ke. The first pseudo-royal lord to be created by the Black Ink clan was Di Wu, who was killed by Xianxia at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. The second was Mo Nai, and Meng Ke was the third. Compared with Di Wu's vigor and Mo Nai's intellect, the third pseudo-royal lord remained obscure. Without even mentioning the humans, even the Black Ink clan knew very little about his existence, despite him being active for over 1,000 years, which made him depressed. That was the reason why Meng Ke had been wanting to do something big, something to promote himself and to establish his position. The best he could hope for was to trample Mo Nai under his foot. Unfortunately, the royal lord never gave him a chance, and before he even had the time to show his strengths, the universe furnace came into existence. Due to the large outpour of innate territory lord from the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction, who brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them, the Black Ink clan now had more than enough resources to create more pseudo-royal lords. Thus, the royal lord decisively gathered all the veteran innate territory lords who were in good condition to create a large batch of pseudo-royal lords. Originally, Meng Ke and Mo Nai were the only pseudo-royal lords, so he only needed to focus on Mo Nai in their battle of wits and courage. Even if he was largely unknown, Meng Ke was still the left or right arm of the royal lord, but with the increase in their pseudo-royal lords, his presence became insignificant. So, when he received a message from several territory lords that an open heaven pill was discovered, he rushed over without delay. That open heaven pill was the greatest opportunity for the humans. As long as he could get it and destroy it, then he could prevent the humans from gaining another Ninth Order Master. Such a great feat would be enough to make him stand out among all of the pseudo-royal lords. However, when Meng Ke arrived, he discovered that the territory lords had all been killed. All that was left behind was a large amount of Black Ink strength from their deaths. Furthermore, the rumored open heaven pill was nowhere to be found. Following the faint traces left behind, Meng Ke pursued the culprits until he happened upon Xianxia. There was also a small black leopard crouching on Xianxia's shoulder. Instantly, Meng Ke realized that Xianxia must undoubtedly be the one who killed those territory lords, and the missing open heaven pill must have fallen into his hands. Meng Ke was overjoyed. Snatching an open heaven pill was a great enough achievement as it was, but if he could take advantage of this situation to cull Xianxia, then his position in the Black Ink clan would definitely rise beyond Mo Nai's. When that time came, he would stand under Mo alone and above all his other clansmen. After all, Mo Nai had been fighting with Xianxia for so many years, but still failed to deal with him. Instead, the Black Ink clan suffered a lot from that struggle. They had lost not only resources, but also many masters along the way. If Meng Ke could kill Xianxia, then would that not be proof enough that he was superior to Mo Nai? But soon, Meng Ke remembered that killing Xianxia was no easy task. This human was indeed not as strong as he was, but he was proficient in the Tao of space and unparalleled when it came to escaping. Even a royal lord could do nothing to Xianxia if the latter was determined to flee. If he were to run away here, then where was he supposed to go to look for him? In a panic, Meng Ke threw out a palm from afar. Space principles surged, turning the local space upside down. But the instant when Yang Kai's body was about to disappear, the palm came down just in time. Yang Kai sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth and turned over to glare at Meng Ke, who had attacked him from behind with hatred in his eyes. Space principles surged once more, with his figure blurred. Meng Ke shouted anxiously, "Coward! Don't run!" But it was to no avail. He could only watch as Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. He instantly felt chagrined beyond words, realizing he had acted too hastily. If he had known this would happen, he would have snuck over quietly and taken Yang Kai down in one swoop instead of announcing his presence. However, for a pseudo-royal lord like him who had to rely on the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, it was impossible to perfectly control his own power, meaning his aura could not be hidden and stealth was not an option. The auras of pseudo-royal lords like him were always on in a striking display wherever they went, just like fireflies in the night. He searched everywhere by instinct to try and find Yang Kai, but soon Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment before rushing in a certain direction. He was actually able to find Yang Kai's location. This time, his target's instantaneous movement did not take him too far away. Meng Ke had no idea whether it was due to the hit he managed to land earlier or because of this special environment, but no matter what the reason was, this situation was favorable to him. In that direction, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused on flying forward. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow watched him with narrowed eyes and curiously asked, "You're not this pathetic, are you? What are you trying to do?" He had clearly caught on to some clues. If Yang Kai truly intended to leave just now, then there was no way he would have allowed Meng Ke's palm to hit him. In other words, the current situation was all part of Yang Kai's plans. "You and I are of one mind, so why don't you give a guess?" Yang Kai laughed. Thunder Shadow curled its lips. "I can't be bothered. What's more, you should understand that though I am born from a part of your soul, reborn as your monster self, my living environment and experiences since young have been very different from yours, so my character and temperament are different from yours, the true body." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Naturally, I know that, but fundamentally, you still originated from me, so you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Don't be lazy to use your head, just because you're born a monster." Thunder Shadow snorted and said after a moment, "Are you baiting him?" Yang Kai nodded, and his expression turned serious. To compete with the humans for the Universe Furnace's opportunity, the Black Ink clan have created many pseudo-royal lords. We would be safe even if we were to face a pseudo-royal lord. But if we shook him off, he would surely go find others instead, and they may not be able to deal with him. So, if I can lead him around, it will at least stop him from starting trouble with someone else instead. Thunder Shadow nodded. The Black Ink clan have indeed spent a lot of their resources. Currently, the innate territory lords outside have all been recalled to the no-return pass, most likely for the creation of pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai sighed. Many innate territory lords have also come out from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, which gives the Black Ink clan the confidence to make such a gamble. Those innate territory lords are all injured and would not be of great use to them for the time being, but as long as they recuperate for 100 to 200 years, then they should be back to peak condition. After a pause, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him. This guy should not be a newly created pseudo-royal lord. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one who was hiding in the no-return pass all this time. Even though a pseudo-royal lord was unable to exert the full power of a royal lord, as long as they lived for long enough, they could slowly gain more control over their strength, allowing them to display more of it. The palm from just now was very close in strength to what Yi could display, so this was clearly not a new pseudo-royal lord. Combine that with the warning signs he felt outside of the no-return pass, it was not surprising for Yang Kai to have such a guess. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow intertwined his aura closely with Yang Kai's so that he could help the latter save some energy as he used space principles to move. It was only because Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self that they could act in concert in such a way. Anyone else would not be able to achieve such a seamless blending of auras. Behind them, Meng-Ke was chasing after the pair without pause, constantly closing the distance with Yang Kai using his superior strength and speed. However, every time he reached a certain limit, Yang Kai would disappear with instantaneous movement, appearing at the edge of Meng-Ke's perception, and the loop would continue. If Immortality was here, with his intelligence, he would surely have noticed something by now, but Meng-Ke was far worse in comparison to Immortality when it came to wits, so not only was he not alerted to Yang Kai's plans, he became enraged instead and was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Though one could say that Meng-Ke could not best Immortality in terms of wisdom, one could also say that his understanding of Yang Kai was far inferior. Thus, Meng-Ke was consumed by his emotions, so the feeling of closing the distance repeatedly only to see Yang Kai slip away was extremely irritating. The pair continued their chase through the void with Yang Kai probing around in all directions at every moment. For him, his intentions were not only to keep this pseudo-royal lord on his tail, to prevent him causing trouble to his allies. His true goal was to find someone who could help him turn the situation around, so he could kill his pursuer. Facing such a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were not his opponents even if they combined their strength, but as long as they could find 3 more 8th Order Masters to form a 5 elements formation, then it would be enough to contend with Meng Quebec. Martial Peak, Chapter 5744, Forced to Fight. The Universe Furnace world had just experienced its first evolution, but the chaotic and disorderly Shattered Tao essence had only slightly improved. This place was still vast and boundless, so wanting to find a helping hand in this sort of environment was going to be difficult. The other worry was that Yang Kai might even attract other enemies before finding the help he needed. Based on the information he obtained from Liao Zheng and the others, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had appeared on the various battlefields, and there could be more of them. If he were to draw in another pseudo-royal lord, then even Yang Kai would have trouble dealing with them. There was no helping it, however. He could only keep going with his plan. As he fled, Yang Kai silently opened the portal of his small universe and quickly closed it again, his figure sweeping quickly away without any pause. He seemed to have done nothing, but Thunder Shadow, who was resting on his shoulder, was keenly aware of the moment his small universe's portal was opened. He even saw Yang Kai release a jellyfish chaos entity that he had brought in earlier. The moment the chaos entity was released, it just happened to be in an illusory state and was imperceptible to one's eyes or divine sense, which was within Yang Kai's calculations. Naturally, Thunder Shadow understood what Yang Kai was trying to do, and he could not help but divert some of his attention to the rear alongside Yang Kai. The next moment, when Meng-Ke crossed the point where the trap was set, the chaos entity revealed itself, and as its body bloomed with multicolored light, Meng-Ke naturally hit the jellyfish straight on. This was a great shock to Meng Quebec. Even though he believed himself to be far stronger than Yang Kai, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful enemy who had been causing endless trouble for the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During the chase, he was constantly on guard to avoid being taken by surprise. Yet, he never thought that he would still fall for Yang Kai's trickery. The jellyfish-like chaos entity was one that Meng-Ke had previously discovered at the place where the territory lords died. Back then, he did not examine them carefully, but now that he touched one, he could sense a shapeless, chaotic energy emanating from it that attacked his soul. Meng-Ke was taken aback for a moment and threw his palm out by instinct, slapping away the chaos entity in his face. Up ahead, Thunder Shadow, who had seen everything clearly, licked its paws leisurely and commented, "Useful, but not very much so." Yang Kai nodded. This jellyfish chaos entity emitted a very special type of energy that disrupted one's soul, and this shock was clearly powerful enough to affect the pseudo-royal lord behind them. Unfortunately, the disturbance the jellyfish caused was minimal. It was very different compared to the territory lords before, who fell into a complete daze after being hit by these chaos entities. This wasn't too much of a surprise, though, as the enemy was a pseudo-royal lord. In terms of cultivation alone, Meng-Ke was no different from a 9th Order Master or true Royal Lord. Thus, he had great resistance towards such attacks. As such, Xianxia's plan to use his collected jellyfish chaos entities in the fight against this pseudo-royal lord fell apart. At the very most, these chaos entities could only hinder a pseudo-royal lord a little rather than become a key to attaining victory. In fact, regarding this pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia had at least two ways to deal with him on his own. However, the price he would have to pay was too great and not considered cost-effective in this situation. He would be better off trying to seek help instead. Going round and round in this universe furnace world, where time and space were extremely blurred, three figures swiftly moved, one chasing and two fleeing, though only one of the latter was actually exerting any effort. It was not known just how much distance they had traversed or how long it had been. As long as Xianxia wanted to run, then Meng Ke would not be able to catch him, but he also could not bear to give up on a big fish like Xianxia, so he had no choice but to soldier on. After such an extended chase, Meng Ke had also garnered some clues from his enemy's actions. He may not be as smart as Immortality, but he was still a pseudo-royal lord who had a lot of information about Xianxia and knew his habits and thoughts well. How could he not understand that Xianxia was purposefully leading him on after so long? Even though Meng Ke knew his enemy's intentions, he could not understand what Xianxia's ultimate plan was, or if he had a hidden plot beneath the chase, which made him feel slightly uneasy. As the chase continued, the void suddenly shook. The second evolution was emerging. Just like the first evolution, it came fast and left just as quickly, but after this evolution, the shattered Tao essence became a little bit more perfect. For Xianxia, who had great proficiency in the Tao of time and Tao of space, he had a greater intuition for such details compared to others. However, the helpers he needed were still nowhere to be found. Until a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly sensed the fallout of a fierce battle up ahead. Instantly, he had a bad premonition and focused his senses. Then his brow furrowed. After the second evolution, the interference he experienced during his search was less than before, and very soon, Xianxia realized that the fight up ahead was between masters from the Black Ink clan and the human race. About 4 or 5 different auras were coming from the human side, all of them in the 8th order. To be able to converge in one place so quickly was obviously thanks to physical contact they must have shared while entering the universe furnace. However, the Black Ink clansmen opposing had one particularly powerful aura among them. Though it contained the strength of a royal lord, it was clearly a pseudo-royal lord. The worst situation Xianxia expected had happened. What Xianxia hoped most to encounter along this chase was a group of at least 3 8th Order masters traveling together. That way, alongside him and Thunder Shadow, they could easily form the 5 Elements formation and teach the pseudo-royal lord behind him some proper respect. With a 5 Elements formation, ordinary 8th Order masters could just about put up an even fight against a pseudo-royal lord. But with Xianxia serving as the core, the chances of defeating a pseudo-royal lord were relatively high. As for killing such an opponent, that would be a bit difficult. If they were to encounter 1 or 2 straggling 8th Orders, Xianxia could accept that too. However, this was what he feared most, where there were enough 8th Order masters to fight a pseudo-royal lord, but they were already encumbered. Seeing this and understanding the situation, Xianxia swiftly turned away, hoping to lure his pursuer away with him. The pursuing pseudo-royal lord's divine sense was not the least bit weaker than Xianxia's, so if Xianxia could detect the movements there, then Meng Ke, who was chasing him, should have felt them too. However, Meng Ke only hesitated for a moment before turning around and continuing to chase Xianxia. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed this. This pseudo-royal lord did not seem very smart. If it were Immortality, he would not be coming after him. While thinking so, Meng Ke suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also realized something before shouting at Xianxia from afar. "I'll go kill those humans first before coming back to deal with you." After venting his anger, Meng Ke immediately turned around and swept towards where the battle was taking place earlier. However, before he could get far, the space in front of him rippled and a figure emerged from within, holding a long spear that he immediately thrust out. Meng Ke seemed to have anticipated that this would happen and let out a hearty laugh before swinging his fist out to meet Yang Kai in battle. The spear shadow was smashed, and Yang Kai was sent flying back while Meng Ke only staggered slightly, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. In the void, ripples were constantly forming at Yang Kai's back. He had activated space principles to try and defuse the force of the counterattack, and was soon able to stabilize himself with a sigh. Even though this pseudo-royal lord was not very bright, he was not a complete fool, either if he knew to threaten him with the lives of Eighth Order Masters. If Yang Kai let him leave and join together with that other pseudo-royal lord up ahead, then the Eighth Order Masters there would certainly be in danger. So, as soon as Meng Ke said those words, the chase was over, and the initiative also fell into Meng Ke's hands. This was the reason why Yang Kai was worried about encountering this situation, because once he did, he would be forced to fight with this pseudo-royal lord. This was not the outcome he wanted. Meng Ke was extremely pleased that he had successfully forced Yang Kai to face him head-on, and even felt that his idea was simply a stroke of genius. He studied Yang Kai carefully, and his eyes shone as if he were looking at his own war trophy. He had seen Yang Kai before, but even though he had been stationed in the no-return pass all along, both times that Yang Kai caused a stir, Meng Ke had been an innate territory lord, so having to face a killing star like Yang Kai was not something he had confidence in back then. The number of innate territory lords who fell to Yang Kai's spear was in the hundreds. However, Meng Ke was now a pseudo-royal lord and naturally in a different state of mind. Despite having taken the initiative, Meng Ke did not let down his guard and turned to look around him. "Where is that leopard? Tell it to come out. I won't be accused of bullying you." Meng Ke did not see any trace of the leopard that was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder previously, which made him suspicious. He had no idea what Yang Kai was planning by hiding it away. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, it would not be very pleasant for him if he were attacked from behind by a monster race master during a critical moment. Yang Kai curled his lip and kept silent. He just raised a spear in front of him and silently gathered his strength. Dealing with this pseudo-royal lord could mean losing his life at any moment, so he could not be sloppy. Meng Ke lost patience and sneered. "Good. No matter what plans you try to use, this will be your burial ground today. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Ink Clan's Meng Ke." As soon as those words were said, he turned into a stream of dark light and lunged at Yang Kai. The next instant, two figures clashed with each other, and, in the moment after that, a figure was sent flying out, golden blood pouring out of his mouth. It was Yang Kai. Even though he had fought with two pseudo-royal lords before and even killed Di Wu, it was Yang Kai's first time fighting a pseudo-royal lord head-on at full strength. During his fight with Di Wu, the latter had been suppressed by the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai had favorable conditions and an advantageous position, so that fight did not count for much. As for the fight against Immortality, most of it was just Yang Kai running away from him. During that time, Yang Kai was not in peak condition since he had fought against many innate territory lords earlier, so he no longer had the capital to battle Immortality. This was Yang Kai's first real clash with a pseudo-royal lord without either side having a distinct advantage. Meng Ke was very strong, and even though he could not exert his full strength, he was still not an enemy Yang Kai could fight against freely. Still, Yang Kai steadied himself and went all out. Compared to Yang Kai's cautious seriousness, Meng Ke was sighing in his heart. The killing star whose name resounded through the humans in Black Ink Clan was truly not comparable to ordinary Eighth Order Masters. Before meeting Yang Kai, Meng Ke had met 3 other Eighth Order Masters. One of them was alone, whereas the other 2 moved in a pair. However, faced with a pseudo-royal lord like him, it did not matter whether they were 1 or 2. There was simply no way for them to fight back, and they died swiftly under his palm. However, Yang Kai was able to block his blow head-on. Rather than find this ridiculous, Meng Ke felt it was only right for Yang Kai to be this strong. If he wasn't, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to make the Black Ink Clan suffer so many losses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5745, split up. 2 auras were clashing incessantly in the void, their fierce battle unceasing. Xianxia was dripping blood with every step, his condition relatively miserable. Ultimately, he was not the opponent of a pseudo-royal lord in a head-on fight, especially with this one called Meng Ke, who was a veteran pseudo-royal lord. Meng Ke was not one of those who had just become a pseudo-royal lord and had yet to familiarize themselves with their own strength. The strength that he was able to exert in battle was almost the same as Mo Na Yi. Every collision resulted in Xianxia being suppressed, forced to back away again and again, his body drifting like a lone wooden boat on a stormy ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Both time principles and space principles were pushed to the extreme, and Dao's strengths wrapped around his spear as it danced freely. Xianxia anticipated the enemy's moves through time principles while moving his body with space principles, but he was still just barely able to hold on. The illusory phantom of a golden dragon coiled around Xianxia's body, as fine dragon scales could be seen appearing on the surface of his skin. Against such a powerful enemy that he had no hopes of contending with, the dragon scales could offset a lot of the damage. The dragon coiling around his body was not used to counter Meng Ke's attacks, but rather to circulate the power of Xianxia's dragon vein in order to defend himself and heal his injuries. Even Xianxia's towering evergreen divine manifestation, which had been in use for years, was brought out. The giant tree dropped its branches, enveloping Xianxia's figure as strong vitality pulsed around it. This divine manifestation combined the two effects of defense and healing, but the protection it could offer to Xianxia was limited under the bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord. Fortunately, the divine manifestation, powered by the immortal tree's essence, was really effective in healing wounds, no less so than his dragon vein. Meng Xie soon realized that even though he had no idea what sort of secret technique Xianxia was using, the injuries he was inflicting on this human were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This caused Meng Ke to frown. He was surprised by Xianxia's tricky resilience, and despite their crushing difference in their strength, he was still unable to deal with him within a short amount of time. This made Meng Ke attack with even greater ferocity. He also had to divert some of his attention to probe for the leopard's whereabouts. According to the information he received from the various Great Territory battlefields, this leopard was very strong and had some hidden innate divine abilities from its origins as one a monster race, making it almost invisible under the premise it did not attack. If it suddenly launched an ambush, its power was not to be underestimated. This was also Xianxia's intention. He had Thunder Shadow hide himself from the start just to distract Meng Quebec. Even though Thunder Shadow was strong, he was yet to go far beyond the realm of surpassing ordinary 8th Order masters like Xianxia, and against such a pseudo-royal lord, even if he did attack, it would not have too much of an effect while coming with great risks. Rather than take such a gamble, it was better to just hide itself instead. Only a hidden card could keep an enemy on their toes. Meng Ke took it for granted that Thunder Shadow was hiding on the sidelines in order to put in a sneak attack, but in fact, Thunder Shadow had silently gone far away when Xianxia resolutely engaged Meng Ke in battle. Meng Ke's threats made it so that Xianxia had no choice but to fight him head-on. It seemed to put him in a passive position, but Xianxia had already anticipated this possibility and had a plan ready to deal with it. There were always two sides to every situation. Even though the fight going on the other side was the capital, Meng Ke had to issue threats. Why could it not be used to Xianxia's benefit as well? On his own, Xianxia was no match for Meng Ke, but with the help of the other 8th Order masters, Meng Ke would become no issue. To achieve this, he had to first help the 8th Order masters out of their situation. So Thunder Shadow had gone over to the other side. Concealing his aura with his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow moved urgently, but silently towards the other battlefield. From a distance, Thunder Shadow could feel the stirring of world force clashing with the surging black ink strength. As he moved closer, Thunder Shadow saw 4 8th Order masters linked together in a 4 symbols formation as they fought against a pseudo-royal lord. The tide was turning against the human side. Against a pseudo-royal lord, the 8th Order masters would have to form a 5 elements formation to compete evenly. The 4 symbols formation was still lacking. When Thunder Shadow arrived, the four Eighth Order Masters were working in perfect tandem with each other, and the battle formation was functioning flawlessly, but they were still at a disadvantage against their enemy. Remnants of Black Ink clansmen's corpses were still littered around the battlefield. They were apparently from nearby Black Ink clan soldiers, who had sensed the commotion and had come to support the pseudo-royal lord, only to be killed for their efforts. Even though the situation was somewhat unfavorable, the four Eighth Orders were not in danger of dying for the moment. They were not just soft persimmons to be pinched at will. All of them had been through countless life or death struggles, so they knew what needed to be done in situations like these. The four of them fought with great vigor as they put their lives on the line. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless against the pseudo-royal lord, which left their opponent somewhat constrained. If he could be determined enough to put his own life at risk, the pseudo-royal lord might be able to finish off these four Eighth Order Masters at a heavy cost. At the very least, he was sure to sustain serious wounds. In the Universe Furnace world, however, a pseudo-royal lord who was badly wounded but unable to rest and heal would not be able to survive another encounter with a human race master. This pseudo-royal lord had narrowly escaped death during the Source fusion, so there was no way he would put himself in such danger so easily. It was with this in mind that the four Eighth Orders took such a strong stance. In terms of healing, it was much more troublesome for the Black Ink clan than the human race. In a situation where both sides traded injuries, it was the human race that ultimately came out on top, even if they suffered fatalities. Sure enough, the pseudo-royal lord seemed disgruntled by the fight after a while. Seeing that he could not easily finish off these Eighth Order Masters, he was prepared to retreat. The Eighth Order Masters, too, were aware of this. With the battle formation joined, they were of one mind and tacitly slowed down their attacks. No one was willing to meaninglessly sacrifice themselves if the possibility of survival was present. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to leave, they were happy to let him. In the next instant, a black ink cloud spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The pseudo-royal lord feigned an attack before pulling back and jumping out of the four Eighth Order battle formation's range in an instant. With a frown on his brow, he was just about to speak a few lines before making his exit, but something suddenly appeared behind him. The pseudo-royal lord's face looked horrified as he turned around in a hurry, raising his hand to throw out a palm. But his palm struck at nothing. The only thing that came into view at the corner of his vision was a black leopard that had appeared behind him at some point in time, as well as a flash of pure white light that covered his vision. Purifying light. Evil purging divine spear. From information provided by the Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was naturally aware of the evil purging divine spears, and after fighting with the humans for so many years, this was a common weapon used on the various battlefields that had given them a big headache. So, the moment he saw the dazzling white light, the pseudo-royal lord knew that the black leopard, which had snuck over silently, had unleashed an evil purging divine spear at him. From its might, it seemed to be the kind of evil purging divine spear that was used against territory lords. His mind turned sharply, and he hurriedly circulated his black ink strength to guard his body. Under the envelopment of the white light, the dense black ink strength was purified and disappeared. Bathed in the pure white light, even a pseudo-royal lord as strong as him felt uncomfortable, and a burning sensation spread over the surface of his skin. It was fortunate that he had detected the sneak attack in time and did not take the full brunt of it undefended. Otherwise, he would have gotten seriously injured, especially if such a powerful weapon were to pierce him and explode inside his body. All of a sudden, a powerful battle formation circled him again. For auras locked him firmly in place, instantly intensifying the anger welling up in the pseudo-royal lord. Then, the four Eighth Order Masters launched a barrage of attacks. Despite his anger, he did not dare to continue this fight. With this silent black leopard joining the humans, the upper hand he had was lost. Continuing to fight would only be bringing shame upon himself. Moreover, he was not sure whether or not there were more human race masters lurking nearby. So he made a quick decision, and his body split into a dozen black ink clouds that shot out in all directions. By the time the four Eighth Order Masters reacted, they were only able to block half of the black ink clouds, but none of them hid the Pseudo-Royal Lord. With that delay, how could they still catch the escaped Pseudo-Royal Lord? They could only stop there and sigh at their misfortune. Among the four Eighth Order Masters in formation, the one acting as the core was a brave and heroic man with red hair, like fire, while the three others surrounded him. If Xianxia had been here, he would have instantly recognized Ouyang. Ouyang had originally been deployed to the depths of the black ink battlefield to guard the resource mining teams, but he was sent back to the Supreme Headquarters by Xianxia when the Territory Lord were found escaping the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction to report the situation. That was how he gained access to the Universe Furnace. Otherwise, Ouyang would surely still be leading the tens of thousands of humans, moving around in secret while mining for materials. Of the four Eighth Order Masters here, Ouyang was the only veteran, while the other three were rising stars who had just advanced recently over the last few thousand years. It was for that reason that he served as the core of the Four Symbols formation. The old commander naturally had his own role to play. The three younger Eighth Order Masters were still eager to give chase, but Ouyang shook his head. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Even if they did go after him, they would not be able to do much to him in their current state. All four were wounded in the fight with the Pseudo-Royal Lord, and if the Pseudo-Royal Lord had not decided to retreat for his own safety, they would likely not have come out of this in one piece. Pseudo-Royal Lords were truly powerful. Despite being in a battle formation, the four of them were still suppressed and beaten. Only Xianxia had ever fought a master of this caliber alone in all these years, and before the Universe Furnace came into existence, no one else had ever even encountered a Pseudo-Royal Lord before. The more this was, the more Ouyang realized how difficult it must have been for Xianxia. The Black Ink clan had cultivated Pseudo-Royal Lords long ago, and if it were not for Xianxia's efforts in keeping them in check at the No-Return Pass, there would have been many more casualties on the human race's side. The human race was nothing more than a name, but the weight it carried was extraordinary. It was an inheritance passed down from ancient times, but now, a significant portion of the burdens were resting on one person's shoulders. How terrible must that pressure be? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5746, Six Paths Formation. Ouyang's goal in coming to the Universe Furnace wasn't to look for any opportunities for himself. He was thinking that, if possible, he would like to obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill and give it to Xianxia so that he could break through to the Ninth Order. Due to the suppression of the cave heavens and paradises back then, Xianxia was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm. But now, he was being relied upon to carry the heavy burden of helping the human race survive. This was what the cave heavens and paradises owed him, so he should find a way to make it up to him. Moreover, Xianxia himself was far more powerful than his peers as it was, so to have him advance to the Ninth Order would give them an even greater advantage and even greater benefits. Of course, these are the thoughts and considerations of Ouyang alone, so things may not necessarily go as he wished. As the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills was very small, and with the humans' Black Ink clan and the native Chaos race masters scouring the Universe Furnace, obtaining a supreme-grade open heaven pill was not going to be easy. Putting his thoughts away, Ouyang turned his head in the direction of Monster Race Leopard and recognized it as the Myriad Monsters world's first great emperor who had risen to fame in the last millennium. He was just about to thank him when Thunder Shadow's voice sounded in his ears. Xianxia is facing a Pseudo-Royal Lord alone and may not be able to hold out much longer. Please quickly come and support him. Ouyang's face turned serious at once. Where is he now? Thunder Shadow turned into a black shadow and shrouded the four Eighth Order Masters, his voice reaching their ears as well. Enter my divine ability, and I will bring you there. As the black shadow flickered, the four figures disappeared. Using his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow swept silently towards the battlefield where Xianxia and Mengke were. Xianxia's condition was steadily deteriorating on that battlefield. There was a dent on his chest, and half of the fine dragon scales were cracked. He was clearly in a precarious situation. Even Yang Kai was struggling to keep up with this reckless pseudo-royal lord. He should be able to last for an hour at the very most, and by then, he would be too wounded to fight back. Before then, he would have to use his trump card if he wanted to stay alive. He could only hope that everything was going smoothly on Thundershadow's side. This bastard, Meng Ke, just had to keep rambling despite having the upper hand, shouting that if Yang Kai dared to run away, he would immediately go and kill those Eighth Order's masters. Hearing that irritated Yang Kai, but he was indeed not Meng Ke's opponent. He also had to rely on the jellyfish chaos entities he had collected over and over to save himself from danger, but the chaos entities had a limited effect on a pseudo-royal lord. Every time Yang Kai released a chaos entity, it would immediately be swept away by Meng Ke, causing Yang Kai to nearly exhaust the supply he gathered in just a short period of time. In contrast, Meng Ke was undoubtedly feeling extremely smug at the moment. The Blacking Clan's attempts at stopping Yang Kai have all ended in failure so far. Furthermore, Immortal Ballad had once said to the Royal Lord that one should not target him rashly without a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array to restrain Yang Kai's space secret techniques, lest they be subjected to his retaliation later. The Royal Lord was also convinced of that back then. Yang Kai had brought endless shame and incalculable damage to the clan, but his greatest strength was not the power he had which surpassed his peers. His greatest strength was his ability to escape just like a slippery ghost. Without being able to restrain him, any plan would be meaningless. That was why the clan had Black Ink Disciple develop the 4 Gates, 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array and refine many array plates and banners so that they could set it up anywhere Yang Kai appeared. But now, Meng Ke had pinned Yang Kai in place all by himself without the 4 Gates, 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array or any helpers. All he had to do was threaten him with a few words. How could Immortal compare with such efficiency? If he could kill Yang Kai here, it would definitely be a huge achievement, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had an open heaven pill on him. Once he returned to the no-return pass with this success, the Royal Lord would definitely praise him greatly, and the trivial Immortal would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Meng Ke was filled with anticipation for that future, but he did not forget about the threat of the monster race leopard. He was still a pseudo-royal lord, after all, so he would not be so careless. It was at that moment that Meng Ke suddenly sensed something and slightly restrained his attacks towards Yang Kai. Instead, he threw a fierce punch at the void behind him with a cold smile, curling his lips. There was an unusual movement in that direction. Clearly, the leopard finally could not resist making its move. At first, Meng Ke thought that even if he could not take it down with this blow, it would definitely be enough to force the leopard to show itself. However, what greeted him was a powerful blow, like a mountain overturning the sea, one that vastly exceeded what that leopard could produce. The sneer on Meng Ke's face turned to shock, and the black ink strength that covered his body was dissipated by the blow. He could not even stop himself from stumbling under the impact. An invisible force spread out like ripples as Thundershadow's innate divine ability was broken, and one by one, figures appeared in Meng Ke's eyes. Meng Ke was stunned at first, not understanding how several Eighth Order Masters had suddenly appeared, but he quickly reacted to the situation. It was that leopard. He had thought that monster race leopard was hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but instead, he had gone to the other battlefield and joined forces with 4 Eighth Order Masters to repel his fellow pseudo-royal lord before rushing them over to help. Meng Ke could not help but curse in his heart. He had no idea who that pseudo-royal lord was, but he had to curse him for being such a waste to have been forced back in such a short amount of time. Meng Ke also cursed himself for his poor decision-making. He thought that he would win the battle against Yang Kai by mere threats and was already on the road to victory, when in fact his opponent already had a plan to deal with the situation. Rather than bothering with Yang Kai, he should have joined forces with the unknown pseudo-royal lord in his fight against the 4 Eighth Order Masters. Then Yang Kai surely would not just stand by and watch. If Meng Ke had done so, then it would have been 2 pseudo-royal lords against Yang Kai and Monster Race Leopard, as well as the 4 Eighth Order Masters, which would give them a much bigger advantage. One mistake led to another and quickly piled like an avalanche. Meng-Ke learned for the first time just how difficult it must have been for Immortality to deal with a cunning bastard like Xianxia. Sure enough, one must not be the least bit careless or assume anything until this slippery human was dead. Meng-Ke comforted himself that it was not his fault, just that Xianxia was too tempting a target to let off. Any other pseudo-royal lord would not give up on a large catch like Xianxia so easily to chase after a different target. However, it was too late to consider such things. When the leopard brought over the 4 human masters, Meng-Ke knew that his plan to kill Xianxia today had failed. Right now, he had to consider whether he was going to fight to the death or immediately turn tail and run. The power of Xianxia's dragon vein burned, and the towering evergreen divine manifestation that had been enveloping him shone brilliantly, pouring green light into his body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the injuries over his body could be seen healing. Even his chest, which had been caved in, was pushed back into place. Xianxia turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before pointing his spear at Meng-Ke, a stern look on his face as he sneered. Ready for round 2? Not since he was chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had Xianxia suffered such a big loss. It was not that the Blacking clan did not have anyone who was stronger than him, but the only one that had beaten him so badly was this pseudo-royal lord called Meng-Ke in front of him. This naturally built up a huge grudge in Xianxia's heart. While he was speaking, Xianxia had already connected his aura to Ouyang and the others. In an instant, a new battle formation was formed. Originally, the battle formation that Ouyang and the 3 other 8th Order Masters formed was only the 4 symbols formation. With Thunder Shadow's inclusion, it became the 5 elements formation. Now, with Xianxia joining the formation, it became the 6 paths formation. Ouyang was originally the core of the formation, but he had willingly retrieved his aura and transferred this position. In the next moment, Xianxia, who had now become the core of the formation, swelled with power, seemingly surpassing the 8th Order. The void trembled, and Meng-Ke's expression became grave. He naturally recognized the 6 paths formation, a battle formation of the human race. The Blacking clan had also studied this formation. Back then, in the No Return Pass, Immortality had made many territory lords attempt to form this formation, but they never got the essence of it. The many territory lords were only able to form up to the 4 symbols formation, with a select few being capable of barely forming the 5 elements formation. As for the 6 paths formation, none of them had ever successfully performed it. The reason for that was because the formation required the concerted efforts of all involved, which not only required close coordination, but also a tacit understanding of each other. Most importantly, unconditional trust towards the person presiding over the formation as its core was essential. In other words, once a battle formation was created, the participants would become parts of a whole, surrendering their will and strength to a single leader. They had to hand their life and all their power over to the one that stood as the core of the formation. Naturally, the human race could more easily form higher-ranking battle formations due to the oppression of death they faced, formed along with a close camaraderie among those that fought together since long ago. However, that was different for the Blacking clan, which of them would not have their own plans. The territory lords were basically the peak of the Blacking clan, so it would be a tough demand to ask them to hand their lives over to another territory lord. Blacking clan aside, though there were precedents of the 6 paths and 7 stars formation being used by the human race, the 8 desolations formation and the 9 palaces formation was still difficult even for the human race. This was no longer a question of trust, but rather the difficulty of the core withstanding and coordinating the pressure of the immense power gathering at that level. Thus, the formation's difficulty increased with numbers. Right now, Ouyang and the other 3 8th Order Masters were willing to entrust Xianxia with their lives. After so many years of hard work, Xianxia's name had become a mainstay in the human race. He was the pillar that held back the Blacking clan. Which rising star would not have heard of Xianxia's illustrious name on their martial Tao? One could practically say that most of them have grown up with Xianxia as their goal in life. With Xianxia present on the scene, how could they hesitate? There was no need to even mention Ouyang and Thunder Shadow. The former was a close personal friend, and the latter was his own monster self. Trust was not an issue. Martial Peak, Chapter 5747, Repelling a Pseudo-Royal Lord. The key to forming a battle formation was to have strong trust and a willingness to place one's life in the hands of another. The human race masters have never lacked this, while that was something that those of the Black Ink clan had never truly possessed. Moreover, since Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self, even though he was part of the formation's 6 members, Xianxia, as the core, only needed to coordinate the powers of Ouyang and the other 3 Eighth Order Masters. There was no need for him to pay attention to his monster self. As such, the difficulty of presiding over this formation was just like presiding over a 5 elements formation. Despite never having worked with each other before, when Ouyang and the others appeared, and when Xianxia integrated his aura into the formation, the core position immediately shifted to him. In an instant, the battle formation was formed as if it had been practiced countless times. Sensing the strength and power of the battle formation, Meng Ke knew that his troubles were going to be great. As the thought flashed through his mind, the surrounding space was already rippling. An alarm was set off in Meng Ke's heart when a long spear shadow suddenly stabbed towards his face. This spear was thrust with the combined powers of Xianxia for 8th Order Masters and a monster race Great Emperor, so its might could practically shatter the space inside this universe furnace world. Even the chaotic, shattered Tao essence that filled this place was swept away. This spear, which was covered in the rich Tao strengths from both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, seemed to have come from some point in the past towards a moment in the future. It was endlessly changing and felt completely unpredictable. Meng Ke's face paled, and he quickly gathered his strength to defend himself. Rich black ink strength poured out into a barrier, but the spear pierced through all the obstacles unhindered, drawing a spray of black blood. Meng Ke gritted his teeth and backed away as quickly as possible. However, Xianxia followed him like a shadow, and his spear transformed into a rain of shadows, moving fast at times and slow at others. Various Tao strengths condensed, with the Tao of time and the Tao of space forming a core, creating infinite subtleties. The 4 Eighth Order Masters and Thunder Shadow, who were in the formation with Xianxia, followed closely behind, emptying their minds and bodies and channeling all their power into Xianxia through the battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was instantly flipped upside down. Xianxia, who had been suppressed until he barely had strength to remain panting, had now gained the upper hand and overpowered Meng Ke to the point where he could barely counterattack. In terms of their might alone, Xianxia and the others should be at a similar strength to Meng Ke after forming the battle formation. However, the Tao strengths that Xianxia wielded were extremely profound. As he wielded the Tao strengths while drawing power from Ouyang and the others, Xianxia's attacks became much sharper and completely unpredictable. While others may not be able to feel it much, Meng Ke, who was currently fighting against Xianxia, could clearly understand the difference. There were many attacks that Meng Ke was confident that he could block, but though he should have deflected or resisted them, the result ended up astonishing him instead. Each spear thrust seemed to have a clear attack pattern, but they would always fall out of his predictions at some point, causing him to make a misjudgment and causing a disadvantage in his defenses. It was as if Xianxia's attacks were not aimed at the current him, but rather at him from some point in the past or the future. Dealing with such a situation was unusually difficult for Meng Quebec. Through the support of the battle formation, Xianxia was currently no lesser to him, both in terms of momentum and power. If that alone were the case, then a fight like this would probably end up in a situation where neither could do anything to their opponent. However, the methods that this human was using were too bizarre. What Meng Ke could not understand was how this human could actually endure this level of exertion. Meng Ke had also practiced the four symbols formation with other territory lords before and knew the difficulty of holding a formation together. It required not only the trust and cooperation of the others, but also the ability to bear a heavy load as the core. Serving as the core of the formation was equivalent to gathering everyone's energy into their own body. If the power was too great, then it would be difficult for one's body to handle it. Xianxia had already been battered by Meng Ke previously, and now that he was presiding over the Six Paths formation, he was basically gathering the strengths of the five other masters into his own body, and the pressure alone was enough to crush any Eighth Order master. Yet he was taking it as if nothing was wrong. Meng Ke seemed to remember then that this guy was not actually a pure human, but rather part of the dragon clan. Dragons were famed for their thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, so it seemed reasonable for Xianxia to be able to withstand such pressure in this case, thanks to the sturdiness of his body. These thoughts made Meng Ke furious. He was clearly one step away from success, yet he failed to achieve his goal at the very end, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Killing Xianxia and obtaining the open heaven pill were both great feats. Why should he have to stay under that bastard Imo Na Ye's feet forever? Because Imo Na Ye had more brains than he did. Because Imo Na Ye had become a pseudo-royal lord before he did. Anger burned inside Meng Quebec. Black ink strength surged alongside world force. The universe furnace world began to show cobweb-like cracks where their battle was held, but they quickly reverted to their original states. A pseudo-royal lord was not to be trifled with when they decided to lay everything aside to put up a desperate fight. As each powerful divine ability or secret technique was released by Meng Ke, black ink strength that emanated from him could practically cloud over the entire void. It was not because Meng Ke was willing to fight so desperately, but because he had no other choice. Now that Xianxia had formed a battle formation with the other masters, it was impossible for them to just let Meng Ke go like that. No matter what happened, a full-blown fight was going to break out. Meng Ke was initially confused by Xianxia's sudden surge of power, but now that he had gained his bearings, his situation was no longer as miserable as before. He was not a complete fool, so he would not insist on fighting Xianxia to the death. Instead, he focused less on dealing damage to Xianxia and more on killing Ouyang and the others in the battle formation. There was no need to kill too many, just one would be enough to break the formation, then the initiative would fall back into his hands. However, even though Meng Ke could trouble Xianxia a little bit, it did not lead to any substantial progress. His intentions were obvious, and Xianxia would never given the chance to achieve them. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, so he would naturally not disappoint them. This battle was a fierce one that sent trembles through the void from the aftershocks. At one point, Xianxia slowed down his attacks. The miserably battered Meng Ke, covered in black blood, finally saw an opportunity to dodge out of the formation's attack range. As his body shook, he turned into over 100 black ink clouds that flew off in all directions. Xianxia had no intention of pursuing him, but there was a slight look of regret in his eyes. Without delay, he maintained the momentum of the Six Paths formation and forcibly enveloped Ouyang and the others with space principles before moving far away. A while later, once they had left that battlefield, Xianxia and the others emerged at a mountain range formed by the chaotic shattered Tao essence. With one thought, the battle formation that they kept up all this while finally dissipated. In the next moment, everyone grunted, and each one spat out fresh blood from their mouths. Even Xianxia and Thunder Shadow did the same. Xianxia's body was swaying, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Holding on with the Azure Dragon Spear to support him, he declared, "I will stand guard for everyone, so heal up first." Ouyang and the other Eighth Order Masters had mixed expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything more. They all nodded and sat down cross-legged, each taking out spirit pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Xianxia stood while holding his spear and silently circulated the power of his dragon vein to heal the injuries on his body. He did not stop surveying their surroundings so that they were not taken advantage of by other enemies. Fortunately, there were no chaos spirits here, only some chaos entities, which as long as they were not provoked, would not come over to bother them. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Xianxia still felt a little bit of regret. After all, he did not get to cut down that pseudo-royal lord called Meng Quebec. It was not that Xianxia wanted to let him off, but that he had no other choice. He had already been injured by Meng Ke before Ouyang and the others came to support him, and the others had also been fighting another pseudo-royal lord before, so they more or less had their share of injuries. It was fair to say that everyone but Thunder Shadow was injured before they formed the Six Paths formation. After getting into the formation and engaging in a bloody battle with Meng Ke, the powers of Ouyang and the others constantly converged on Xianxia, while each of Meng Ke's attacks were also distributed to everyone. Everyone came out of the battle more wounded than before. It was already getting difficult for them to hold on. If Meng Ke had not fled then, Xianxia would have been forced to use devastating moves with the help of the battle formation that, though it might have killed the enemy, would likely result in Ouyang and the others dying as well. As for himself, Xianxia was confident that he could survive thanks to the toughness of his body, but it was difficult to say how badly he would be injured. Even now, the wounds that Xianxia had sustained were extremely serious. Half of them were from fighting with Meng Ke alone, while the others were from the subsequent fight in the formation. However, he did gain some insight from this fight. His previous guesses were correct that, if he were to act as the core of a 5-elements formation, then that was enough for him to compete with a pseudo-royal lord. This time, Xianxia was not able to gain much of an advantage even with a 6-paths formation because none of them were at their peak strength. As time passed, when everyone was still healing, the Void's Grandau shook. The Universe Furnace's third evolution had arrived. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved to know that it was not an attack. Seeing that Xianxia was still standing guard for them nearby, Ouyang stood up. "Junior brother, you should heal up too. Let me stand guard instead." Xianxia shook his head. "I recover quickly, so don't worry, senior brother." Ouyang looked him up and down and realized that indeed, his rate of recovery was much faster than the rest of them despite not actively cultivating. So he did not continue insisting and sat back down instead. However, even if Xianxia had a powerful dragon vein, it was still Thunder Shadow who recovered first. The main reason for that was because Thunder Shadow was unharmed before they formed the formation, so his injuries were the least severe. With his monster self to stand guard, Xianxia could finally focus on healing. After an unknown period of time, everyone who was healing opened their eyes one by one. Even though they could not say that they had fully recovered, they were at least fine now. Ouyang sighed. "It is a shame that we let that pseudo-royal lord go." Xianxia laughed. "There's no shame in that. Unlike us, the Black Ink clan have no place to rest or heal in the Universe Furnace world. He came out of that fight badly injured, so he likely only has 50% of his strength left. He won't be able to do much from now on." It was because of such considerations that Xianxia did not insist on fighting Meng Ke to the death. Otherwise, the threat of letting a pseudo-royal lord like him go would be too great for the other 8th Order Masters, in which case, Xianxia would have tried much harder to kill him instead of just trading wounds. Martial Peak, Chapter 5748. What is that? A pseudo-royal lord with only 50% of his power left may not have the guts to make a move even if he were to encounter other 8th Order human masters. Even though Meng Ke did not die, his threat in the Universe Furnace had already been greatly reduced. Ouyang could not help but raise his brow at that. "So, that means it wasn't a loss for us." "No, of course not." Xianxia shook his head. The worst-case scenario he originally envisioned was that he would be forced to join hands with Thunder Shadow to fight Meng Ke alone. Of course, just his true body and his monster self were no match for a pseudo-royal lord. But as long as they dared to put their lives on the line, then they would not let Meng Ke off easily no matter what. As long as Meng Ke realized that continuing the fight with him was going to cost him greatly, he would naturally withdraw by himself. Fortunately, that did not happen, and he was able to borrow the strength of Ouyang and the others to form the 6-paths formation. When the other 8th Order Masters heard Xianxia's words, they were greatly relieved. They had fought against 2 pseudo-royal lords in a row, and the intensity of the fights, especially against Meng Ke, was far greater than anything they had ever experienced before. It was also a great benefit to their understanding of their own grandiose. The cultivators who had emerged over the millennia had grown through life-or-death struggles and battle, and the experience of fighting two such pseudo-royal lords could be an invaluable asset to them. The situation prior was so urgent that they had no time to exchange pleasantries, but now that they had some free time, the other three Eighth-Order Masters introduced themselves and respectfully greeted Xianxia as Senior Brother Yang. The three Eighth-Order Masters were two men and one woman. One among the men was Xianxia, a man of proper origins. He was a disciple of a certain cave heaven, but he was sent to the star boundary to cultivate long ago and was fed by the power of the star boundary's world tree clone. He advanced directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm then. Xianxia, he was born with delicate features. With red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man in his early 20s, obviously achieved by a high enough aptitude and a fast enough cultivation speed to achieve great strength at a young age, which allowed his youthful appearance to persist. The other man was much more rugged, with a waist like a bear's and a back like a tiger's. He was also unusually tall, resembling a steel pagoda when he stood up. This burly fellow, called Xianxia, was also from a cave heaven, Bright King Cave Heaven, to be exact. The cultivators of Bright King Heaven were extremely powerful and robust, as they mainly cultivated body tempering. Xianxia had encountered many of Bright King Cave Heaven's masters before, but a man of Xianxia's stature was still rare. The woman, Lu Fei, was not from a cave heaven or paradise, but from a small great force. Though it was called a small great force, it was in fact comparable to the cave heavens and paradises now. That great force had also once dominated a great territory in the early days. It was similar to that of the Void Land back then, which made it a second-class great force. However, no high-rank open heaven realm masters had ever come out from there. After the great evacuation of the human race, this great force also moved to high heaven territory, and Lu Fei, as a young elite disciple of the sect, was sent to the star boundary to cultivate in order to achieve her present success. The sect where Lu Fei came from had now moved to the myriad monsters world, where there was no shortage of rising stars. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of good seedlings who could make her sect shine. The greetings were all exchanged. Originally, the three rising stars felt more or less restrained when faced with a legendary character like Xianxia. They had all grown and cultivated in the star boundary, so naturally, they had long heard of Xianxia's reputation and achievements, so they were all honored to join forces with a legend such as he. However, after a short conversation, they realized that the legend was not as imposing as they had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable, and with the friendship gained through their previous battle, a sense of affinity had grown between them. Xianxia asked Oyanglai and the others about their situation and learned that it was by chance that the four of them had come together. Oyanglai had originally come from Azure Sun territory alone. As he wandered through the universe furnace world, he happened to sense a fight and rushed over to take a look to discover that Xianxia and the others had formed a Three Fortunes formation and were fighting against a pseudo-royal lord. Oyanglai immediately came to their aid, leading to the scene that Thunder Shadow saw after that. If Oyanglai had come any later, then Xianxia and the others would likely have been in mortal danger. A Three Fortunes formation would most likely have been unable to defend against a pseudo-royal lord. As long as the pseudo-royal lord was determined to pay the price to forcibly cut one of them down, the Three Fortunes formation would easily be broken. Though Xianxia and the two others were of different origins, they had similarly grown up in the star boundary and had fought together with each other many times on the great territory battlefields. So, they had grown to know each other well and formed a deep friendship. This time, the group had also entered through one of the universe furnace's entrances together. Oyanglai was worried that Xianxia would not know of the universe furnace's oddities, so he was in a hurry to bring him all the information gathered by the humans so far. When he found out that Xianxia had already met up with other Eighth Order Masters and was informed of all the intricacies, only then did he rest. He then said with excitement, "With Junior Brother Yang and Thunder Shadow joining us, We can now explore the universe furnace world freely with the Six Paths formation. There was sense to his words. They were all injured previously and also fought off Meng Ke, but now that they were mostly recovered from their injuries, with the Six Paths formation, they no longer had to fear any pseudo-royal lords. The only existence likely to be able to be any threat to them in the universe furnace world now would be the as-of-yet unconfirmed Chaos Spirit Kings. Xianxia, he, and the others were also excited. Originally, the three of them were cautious and uneasy, worried that they would accidentally come across a pseudo-royal lord, and they did end up bumping into one in the end. It was fortunate that they were able to turn a dangerous situation into a beneficial one. With a stronger formation, there was no longer any need for them to worry about anything. Yang Lai stood up eagerly. "Junior brother Yang, shall we get going?" His wounds had yet to fully heal, but he was well enough to go searching for opportunities while recovering on the way. Namely, he was eager to go off and search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill. "There's no rush." Yang Kai smiled. "Senior brother Yang, I have something to give you." Yang Lai was surprised. "What is it?" What would Yang Kai have for him at such a time? Yang Kai did not explain and just took out a wooden box, tossing it to Yang Lai, who casually caught it and smiled. "Anything that comes from Junior Brother's hands surely won't be ordinary. Let me take a look." Saying so, he released the many seals on the box as Xianxia, he, and the others looked on curiously. In the next instant, a dense multicolored light suddenly entered their eyes, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Yang Lai's smile froze on his face, but he was only taken aback for a moment before quickly closing the wooden box and sealing it again. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai while putting on the airs of an elder. "Stinking brat, how can you casually throw such a thing around? Hurry up and put it away." He quickly walked up to Yang Kai and grabbed his hand, pressing the box heavily onto his palm as he glared solemnly at him. He tried to take his hand away, but failed to do so. Yang Kai had caught his hand, causing Yang Lai's face to become even more serious as he scolded, "Damn brat, you're still not going to let go. Tugging and pulling at someone's hand like this is highly improper." Yang Lai really never expected that Yang Kai would actually give him that when he offered to give him something. Despite having never seen it before, he knew the instant he opened the box and saw the dense multicolored light surrounding the object. It was the greatest opportunity to help cultivators break through their limits, as well as the cause that triggered this great tide of competition between the human race and the Blacking clan. A supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Lai had a sigh in admiration at this twist of fate. He had been planning to give Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill if he ever came by the opportunity to obtain one, so that the latter could advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and so that he could better lead the human race to victory and lift the darkness enveloping the 3,000 worlds. However, despite his search, Yang Lai never caught a glimpse of a supreme-grade open heaven pill shadow, only finding a few ordinary-grade open heaven pills. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually want to give him one instead. What is this boy thinking? The moment he saw the open heaven pill, Yang Lai felt a mix of emotions inside of him. He felt touched, but also annoyed at the same time. He was touched that Yang Kai would so simply part with such a precious item as a gift to him, which was not something that could be done casually. In the end, he and Yang Kai merely knew each other well and shared some friendship as war comrades. But they were not at the level that warranted him being given a supreme-grade open heaven pill so simply. Yang Lai had the idea of giving Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill for the greater good of the human race, not to mention the fact that it was still a question as to whether he would get a supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with. But what was Yang Kai thinking when doing this? Yang Lai was annoyed at why this brat would give the pill to him when he himself needed it as well. How could he accept such a gift? This stinking brat could not be thinking that the pressure on him was too much, and so was thinking of shirking his responsibilities, was he? Otherwise, why would he not take the spirit pill himself after obtaining it? That would certainly not do. Yang Kai was not just a name, but the spiritual pillar of the entire human race. If he were to quit here, then it would greatly impact the morale of everyone. While such thoughts were running through Ouyang mind, Zhan Tianhe and the others were all stunned after seeing the supreme grade open heaven pill. Even though they were not as old as Ouyang and had not seen as much as he had, it was still easy to recognize something like the supreme grade open heaven pill. Excitement, shock, thrill, admiration. They all instantly went through a tangle of emotions. Since the three of them entered the universe furnace world together, other than meeting the pseudo-royal lord, their trip had been smooth so far. However, they had not seen a trace of a supreme grade open heaven pill along the way. Yet, senior brother Yang had already gotten his hands on one. As expected of the legendary figure that they had been hearing about from their elders since they were young, they were truly impressed by the speed at which he was able to find and acquire such a treasure. The presence of this supreme grade open heaven pill was a direct correlation to the birth of another ninth order open heaven realm master in the human race, which would definitely have a huge impact on the struggle between the human race and Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world. A ninth order master could provide great help to the humans. Of course, they were also masters who were in need of this spirit pill. Otherwise, they would not have come into the universe furnace world. Though they came spurred on by the situation of the human race, they also came because of their own needs. Now that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, who would not feel their heart race? Martial Peak, Chapter 5749, I Dare Not Accept It. Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating. Was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme grade Open Heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Zhan Tianhe and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Yang Kai and Ouyang present, this supreme grade Open Heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Yang Kai had guessed that Ouyang would reject the pill. Only, he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the open heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Ouyang hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, please listen." Ouyang shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the 9th Order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink clan creating a disturbance here?" Zhan Tianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother, Ouyang has a point. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Ouyang was stunned as he did not quite understand. "What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is?" He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme grade open heaven pill, no doubt about it. But could he have been mistaken? Yang Kai explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately, it really is useless for me." Ouyang frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Yang Kai had no idea what to say to that, as he too felt helpless. "That's why. Please let me finish." Senior brother, speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission and began relaying the story about how he obtained the 3-cell source reconstitution art from Wuxia. Ouyang listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor, who was born in the Myriad Monsters world, is made of part of Yang Kai's soul, created with the help of a secret technique. That aside, there is still a human self, and only when 3 selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the Open Heaven Realm method to step into the 9th Order. The story sounded bizarre, yet Yang Kai looked so serious when he told it to him. Ouyang did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Yang Kai in Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Xianxia continued. Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the ninth order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the ninth order, then it would be much more valuable than any other eighth order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill? Xianxia gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out, and it was because of that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Only supreme-grade open heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Xianxia said, I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me. Xianxia's expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, You're not lying to me, right? Xianxia chuckled. I've already spoken up to this point. How could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the ninth order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents. As Xianxia said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts prove that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made Xianxia and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Xianxia said to Xianxia earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme-grade, open heaven pill, and no eighth order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the ninth order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing Xianxia and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Xianxia held the wooden box containing the supreme-grade, open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the ninth order, would that not be a shame? Xianxia quickly said, This pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother. Xianxia shook his head. It's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a ninth order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility. Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Xianxia on the side. Tianhe, you do it. Xianxia was flabbergasted. And me? He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme-grade, open heaven pill, the goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Xianxia was solemn. You do it. I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xianxia is from Bright King, Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Fei nodded lightly. Out of the three of them, she had broken through to the eighth order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme-grade, open heaven pill. Even though Xianxia was called a meathead by Xianxia, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. Senior brother, Xianxia, he was at a loss for a moment. Don't go stuttering on me. Xianxia slapped the box down on Xianxia's hand. Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you. Xianxia's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed, and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the ninth order. However, Xianxia, he remained still for a long time. Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us? Xianxia could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Xianxia, his face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. What are you doing? Xianxia, he chuckled bitterly. Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me. Xianxia shouted. Make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity, and you say I'm making things difficult for you? Xianxia, he took a step back and bowed respectfully to Xianxia. Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have a right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother. Next to them, Xianxia, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Xianxia, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully and was worried about disappointing his expectations. So he turned around and gave it to Xianxia instead. It was not because Xianxia lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less Ninth Order Master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Xianxia, then a new Ninth Order Master would definitely be born. That was why Xianxia did not stop Xianxia from doing so. For the greater good, Xianxia had planned to find an Eighth Order Master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Xianxia. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star Eighth Order Masters like Xianxia, whom he just met, Xianxia more or less shared a friendly relationship with Xianxia and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Xianxia became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Xianxia and the others any ideas, Xianxia did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Xianxia would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Xianxia suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Xianxia's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors, all thanks to our seniors and ancestors who sacrificed their lives fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time, we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough. But even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tian he would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by Senior Brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tian he gives many thanks to Senior Brother Yang for his kindness. However, Senior Brother Yang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us. Then continue to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity, Otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Martial Peak, Chapter 5750, Trouble. Xianxia, he spoke so earnestly that Ouyang had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Xianxia refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Ouyang felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it. Yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Fei advised him from the side. Senior brother Ouyang, you should refine the pill yourself. Ouyang grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion. Why don't we leave it for Big Head Xiang? Big Head Xiang came in as well. Senior brother Ouyang. Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious. You are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the no-return pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you're just refining a spirit pill. Why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you. Lu Fei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Ouyang stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, Senior brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world, and we also have the native Chaos Spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future. We can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order Master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race. Ouyang heaved a long sigh. You think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more or that would make me look stingy. Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, Junior brothers and sisters, Senior brother will refine this pill today and advance to the Ninth Order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake. Yang Kai beam, good. Xianxia, he and the others cupped their fists with dignity. Please refine the pill with ease, Senior brother Ouyang. After making up his mind, Ouyang no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran 8th Order Master like Ouyang had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The 8th Order Masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior 8th Order Masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Ouyang portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable. It was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang said that he was not fully confident. Otherwise, how would he think about having Xianxia refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the Ninth Order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the Ninth Order should surely cause quite the commotion and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yangkai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic, shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the 9th order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon, Yangkai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yangkai, who had cultivated the 3 cells source reconstitution art's secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Xianxia, he, and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though, while he expected the enemies to come, while Ouyang was making a breakthrough to the 9th order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence, and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically, they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yangkai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liaojing told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The chaos entities had not been on their minds before. Thus, they never expected that countless chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang from all directions. Yangkai reacted immediately to the situation and realized that the chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the supreme grade open heaven pill. The chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the open heaven pills that were formed in the universe furnace. By refining an ordinary grade open heaven pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit clan. Now, that Ouyang was refining a supreme grade open heaven pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught onto the scent of meat. Yangkai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Tao strengths to stop and eliminate the chaos entities that were drawn over. Tao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the chaos entities, and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Tao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yangkai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Ouyang to make his breakthrough in a place like this. However, Liaojing never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yangkai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain so that they could recover from their injuries. Ouyang refining the open heaven pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yangkai was encountering, in the desert where Xianxia and Xianxia were, the two of them had obtained a supreme grade open heaven pill, which Xianxia had taken in her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the Flowing Time Temple all the while. At the moment, Xianxia was standing right in front of the flowing time temple and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own time Dao strength to kill the approaching chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the Ninth Order. So how could he allow these mindless chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yankai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Ouyang-Lai at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Ouyang-Lai, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming chaos entities. Things were going better on Yankai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the chaos entities. Thunder Shadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhan Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Fei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhan Tianhe and Xianxia. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed and almost let a few chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yankai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Ouyang-Lai was refining the open heaven pill just behind them so that he could break through into the Ninth Order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big Brother, the chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well. Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yankai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance, and sure enough, the chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less-than-optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Ouyang-Lai's breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Ouyang-Lai with it, they should be able to solve this situation, but Dao strength was formless. So how could Yankai achieve something like that? Wait! While in the midst of battle, Yankai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Dao strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan. How could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yankai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yankai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Dao is not formless. It is perceptible. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5751, Space-Time River. All this while, whether it be Yankai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Dao strengths. For example, when Yankai used the Sun and Moon Divine, well, back then, the Sun and Moon would shine together to give rise to the Time Dao strength, which was then complemented by Space Dao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound space-time strength. The power of the Grand Dao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Dao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotyped thinking. However, what Yankai saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Dao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe were all condensations of shattered Dao essence. So which one of them was not a manifestation of Dao strength? If the shattered Dao essence could assume a form, then why not the Grand Daos cultivated by cultivators? Yankai suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Yankai began circulating the space and time Dao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many Grand Daos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Dao of time and the Dao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other Grand Daos and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Yangkai wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's Grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within a mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Yangkai could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Xianxia and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme grade open heaven pill to begin with. So if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Yangkai. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand. Otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Xianxia and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily. In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side, but there was nothing they could do about it, as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Blood Crow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then, and he was not from the Cave Heavens or Paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Yangkai, they saw him circulating his Tao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon, something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang. Xianxia and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Tao strength. Instantly, they felt amazed. So, Tao strength can be manifested in such a way. In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And after tracing the source, Yangkai turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Yangkai had done to manifest his Tao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With a mist of pure Tao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Xianxia and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Xianxia, he, and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Dao strength was still constantly evolving. The Dao strength around Yang Kai had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist, as fine as dust, began to gather together. From mist, turning into water. Walala. The faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Dao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Dao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Dao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Dao River, they would disappear in an instant, as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Xianxia, he, and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Yang Kai, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai belonged in a different league among peak 8th Orders. As expected of a living legend, the Grand Dao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang inside of it all. Yang Kai kept on circulating the Dao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Dao River flowing and expressing the profundities of his Dao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, the Grand Dao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Yang Kai had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Daos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the Universe Furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich, shattered Dao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Dao strength? It was from this thought that the space-time river was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his space-time river and the Universe Furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire Universe Furnace world. On the other hand, Yang Kai's space-time river could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his Grand Daos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the space-time river would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Dao of time and Dao of space, Yang Kai was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Yang Kai had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the space-time river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Yang Kai was using it to protect Ouyang, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Meng Ke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the space-time river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the universe furnace world's infinite river, then Xianxia would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the space-time river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the space-time river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time. Thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. Martial Peak, Chapter 5752, Ninth Order, Xianxia. The creation of the space-time river fully displayed Xianxia's deep understanding towards Tao strength. And for Xianxia and the others, was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Xianxia had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength, as Xianxia did, would depend on their own enlightenment and their attainments in their own respective grand Taos. This was not a simple matter. Xianxia's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own grand Taos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the Eighth Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The space-time river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Xianxia, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Xianxia and the others were all freed from their task, as Xianxia alone could completely protect Xianxia through the use of his space-time river. It wasn't until Xianxia and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder Shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing, and the strong pill aura of the supreme grade open heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the space-time river. Xianxia's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Xianxia's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers. Otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Xianxia, who was fully committed to keeping the space-time river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Xianxia's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order Master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink Clan, Xianxia had never been short of determination or drive. While Xianxia was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Xianxia had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Xianxia felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant. Then the limits were smashed through, and Xianxia's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the space-time river, which Xianxia kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Xianxia and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the supreme grade open heaven pill had been completely refined by Xianxia and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The space-time river was still guarding Xianxia, and though Xianxia and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Xianxia with inquiring gazes. Xianxia simply nodded lightly. Success. The clenched hearts of Xianxia and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Xianxia, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There is no Ninth Order master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Xianxia who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Xianxia and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order, Open Heaven Realm. Xianxia, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much holler and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order, and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha ha! Xianxia couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Xianxia to not know whether to laugh or cry at. Xianxia's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Xianxia was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha ha! Xianxia stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Xianxia's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jinglun secretly arranged to have Xianxia bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Xianxia was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Xianxia had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lord from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had forced Xianxia to send him back from the Black Ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Xianxia another opportunity to continue fighting. When the Universe Furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Xianxia had only one plan, and that was to charge into the Universe Furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an Eighth Order master. Xianxia was lucky to get the chance to enter the Universe Furnace and was originally planning to search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Xianxia. But in the end, it was Xianxia who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Xianxia was a true Ninth Order open heaven realm master of the human race. Xianxia saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to Senior Brother for advancing to the Ninth Order. Now, we have another Ninth Order master among our ranks. Xianxia and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, Senior Brother. Xianxia quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, Junior Brothers and Junior Sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances, then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Xianxia said, Senior Brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation? The current Xianxia was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Ouyang Lai. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Ouyang Lai. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Ouyang Lai waved his hand. That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Yang Kai smiled. In that case, senior brother, why don't you look over there? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Ouyang Lai looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing and soon raised his brows. So, there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death. As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Xianxia, he and the others were their territory lords who were lured in too. There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow, who had disappeared earlier. Xianxia, he and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared, as their attention had been drawn to Yang Kai's space-time river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Yang Kai. It was most likely Yang Kai who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over. Otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Ouyang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Yang Kai revealed their whereabouts that Ouyang Lai began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves, while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Xianxia, he finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Ouyang Lai had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. Let's go take a look, Yang Kai said to them before making his way there, unhurried. Xianxia, he and the others followed closely behind. By the time Yang Kai led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The three territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Ouyang Lai with a Three Fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Ouyang Lai had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been three innate territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but three acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they just so happened to see Ouyang Lai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the three territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5753, Going All Out. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious. He had only been distracting the three territory lords for a moment before Ouyang Lai rushed over. Ouyang Lai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating three strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the Eighth Order, then he might not have been able to take on the three territory lords, who had formed a battle formation on his own, but now that he was in the Ninth Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few Ninth Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the Eighth Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Yang Kai, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other 8th Order masters. When he saw Xianxia and the others coming over, Ouyang suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Ouyang was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the Universe Furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously. But now Ouyang was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Xianxia answered with some amusement, "No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along." Ouyang nodded lightly. Fair enough. Indeed, as Xianxia said, he was now in a 9th Order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Ouyang to move separately. As for Xianxia and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Xianxia. They were 4 8th Order masters in Thundershadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Xianxia acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There is no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Ouyang smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him. He had thought about finding a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Xianxia, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Xianxia. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme-grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xianxia. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Ouyang had a firm friendship with him. If Xianxia could obtain an opportunity to advance to the 9th Order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Ouyang. Xianxia cupped his fist. "Then, let me wish senior brother great success ahead." Ouyang patted him on the shoulder. "Take care." Xianxia nodded. Ouyang had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them, saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Xianxia called out to the group, "Let's go." He and the rest nodded and naturally followed Xianxia's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the Universe Furnace. When the 3 of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular Black Ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Ouyang, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Xianxia and Thundershadow, the 5 masters could form the 5 elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this Universe Furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic, shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the Universe Furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the Universe Furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Xianxia was able to use the power of the Great Sun and Moon marks to locate the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Xianxia could do about it. So, Xianxia was currently just leading Xianxia and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thundershadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered. Then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme-grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary grade ones. In contrast to the supreme-grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary-grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary-grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many Seventh-Order Masters had entered the universe. Xianxia had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new Eighth-Order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Xianxia suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Xianxia and the others. Get ready. Xianxia and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, two powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly two territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Xianxia here, it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the two territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Xianxia and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race great emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, this innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The two territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Xianxia struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their black ink strength and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the two territory lords greatly. How could there be sounds similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The two territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks, filled with condensed black ink strength, were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the two territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Xianxia and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, there was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Xianxia and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Xianxia would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Xianxia, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Xianxia. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Oyanglai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Xianxia himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Xianxia. Unless a master was far stronger than Yang Kai, or had extremely high attainments in the grand Taos of time and space, finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Yang Kai observed them for a while and could feel the strengths of the territory lord struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Yang Kai felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai felt that he could trap them, and if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Yang Kai was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Yang Kai dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Yang Kai leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Xianxia, he and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord. So how was Yang Kai able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-54, Another Possibility. In fact, with Yang Kai's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Xianxia, he and the rest watched on in shock, Yang Kai casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Tao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Tao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, it did not take long before the territory lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut 1 billion times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the territory lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Xianxia, he and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Tao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the 2 territory lords, Yang Kai was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the 2 were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Tao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black and clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Yang Kai would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Yang Kai's group never exceeded 12 in total. Xianxia, he and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like territory lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired territory lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no territory lords so far had been able to escape alive with Xianxia around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several territory lords, where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Xianxia would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Xianxia and the others naturally understood what Xianxia was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several territory lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia and the others had to wonder whether Xianxia could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the territory lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Xianxia and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Xianxia was that he neither encountered his human self nor sensed the existence of another supreme grade open heaven pill. For him, his only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyang Lai's breakthrough to the Ninth Order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Xianxia had also checked with the other masters for any news about Feng Tianci, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the Grand Dao evolutions. And as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Bloodcrow's information stated, after the universe furnace Grand Dao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might, even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with Black Ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Xianxia and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder Shadow, they had 5 members. Xianxia and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order master from Shi Paradise, Tian Xiuzhu, an old acquaintance of Xianxia. Lin was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Xianxia and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the 2 sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order Master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order Masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order Masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the two sides gathered, every moment was a life or death struggle and fights could not be avoided. Xianxia and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the two sides who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 Eighth-Order Masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Xianxia he contemplated solemnly. Some of the Eighth Order Masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength, and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Xianxia's speculation that they were newly advanced Eighth Order Masters. Even if the Eighth Order Masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as Eighth Order Masters was still not enough, and even the purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Xianxia was silent. There was nothing wrong with Xianxia's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility, though, then things would be troublesome. Even Xianxia's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the Eighth Order Master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Xianxia sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the great territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Fei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time, and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the two races, in order to rise up and gain control of the universe. Then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the Eighth Order Masters who died here. They did not even know who they were killed by, let alone were to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens.